A very close eye on through the last several hours. If you were watching our live stream that we've had going on for the last couple of hours, we were targeting, well, pretty much right in central Indiana. New warnings coming out would likely butt up against Lawrence County, but it really is this storm where we've had an observed tornado not far from the Martinsville area that is now coming a little bit farther to the south, starting to take just a little bit of a right turn into northern Jackson County. And with that, we have the tornado warning that has been issued. Ryan was just talking about this from the live stream, and we were looking at this where we did have damage that was coming out of the Martinsville area. This warning goes until 10:45 Eastern Daylight Time. That includes Bloomington, Nashville, Salt Creek, a lot of familiar places as you roll just north of the viewing area. So Bloomington, Indiana, IU, starting to see some of that strong wind, the potential for some of that rotation. As we go into play mode, I'll be able to control the radar. With that, I'll be able to show you with this moving across the Bloomington area. The greatest rotation we had with the debris ball that we noted was moving across parts of Martinsville, and that was up in Monroe County. So let me go back to this, and I'll just pull this down by panning this down to the sort of string of tornado warnings that we have. One in central Illinois, one moving across the state line. This one will likely impact Lawrence County should it hold together. The one that we have been most concerned with, where we had the damage and the debris showing up, was the one just south of Indianapolis. That one moved across the northern part of Monroe County, continues its eastward jog. Let me put on the debris for you, or I'll show you the velocity first, and then we'll be able to pick out the rotation. And I'll zoom that in because you can see that couplet. And what we call this is just that gate-to-gate wind shear, where you have winds both toward and away from the radar. It's right over the Bloomington area. Marlin Hills, Bloomington. This is sinking a bit to the south, and that's why Salt Creek is in the path of this storm. Again, until 10:45, while this is just outside of the viewing area, its motion as it moves off to the, it's moving pretty much east at 45 with a slight jog to the south that could take that into parts of Jackson County. And that's the reason that the warning has been issued for our viewing area. And I'll show you just a small rural part of Jackson County that includes. But nonetheless, what's happening farther to the north has been a big deal over the course of the last couple of hours, simply because we have had debris showing up on the radar out of these storms in central Indiana. Let me go over to Ryan. He's been keeping an eye on some of the media, social media coming in. Ryan, I know we have the damage. We saw the correlation coefficient. It coincided with the velocity. This was a big deal as this storm moved earlier across parts of Monroe County.
Yeah, big deal indeed. A lot of folks up near the Blue area talking about a lot of lightning currently. Who are watching our social media live streams? We are live right now, not only on Wave Weather Now, but also on YouTube and X and Facebook, trying to make sure everybody is, of course, served with this tornado warning and breaking weather information here. You, of course, see that there's just a heck of a cluster of tornado warnings to our north right now. Only, of course, the very northwestern corner of Jackson County involved with our area here. But let's look out to the west. Our primary concern until about 3 minutes ago was actually this storm right here, this supercell that's crossing the Wabash River into southwest Indiana near Sullivan, Indiana. That storm could affect Lawrence County. So hello Bedford, hello Avoca, hello areas a little closer to Mitchell, Indiana. You folks are kind of under the gun from that storm. So right on the edge of this threat area here, Kevin, but as these storms continue to very slowly press their way south, it may not be just US 50 that's involved with this, because the tornado watch, by the way, for those folks who may have not seen this, has been extended all the way down to I-64, now includes Louisville till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we'll be able to show that too. Again, looking at the velocities, you can see this wind moving through the Bloomington area, approaching the Salt Creek. This is the tornado warning that encompasses parts of Jackson County, northwest quadrant of Jackson County. I'm going to go back to the home view, because when we show you what's taking place across the entire area, area. There isn't a whole lot, at least in the Louisville area at this point. The radar shows that. The northern tier of our counties starting to see some rain, still mainly severe free until this storm butts in here. Now, this is going to turn in, let me again pull this down. We knew that tonight would be a wild night in terms of severe weather somewhere near Indianapolis in the northern part of our southern Indiana communities like Bedford, Jasper, Seymour. Clearly, we're seeing these storms develop. This will continue to form a line of storms. It'll be a wall of wind and water as it moves through. But right now, we have the greatest threat for tornadic action. And that just means these individual supercells have the ability to rotate. We've seen some of them put down tornadoes in parts of central Illinois and also not far from Bloomington, north of there in northern Monroe County. And that was the storm that had the confirmed tornado. The one to the south is not confirmed. It's radar indicated. Nonetheless, that is the one that encompasses parts of Jackson County. That's the reason we're on the air. We want you to know what's happening. And more importantly, because I know some of you are like, well, it barely hits them. Get me back to the program. Fact is, we've got an active night coming our way. We're not all going to see severe weather, but some folks will. In the near term, the tornado threat is at its highest. It continues to stay high, I-65 and 64. So it's 65 and to the west, 64 and to the north. So Du Bois County, Crawford County, Orange County, Washington, Jackson, as well as Lawrence County, all stand the greatest potential for severe weather. The atmosphere here is unstable. You start to work your way east of I-65. We've had more rain. We've had a little bit we've had more stability, less instability in that area. These storms will try to cross 65, and they'll do so, but they should eventually weaken as that takes place. Same story south of Interstate 64, and that's why the tornado watch, while it includes some areas, including us in Louisville, until 5 a.m., it does not include areas south of Louisville. So we'll track that as the night goes on, but in the near term, this is the zone we're watching. These are the storms that are producing rotation. These are the storms that have had a history of producing tornadoes. I'm going to zoom into this cluster that sits just north of the viewing area. This is near Bean Blossom. Now, allow me to put on the velocities, and we'll be able to really tell where we have some of that strong rotation. The strongest wind is now passing Bloomington. That's going to continue moving not far from the Nashville area. You can see another couplet of wind just south of Hensley, and that's going to be making its way over toward eventually the Columbus, Indiana area. So these are all the storms that we had been tracking earlier as we moved that storm near Bean Blossom with that couplet that was also showing the correlation coefficient of where we did have some of that strong, not only rotation, but debris. So let me just take a look. Do we see any of the debris showing up? At this point, if there were to be any, it would be with this storm here. That's still a little bit jagged. It's not as clear as we had seen earlier in the evening. Ryan?
Yeah, and for folks who may be concerned about what's going on a little closer to home here in Louisville, you may be hearing some wind gusts outside your window. Maybe tree branches are brushing against your windows or the sides of your apartment or your roof here. We do have 30 and 35 mile per hour wind gusts. Louisville, Jeffersonville, 33 mile per hour in Corydon. These are not associated, by the way, with any sort of severe storms. These are what we call gradient winds out ahead of the storms. There's a tremendous amount of wind energy out there tonight. I mean, the winds about 5,000 feet above our heads are cranking up, and they are putting down wind gusts here at ground level of 30, 35, even 40 miles per hour at times. What we have noticed in a potential impact of those gradient wind gusts is power outages. We have seen this number tick up a little bit in Crawford County, about 134 customers without power. That's about 1.6% of customers without power, possibly due to that. We've seen our cameras shake a little bit today. This particular one here in Jeffersonville, not so much. And by the way, we always do keep you updated on the big board, which is a list of warnings for our areas here, and you'll see Jackson County. That is the only tornado warning in our counties right now, the only warning in general until about 19 minutes from now, Kevin. So we are watching to our north, we're watching to our west, and for folks kind of in the middle here in Louisville, this is going to take some time for these storms to reach us here, probably after 1, 2 a.m.
Yeah, so we keep this warning in place that incorporates parts of Jackson County until 10:45. That is the storm giving you enough time. Now, here's some good news you see. This is a severe thunderstorm warning replacing the tornado warning out in Illinois. That just means, even with that black outline saying that a tornado is possible, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, so a sign that it's weakening just a bit. Now, as far as what we expect tonight, we're going to continue to see these individual tornado warnings move to the east, sink to the south. That puts this quadrant of Indiana in our viewing area, places like Bedford, Seymour, Salem, Paoli, Jasper, sort of in that target zone. You're going to have to pay attention through the next, say, 2 to 3 hours. That means you need a tornado plan. You've got to make your way to the safe place if you're under a tornado warning. That's not for all of Jackson County right now, by the way, but if you're in northwest Jackson County, you should be seeking your tornado safe place. A basement or storm shelter is the safest. If you happen to be inside the home, just get to the lowest level if you can't get underground. At the lowest level, you're going to an interior wall. Oftentimes that's a hallway. Maybe it's a bathroom. It could be anywhere, but it just needs to be interior, away from windows. Ryan showed you the big board. We have that warning until 10:45. Another 17 minutes left on that. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings are coming out, and that includes that same storm that we were watching. I'll go to that, and you can see we've made a larger polygon that includes the tornado warning as well. And let me just center this up. So I'm going to pan this over. And that's for the push of wind that's coming with this. And likely the fact that the tornado threat is easing just a bit within that. So the severe thunderstorm warning includes parts of Bartholomew, Brown, Jackson, and Monroe counties in Indiana. That will go until 11:15. That includes Clear Creek, Columbus, and Seymour. We know those areas well, and that will continue to push that wind through there. Let me go back to the velocity on this, and I'll point out where we have the strongest wind. You can see that wind and the couplet passing Bloomington at this point. It's going to go just south of Nashville. That's the potential for the strongest rotation. It is also the strongest push of wind that is going to be problematic. The strong wind fields that we have above us tonight are abnormal. We typically don't see wind fields like this during the month of June, but they're here. And we've known for a while, which is why we've been saying, hey, it's an alert day. Wednesday night into Thursday morning, strong winds. We've got a trigger around the area with the frontal boundary. This could mean severe weather, and especially because of the wind field. So while right now we're talking about isolated tornado warnings that we have and that potential, eventually we turn this into a straight line wind threat, which is a push of wind and rain as it moves through. So some areas will experience just wind and not necessarily the rotation as the night unfolds. This is where we have the strongest winds in the area. This sits just north of our viewing area, but it will be moving into the northern part of Jackson County within a matter of the next 15 to 30 minutes. Ryan?
Yeah, we're still watching this storm for folks in Lawrence County as well. This has just crossed the Wabash River. I don't like what I'm seeing with this. The rotation has intensified with the last couple of scans here. You can back that up, move it forward, and you see how the colors are brighter here. This is near Haddon, Indiana. Let me zoom out so you can get your bearings here. You'll note that Lawrence County, I'm going to draw on the radar here, is this guy right here. This is where Mitchell and Bedford are. This storm right here near Haddon is going to be trying to move into Lawrence County. It's going to take some time for that to happen. This is not going to be in the super short term. However, we want to make sure that you folks have a sense of what's going to happen. This is a track based on a 55 mile per hour of course, speed there. And so just after the 11 o'clock hour, maybe about 11:15 is when we would see that potential supercell storm try to move into Lawrence County. And by Bedford, by about 11:26 p.m. is when it would hit Bedford. So we're going to keep track of both storms, the one to our north, Kevin, and the one to our north and west here over probably about the next 45 minutes to an hour. This is going to take some time.
Yeah, it will take a little time. You see the warnings being trimmed up even to the north. So 2 pushes of wind and potential potential for the tornado, though we have no observed tags on those warnings. We have ham radio operators out helping. We have storm spotters out helping. We have strong pushes of wind for sure, but with that, no confirmed tornadoes at this point. However, with that said, just north of Jackson County, 2 tornado warnings. One moving north of Nashville, pushing toward Columbus. A strong push of wind now approaching Interstate 65 near Columbus, Indiana. The one closest to us sits just south of Nashville, Indiana. This one likewise, a strong push of wind that's going to come into southern Brown County, down into northern parts and northwestern parts of Jackson County. Freetown, be on standby for a sharp push of wind in your area, possibly damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour. With that said, those winds will continue sinking to the south and east. Seymour would be in line for those strong winds as well. Ryan was pointing out the storm crossing over, the one that would be approaching parts of western Lawrence County. That one's still a ways away. That still has the tornado warning tagged on it. Let me go back to our reflectivity view for the radar, and then we'll zoom out to our home view and tilt down just again. Just to get your bearings together on where we are, there is no active weather across most of our counties. The northern part of the viewing area has the most active weather. North of Indianapolis, all is calm. So it's a very limited area of active weather going on as we speak. With that said, we've had a number of actual tornadoes and damage that we have seen both on radar and from storm spotters that have been out across parts of Monroe County. That continues, and that's the reason that the tornado warnings continue. What has changed is looking at what we call the correlation coefficient, and that's a calculation the radar can make, and it tells us when something abnormal is showing up in the radar beam's view. And oftentimes that's debris. We don't have that right now, and that's good news. That just means the radar doesn't see a tornado. We haven't seen one spotted by observers. I know it's night, and once it's dark outside, it's much harder to see. That's why we don't ever recommend chasing at night, especially in the terrain that we have across our viewing area. With that said, we're going to see some of these storms continue to develop in terms of wind makers. We're just increasing that low-level jet, so our wind field continues to increase just above the surface. And as we bring some of that wind down, just because of the general heavy rain or thunderstorms can drag some of those strong winds down to the surface, what we will notice will be some wind damage showing up in places across Illinois, Indiana, possibly down into northern Kentucky as we settle into the overnight hours here. I know a lot of folks are watching saying, am I going to be able to go to bed? What about sleep tonight? When do the storms arrive in my neighborhood? Well, obviously, this is where they are now. Most concerning would be across southern Indiana, from Bedford to Seymour to Salem, Paoli, and Jasper. With that said, to the Louisville area, less of a tornado concern. Not a zero concern, but less of one. Still, the wind potential is there. We were in the enhanced risk area, but we've been pushed back into the slight risk, which is an improvement. So that's good news. With that said, there is still going to be a push of rain and wind that moves through. The timing for the Louisville area, probably around that 3 to 4 a.m. time frame. So we still have about 4.5 hours before that arrives here. That said, southern Indiana is going to obviously see the storms first, and as this gradually settles to the south, it will become more of a wind maker. And it's not going to be everywhere, so not everybody sees the wind damage. There's going to be pockets of wind, similar to what we're seeing with the tornado warnings. I mean, these are pockets of wind, just happen to be rotating, so they fired them off as tornado warnings, right?
Yeah, I got a couple of things here I wanted to share with you. There's an estimate of the damage width of the Monroe County tornado that was just north of Bloomington, for those who may have interest, just north of Bloomington for, parents of IU students, et cetera, here who may be taking summer classes up there. Right now, the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says on I-69 there was a stopped traffic zone there that was about 200 yards long. So that's kind of a very tough, rough estimate of how wide that damage path may be on I-69 as that crossed. And then from even earlier storms, you can see the storm report reports from hail to wind damage to tornadoes. And of course, southern or central Illinois there stands out with a cluster of tornado reports from an earlier supercell there. These will likely fill in even more across central Indiana, especially closer to Terre Haute, just north of Bloomington, and once again south of Indianapolis as we get a little bit further along in time, I should say here, just because we're going to have more reports coming in. Of course, the area of concern with our counties right now is the potential for this tornado warning that's moving into Jackson County, Indiana. That's the only little sliver of our area that's currently under a warning, but it is certainly enough for us to be on the air right now. And that severe thunderstorm warning too, Kevin, that extends all the way down to Seymour. So hello to Jackson County. We're on the air for you guys tonight.
Yeah, and also because of what's coming our way later tonight. We know that this is going to be an active night. Very small part of the viewing area under that warning now, but so many folks will be impacted as the night goes on with this system settling farther to the south. Will everybody see severe weather? No, we've answered that. Will a few people see potential tornadoes? Yes, and we're seeing that. And we already have seen that just north of the viewing area. That's going to be possible even into the northern tier of our southern Indiana counties as we head toward the midnight hour and just past, gradually settling that whole line farther to the south near the Ohio River, including us in Louisville after that 3 a.m. time frame. And that could still pack a punch with some wind. All of these storms, the farther south we go, should be gradually weakening as the night wears on. So some good news there. It's going to take some time. Then we turn into sort of a system tomorrow that could bring a flooding threat across southeastern parts of the viewing area and southeastern Kentucky. Notice where we've had the same repetitive areas of rain moving across Illinois and into the Terre Haute, Indiana area. We have flash flood warnings there. Tremendous amount of moisture. We're tapping into that tropical system Arthur that's bringing up plenty of moisture into the area, which is why dew points went up today. It's why we have seen more humidity around today, funneling on those southerly winds that we currently have gusting to 30 miles an hour here in Louisville. Tornado warning including northern and northwestern parts of Jackson County. I'll zoom into that for you. It's 10:38. We have this warning coming our way until 11:45, so we have just shy of 10 minutes left on that. Severe thunderstorm warning will replace that, mainly for wind. I'm going to show you the wind based on the velocity, and I can take you into the storm to show you that. There's two areas, one moving across I-65 near Columbus now, so between Blue River and Columbus. This is just outside of our area, but that is a push of wind and some rotation. Notice severe thunderstorm warning replaces that storm as well. They did not continue with the tornado warning at this point. That doesn't mean this won't get tighter in rotation where they trigger a new tornado warning, but at this point they've pushed the tornado warning to the side and went with a severe thunderstorm warning. This is another area of powerful wind moving past the Nashville, Indiana area. This is going to be moving toward Becks Grove and down into northern Jackson County. Should this hold together, Seymour would be in line to see some very strong winds out of this within the next half hour. So anywhere between now and say 11:10. That severe thunderstorm warning is until 11:15. The tornado warning that we're watching for northern Jackson County is in place until 10:45. Another 6 minutes on that. Some very strong winds moving through as we speak, though, probably on the order of 50 to 70 mile per hour winds within this structure of the storm. Ryan?
Yeah, I want to talk about the environment that these storms are currently in. You folks today may have realized that you woke up with maybe a lower risk of severe weather than what you have right now, because the severe weather threat evolved through the day. What happened was we had a big old area of thunderstorms and rain-cooled air that plunged through Indiana, and it was most recently in areas east of I-65. So what we're seeing right now are the significant tornado ingredients are a whole lot less east of 65 compared to west of I-65. And of course, north of Louisville too, you're seeing a bit of an increase in those ingredients as well. And if we just kind of narrow this down even more to just kind of the heat energy in the atmosphere, the fuel for storms, we call this storm energy here. Notice how much higher those values are, those yellows out to our west compared to east of I-65, where you start to lose some of those values. So really the highest tornado threat here is likely going to encompass areas west of I-65 and north of I-64 over the next about 2 hours or so. These storms may very well run into some limiting factors that we talked about with that rain-cooled air from earlier storms as they cross east of Seymour. Let's hope that continues. I will say there's a ton, just a ton of wind energy and moisture with this system. So the atmosphere is going to change as we go throughout the overnight period. Areas that were not favorable for tornadoes may grow a little bit more favorable, all thanks to the winds pushing in more of that moisture, recovering the atmosphere for more severe weather activity. That's just something we've noticed, Kevin, over the last several hours and continues with these storms on the radar now.
Well, we've been talking about this for days now, where we flagged the alert day, and then today we've been on the stream, on the live stream, and we're proud to have Louisville's first 24/7 live stream. It's called Wave Weather Now, if you're not familiar with it. If you have the Wave Weather app, you can watch it whenever there's a threat of severe weather, whenever there's an alert day, whenever there's live coverage going on. You can always watch that. It's important for if power goes out, you can keep up with it from the palm of your hand on the Wave Weather app. So it's handy to have. Tonight, we're going to likely be on there for a number of hours as these storms pass through tonight, even if there's not necessarily tornado warnings. So we'll jump on just to keep you comforted as the night goes on.
Another new tornado warning. This includes Seymour.
And you'll notice that that is just now coming out, including parts of Bartholomew, Brown, Jackson, and Jennings County. So this now includes Seymour and parts of Jennings County as well. That comes right up to the North Vernon area. It includes Hayden. So this will go until 11:15. This is radar indicated. It's the same storm we've been tracking. It is a solid push of wind that is perhaps rotating, which is why the tornado warning tag comes on that. When we take a look at where that's located, you can see it's in the northern part of the viewing area. We have no warnings here in Louisville, but you don't have to go too far north to run into those. The next one will be coming into western Lawrence County. That storm out for parts of Davis County, as well as you work your way farther to the north and out to the west, that storm will be approaching Lawrence County. So we've got several tornado warnings. In fact, there are about 8 tornado warnings that we have across the entire region. The one that is now sort of in our viewing area is the Jackson and Jennings County storm. And let's zoom into it. I want to show you that push of wind. Tough to tell by looking at the reflectivity. This is sort of a measure of heavy rainfall. We see that. We can also see that little curl there. This would be where we have the greatest potential. So when we're analyzing the radar, we're going to look at reflectivity. We're going to look at velocity. We're going to look at the correlation coefficient. These are all products that the radar gives us. This is the reflectivity. Oftentimes we can pick out the heavy rain, the hail, and the general characteristics. This is not one you like to see because that's an indicator that we do have some rotation showing up. Let's see if we can verify that by looking at the velocity. That's the zone. That is it. So we paired that with the reflectivity and the velocity. It's right over Becks Grove. This is going to be diving across southern parts of Brown County, moving into northern parts of Jackson County. This will go just north of Freetown. This will take aim on I-65 closer to the Seymour area as this moves off to the east and a slight drop to the south. This is moving at 55 miles an hour. So it's moving at the forward speed of an automobile on a normal road. So this is what we're watching. You can see the couplet. It has intensified. We do have more rotation now than we had earlier. And you can see the gate-to-gate wind. Green's going toward the radar, red's going away. And when we have that bound together, that's just a clear indication that that storm is rotating. So that is possible. Let's see if we have any debris showing up. So we've checked the reflectivity, we've checked the current velocity, and now we look for debris in that same area. Tough to see. We have a little scatter going on there, but this will be something we see. If we see any blues show up, white or blue, a pocket of that in that area would be a clear indicator that not only do we have rotation on the radar, but we have something on the ground that is likely lofting debris into the atmosphere. We can't say that with certainty now. This will be something we go back to. We're relying on the radar data. We're also relying on what we would call our storm spotters, emergency managers, personnel that may be out, such as fire departments. Very helpful, especially at this late hour as we continue to track these storms across the region. The radar view we go. We continue to see that inflow, the notch showing up. If there were to be a tornado, that is where it would be, just to the north of Becks Grove, sinking off to the south and east, likely to move not too far from Seymour, but crossing I-65 close to the county line. So that's the current tornado warning that we have. It includes parts of northern Jackson County. It also includes northwestern parts of Jennings County. That's in place until 11:15. Ryan?
Yeah, no new damage reports out of the NWS Indianapolis chat at this point. They are still trying to kind of triage what happened. Rowe County, that was north of Bloomington, and at this time, you know, they're still kind of thumbing through what all may have gone on. It's at night. It's going to be tough to get reports out of there. We do have some video that will be coming to us shortly. We'll be able to show that once we have it available here from our station in Terre Haute, WTHI, and that's going to be from Coles County, Illinois, just due west of Terre Haute, of a tornado that was likely caught on camera there. So we'll be able to show that to you here in just a few minutes, most likely, once we get a chance to. But at this point, within our 34 counties, we don't have severe weather ongoing. It's the warning has been extended all the way into parts of Jackson and Jennings counties at this time, and the storm is taking a trajectory that would put it pretty close to Seymour. So for you folks going, hey, where's the severe weather? It's on its way, and it's close enough now that we have warnings, and that's why we're on the air, and we're live on Wave Weather now as well. We're able to monitor that.
These are the storms that we've been tracking throughout the night. We will continue to track into the overnight. The storm system is capable of producing storms that rotate with strong winds. You see the new tornado warning also coming out. We said a while ago, wouldn't be surprised if they extended that, if it started to rotate again. You have to realize we're dealing with an abnormal wind field across the area for this time of year, and we start to see great shear. We have great curvature in the wind, and that just means that it doesn't take much to see these storms turn, and that is the reason we're seeing tornado warnings issued for tonight. We're going to see that until we can see this congeal into more of a line and a straight line threat. That won't happen until probably well after midnight. So in the near term, we're going to be dealing with both wind that has a forward motion but also has a rotating component. And with that, we see the tornado warnings that we have coming out. Most of them have been just north of the viewing area. The exception for now is the storm that we have moving out of Brown County that will dip down into northern parts of Jackson County, northwestern parts of Jennings County. Seymour is in the path of this, so is Hayden. North Vernon lies just out of it, but should that hold on, that would plow right through the North Vernon area as well. So I wouldn't put my guard down in North Vernon. Keep an eye on it. This is moving at 55 miles an hour at this point. And that's what we're watching. When we look at some of the reports that we've had come in, let me just see if we can see any of those from across the area. None locally with that storm, so to speak. It may be a little early for those. I can go back and let's just see if we have any imping reports of any wind out of that system. Again, tough to see any of those. It may be a little early. All the reports are helpful, but what we do know is that oftentimes at this time of night, we don't get a whole lot of reports. A lot of people are inside, obviously, and some people are already in bed. And with that, you just can't see as well, and you don't get as much communication. So we may or may not have damage out of this. We have to treat it like we could have damage. In Louisville, our gusts are just at 30 miles an hour. But within this storm, look how tight that rotation is, and you're starting to see the brighter colors. That's an indication that it is continuing to tighten up as we increase the wind field. And with that, we have great rotation showing up on the radar. It is still radar indicated. It's moving off to the east and a slight jog to the south, 55 miles an hour. So that's going to take it near the I-65 zone within the next half hour or so. So that's what we're looking at. We do have some video that's come in from our sister station across far eastern parts of Illinois. I can show you what that looked like as that storm moved through. This was a tornado that was on the ground. It's the same storm system that we've been tracking over the last several hours. This is what that looked like. Multi-vortex tornado just simply means there are multiple funnels coming out of that storm, one at least on the ground, and we know we've had damage. That was the storm as it moved just west of Terre Haute. That storm, again, when we go back to the radar, moved across parts of Monroe County. That was essentially this part of the storm, while we saw a new storm spin off of it, and that's this one that we're tracking now to move into northern parts of our viewing area, including Jackson County and over into northwestern parts of Jennings County. Severe thunderstorm warnings also surround that because of the strong wind potential, but the greatest concentration is this storm. You can see that rotation. There's no doubt about that. Back to the debris to see if we can see any of that. I'm not going to be surprised if we do. I can't rule it out, but it's not as defined as what we have seen throughout the evening with some of the other storms. But I certainly wouldn't be surprised if that tornado was on the ground, Ryan.
Yeah.
Have you seen any reports coming in from any of the emergency managers?
At this point, no. That's the interesting part. I think we're still waiting for some confirmation on things that have happened just to our north. We do have social media reports coming in from our Wave Weather Now simulcast here on Facebook. Adam in Bloomington says they have lost power up there from these storms. That is not a surprise. And lots of folks just to our north from Bloomington to other parts of Monroe County also watching us this evening here. Of course, the storms are now to your east, and the storms are now starting to move a little closer to our counties here of Jackson and Jennings here. And of course, we're looking at storm just west of I-69 for Lawrence County, Indiana. That could be a problem here coming up in about the next 25 or 30 minutes, maybe even less than that, given these storms are starting to accelerate. Something we saw earlier tonight, Kevin, is that, one storm was moving at 45 miles per hour, and it suddenly accelerated to 55 miles per hour. And that is because we're starting to see those winds crank up above our head and start to push these storms a little bit faster.
Yeah, and the timing of the increase of the low-level jet is not abnormal. That happens every night as we pass sunset by about an hour or two and go into the overnight. The low-level jet always increases. What is abnormal is the intensity of what we're dealing with across the area, and also the curvature, the rotation that we have that's providing some of the rotation that we have. Again, tracking the debris, you can see it's increased just a bit, so I'm going to say we're kicking up something in the atmosphere there. I'm not sure if it's actual debris from buildings or if it's just dirt, but something is going on there. So that is something to keep an eye on. When we look at the velocity, same general area. Let's go back to it and see. Velocity, same general area. Yes, that would be that same push of rotation that we have. So we can clearly see it. I mean, it's there on the radar. This is the rotation. This is why there's a tornado warning. That tornado warning goes until 11:15. We will continue tracking that as it moves into the northern part of Jackson County. This should get close to Seymour. I would say it's probably going to go just north. They'll certainly feel the impacts of some of the wind with that, but the greatest area of rotation should go just north of there as it crosses Interstate 65. That's going to be crossing between Columbus and the Seymour area, a very popular stretch of road, obviously, being a major interstate, and one that many of us have taken north before or coming south back down into Louisville between Columbus and Seymour, getting ready to see a possible tornado cross Interstate 65, Ryan.
Yeah, quick update for folks in Lawrence County. That supercell storm I just showed you a moment ago, the tornado warning on that has expired. They have not reissued another one. Let's dissect this. Again, this is going to be folks in Bedford, Indiana, we're most concerned about for you all there. And you'll see that the rotation within the wind velocity product here that we like to show not really presenting itself as much as it was before. So the hope is that that storm is starting to die off as it moves toward Lawrence County, Indiana. It would be nice to get that to happen. One thing I do want to note on these storms that we're seeing moving into parts of Jackson and Jennings counties, you'll see the rain that has kind of popped up ahead of these storms here. And you'll note as they move east, they're moving a little closer to this big area of stratiform rain that we have over the Cincinnati area. There's not quite as much ingredients for tornadoes or for severe weather as you make your way east of I-65. The hope with this storm is that as it crosses I-65, it will start to run into some of that sinking rain-cooled air. I mean, we've already got a bunch of rain-cooled air around it. These storms are making their own rules here this evening. You'll see the redrawn tornado warning box there. Again, it does include Seymour still. They just chopped off the edge of the warning that wasn't necessary anymore as the storm outran that part. Again, about 22,000 people within this tornado warning here. So our hope is that as this tornado warning or this tornado warned storm traverses to the east, it will start to lose some of its gusto here. That would be fantastic if we could keep it from getting very far into Jennings County and the state that it's in now. I am going to pop the velocity back on here because we've gotten a new scan of that at a minimum here. Yep, there's definitely rotation in there. Very clear, very apparent. Kevin was talking about this little spot right here just north of Bobtown. This is going to be just north of the Jackson County border here. Is that tornado debris? Is it not? At this point, it's not necessarily co-located with the rotation very well, so that may be something, maybe some straight line winds that kind of kicked up some dust or something like that. That's possible. It's been kind of dry up in this area. Maybe we'll see. But at this point, Kevin, we don't have any eyes on the ground saying that we have, tornado at this point, but we'll keep an eye on, of course, the reports from the National Weather Service and from the public. We do have a report from Monroe County. This was earlier this evening, and they did have 24-inch plus diameter trees down. That's 2 feet in diameter. Several trees on vehicles, several homes with extensive siding and roof damage, and that was out in Monroe County, north of Bloomington a little earlier. County EMS is on the scene. They're attempting to clear a blocked road. They're using chainsaws, so they got a big problem north of Bloomington here this evening, Kevin, and the same cluster of storms continues to threaten our very northern counties.
Well, and that storm north of Bloomington was the one that we tracked that had the complete debris ball on it earlier, so we knew that storm was on the ground. This one, as we pointed out, tough to tell just based on the radar data, but it's kicking something up. I suspect as it crosses I-65, we'll get a lot more eyes on it just from the traffic that's going up and down the interstate, so we'll be able to tell how fast those winds are, if it's causing any damage, may blow over some vehicles. That's happened before when these type of storms cross the interstate, if the winds are strong enough. At this point, the winds certainly look strong enough by radar, being estimated anywhere between 60 to 70 miles an hour. Even the forward motion of that would cause some problems. So power, we should start to see some power outages come into play across parts of Brown County, down into northern parts of Jackson County. So this storm is continuing to move. It still shows the rotation. We're still seeing that. When we look at the correlation coefficient or our debris tracker on that, it is much more scattered than just being an isolated pocket, which would be indicative of an actual tornado. That said, we're still seeing some motion on that, and as that moves through, it's likely just some strong winds that are pressing forward ahead of the storm itself, ahead of the greatest potential for the rotation. Let me go back to our home view. Let me put the radar on first, and then we'll go back to our home view.
And Kevin, while you're doing
yes.
that, the rotation on that just increased a bit with that latest scan. We now have 83 mile per hour rotation there. That's just west of Sand Creek. At this point, that is just north and west of Little Acre, Indiana, there on the Jackson County line. So that's definitely the spot to watch there as it moves into the very northeastern tip of Jackson County here over the next little bit.
I'm just going to zoom in a little tighter. You can see the greatest part of that. You're looking for these brighter pixels. This is going to move just north of Bobtown. It's going to go toward Jonesville. But this part you can't ignore. This is that strong push of wind. So it's coming through. So you're probably feeling some wind in Spraytown. You're going to feel it in Bobtown, Jonesville, Rosstown. Sand Creek is here. This moves across I-65 in just a matter of minutes. That's going to approach the Jonesville area, and then it's going to move over toward 31. And all are familiar with that area as it moves over toward US 31 or Indiana 11. This will be an area that experiences some very strong winds as this passes by. I'm going to zoom the radar back out, and I'm going to go to the home view for a second to give everybody sort of a reset. We're coming up on 11 o'clock. We're going to continue with nonstop weather coverage while we have the tornado warning that's out for parts of northern Jackson County and northwestern parts of Jennings County until 11:15. This is the velocity view. I'll go back to the radar just to give you an idea of what's happening. It's a bunch of nothing for most people. Our rain is confined to the northern part of the viewing area. The only warning that we have is the tornado warning, but we've had several of those through the night. Now, I'm going to tilt the radar down. As we pan this down, you're going to see additional severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. The good news is we've seen the tornado warnings in Illinois and far southwestern Indiana relax just a bit within the last couple of scans. That's good news. That's great news. We still have some strong rotation that's showing up just north of us, and that would include the Seymour area. So let me zoom back into that. And then we're going to talk about what's moved through parts of Illinois, southwest Indiana, including Terre Haute. We've been tracking these storms. They started way out here. They moved across Terre Haute. They came in, and this is where they are now. So as we zoom into the area just in the northern part of our viewing area, tornado warning near Hall Creek. We have another tornado warning for Little Acres all the way down to Seymour. You see that notch that's coming in. The storm is now crossing over I-65. This is where we have the greatest area of rotation, right over the interstate. Let me show it to you. I'm looking at it just based on reading the radar for the reflectivity, but when we go to the velocity, you're going to see it move right there. And that's where we have greens going toward the radar. We're looking at the Indianapolis radar. Greens going toward, reds going away. That's the couplet. That's the rotation for the potential tornado. Is there one on the ground? We don't know. We can only go by what the radar is showing us. We have no confirmed reports from law enforcement. It is moving across an interstate, so we should know. So I'm going to guess we would have heard by now if there was a tornado moving across Interstate 65, but I'm sure there are some strong winds, and we're likely to start to see some more information start to pour in since it's moving across a more as we get closer to Seymour and Columbus, but also because of the interstate itself. Ryan?
Yeah, so speaking of interstate, I was able to fish out a live traffic camera. This is going to be I-65 north of US 50, so we're kind of north of Seymour by a little bit here. It's not going to show a whole lot right now, but I just wanted you to know that we are keeping eyes on this thing. It updates once every about 20, 30 seconds or so, and you'll note how the road is wet there. Of course, it flashes a blank frame, but you'll note that the tornado watch for folks a little closer to Louisville here, if you're concerned about these particular storms. Of course, we've got that tornado watch here in the city and areas along and north of I-64 until about 5 o'clock in the morning. Storming not necessarily in Louisville yet, but still 33-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Bedford right now at 36 miles per hour, Kevin. So we're seeing these wind gusts that are somewhat impressive continue. Thunderstorms in the vicinity just because of how powerful the wind energy is this evening.
We've been on the air. We were on our streaming channel for hours since 8:35 this evening, and then we transitioned to our studio with the first tornado warning that came out about 45 minutes ago at about 10:15. We've been on since then, warning the folks in Jackson County and now into northern parts of Jennings County. This storm continues to show strong rotation, pushing across 65, moving between Sand Creek and Little Acre. The strongest part of the rotation is going to go just north of Seymour, but you're going to get some wind out of this in Seymour, and this will continue pushing toward the Hayden area, eventually North Vernon. You can see Seymour now being sort of squashed out of that tornado warning, so it's just what we were seeing, like, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to go there, but nonetheless, we'll see this. We'll see if it continues to get extended. If it does, hello North Vernon, get ready to seek your tornado safe place. All of this started out across parts of Illinois. Let me show you what the tornadoes look like as they touch down there. What they left in its wake was damage in a number of areas. This is a home that was destroyed by a tornado that touched down. I can tell you this was impressive video coming from parts of Effingham County, Illinois. We saw near Montrose, Illinois. That's where we had the tornado touchdown. Again, northeastern Effingham County is where this was. Sits just to the west of Terre Haute, but you can see the damage that took place from that tornado that touched down. And there you see the tornado itself, starting with the funnel coming down to the ground. You don't always see it touch the ground. Sometimes you have to either see the damage or the condensation that reaches the ground. But sometimes it looks clear. It just depends what your view is and the vantage point. That was an impressive tornado that touched down in Illinois. We know we've had tornado touchdown in Indiana, not far from Martinsville. That's in Monroe County, and that's not far from the Bloomington area. Back to the radar we go. You're going to see that this storm is now crossing the county line. This is Jackson County, right over Little Acre. This is where we have the greatest rotation. We're just north of that. We're going to barely bring it into the far northeastern part of Jackson County, and then we're going to take that right into northwestern parts of Jennings County. Hayden would be in the path of that storm. This has crossed I-65. It will soon cross US 31. As this system crosses over, we'll see if we have had any reports of damage, any wind damage, any kind of information coming in as far as the wind or potential tornado. At this point, we've had no confirmed reports of a tornado. All have been radar indicated. Our winds in Louisville are gusting to 33 miles an hour. These are way outside of any thunderstorms. There are no thunderstorms nearby for us, and that's something we'll talk about and coming up in just a minute. Let's go over to Ryan.
Yeah, so I've been backing up the radar here, several scans on the storm that's now moving into Jennings County, and boy, has it really weakened considerably here. We had these bright colors back about 10:50 p.m. here showing incredible rotation, and then what happened? Whoa, this thing kind of fell apart, much weaker now. We went from, having 80+ mile per hour rotation in the storm down to about 30 miles per hour near Jonesville. So this is weakening considerably. There may be a surge of some rain-cooled air wrapping around this storm, getting ingested into the updraft here, what we call like an RFD surge that may be choking this thing off. That is certainly something that we would be watching for here. It is also moving into an area that was not as hospitable for severe weather just because of earlier rain-cooled air and kind of sinking air from these storms that we had a little bit earlier today. I want to talk to folks real quick in Lawrence County, Indiana, who are watching from Avoca or Bedford or Mitchell here. This one supercell storm near Elliston, Indiana. This continues to not be impressive. This thing has really fallen apart. We've got more good news than bad news for our area right now based on the last several radar scans here, Kevin, and let's hope that continues. There may be a world in which we're able to jump off the air here for a little bit and then come back on a little bit later in the evening when things re-energize. But for right now, both of these storms looking a lot less impressive than they did earlier.
Well, I'm seeing some reports on I-69 where we've had some vehicles damaged. That was back out in the Monroe County area, so that sits just north of Bedford. Let me just sort of get your perspective here of where we are across our viewing area. 34 counties we serve. Most places aren't even seeing any rain. We picked up our wind speed just a bit. 30, 35 mile per hour gust, certainly tolerable. To the north is where we have the strongest wind field going on, where we have these thunderstorms pulling down some of those very strong winds as the low-level jet stream continues to increase. This is the tornado warning that we've been tracking into northwestern parts of Jennings County. The idea with this is that as it crosses I-65, it's moving into a much more unfavorable environment for severe weather to succeed or exist. So I fully suspect, as Ryan pointed out, as this continues to move off to the east, it will be collapsing and fading away. It's going to be tough to maintain a whole lot of severe weather very far to the east. It may go another county or so, but by the time it reaches anywhere close to the Ohio border, that should be fading out fairly quickly. We continue to watch what's happening back to the west. We still have the opportunity to see some stronger winds develop with these storms, but at this point it hasn't happened. One reason why is we had rain earlier today in the mid to late afternoon hours with a canopy of clouds. That did help to stabilize things, especially across parts of our area, which would include areas especially close to the Ohio River. Now, we're going to continue to watch this. We'll see what happens, but if warnings do not come out over the course of the next hour or two, then we are in really good shape for the overnight hours tonight. At this point, what we're watching happens to be the one tornado warning that still exists, where we still have some rotation showing up. I'm going to zoom into that, and I'll show you where we have the strongest rotation. You can see the inflow into that storm. The greatest rotation is going to be just now, pretty much at that triple point of the counties, moving out of northeastern parts of Jackson County into northwestern parts of Jennings County. So let me show you what that looks like on the velocity, and that is exactly where we see the greatest concentration of wind and rotation showing up. So that's going to be moving in. That should approach northwestern Jennings County within the next 10 minutes. Hayden, you're not out of the woods on that. North Vernon, should this get extended, you would certainly be in that. That's going to take aim on US 50 as that moves off to the south and east. It's moving at about 55 miles an hour across the area. So that's what we're watching. I know our sister stations and affiliates in Indianapolis have been tracking some of the storms as well. Ryan, I know we had some damage just north of the IU campus and north of Bloomington. That was in Martin County earlier. I think that was the strongest storm we've seen on radar today.
Yeah, no kidding. Some reports coming in from that. Monroe County, this was from about 11:03 Eastern time here. This was reported. Tree damage resulting in power failures in Ellettsville, Bloomington, and Woodview Hills area of the county. They had power flashes a little bit earlier this evening up there as well. Owen County, Indiana, 15-inch diameter tree and shingle damage in downtown Gosport. So for central Indiana, just south of Indianapolis, I mean, this was a pretty horrid tornado that moved through across I-69, just a little bit north of Bloomington there. When daylight breaks, we'll likely have the latest on what that looks like. We may get some damage video tonight. Looks like we've got a new warning. I just heard that in my ear here. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning, Jackson and Jennings counties in Indiana there, Kevin.
And this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, which again is good news. That just means that they too see sort of the weakening phase behind at least the rotation. It's still producing some strong wind, but North Vernon, Sand Creek will be in the path of this storm as it moves across Jennings County. So North Vernon in this wind field that's moving in, but at this point the National Weather Service is holding off on the tornado warning. And with that, we could still see some powerful winds, but at least the rotation seems to be weakening somewhat. When we look at, again, the home view, and I like going back to this just to point out that all of this is well north of Louisville. There is lightning with that, but even that has weakened. And what we look for back out to the west and northwest would be to see, are we seeing this line of storms congeal? And this would be it. So this is something we'll have to watch. But what do you notice? There are no warnings along that line. So that's some good news. You see clusters of lightning. We'll see if that continues to intensify. It's going to be moving to the south. This would be an area that could still see some intensification from the storms. But the good news is we're starting to see this sort of get tampered down just a bit by the atmosphere that it's created and by the atmosphere that was left behind from the earlier rain. With that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings near Terre Haute. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings across northeastern parts of Jackson County and now into Jennings County. So this is really the only storm of concern in our viewing area, and the rotation is still there for the tornado warning that will go for another 4 minutes. And I'm going to zoom into that and let me show you what that rotation looks like. As I go back to that, I'm going to put the velocity on. And you can see that is the rotation in the couplet, still there, but again, broadened out and not as intense as it was. So it is now crossing US 31. That's going to be taking aim toward North Vernon with a sharp push of wind on the order of anywhere between 55 to 65 miles an hour, right?
Speaking of that line of connecting storms north and west of Terre Haute, let's time that out with Futurecast, shall we? This would probably approach the Seymour area just after 1 a.m. and approaching the Louisville area pretty darn late. We're talking after 3 a.m., maybe after 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, I wouldn't pay as close of attention to just how purple or how strong these individual storm cells look. We'll see if that unfolds. But nonetheless, the timing here, and these storms could be severe with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings here, would be around that 4, 5 a.m. I do want to add, too, that Buzzkirk Road, this is in Monroe County. This is going to be north of Bloomington here. They have an reported entrapment and injury in progress as of 10:55 p.m. From a citizen radio operator. So at least one injured now in that likely tornado in Monroe County. Someone's trapped. They're trying to get him out. So there may be more of those scenes unfolding up there. So real sad news to hear that, Kevin.
Yeah, that is sad. We're getting some information in from some of the aircraft coming into Louisville. We see that there's a mid-level inversion that sometimes helps us as the storms move in. That will provide at least some help in terms of keeping the storms held down just a bit. So should that hold on, that would be advantageous for us. So the National Weather Service is saying they've been keeping an eye on some of that data as the flights have come inbound to SDF. And should that hold, we'll wind up seeing, as those storms approach from the north, hopefully less robust storms arriving here in Louisville. So some good news. We'll be here keeping an eye on it. Right now, we're keeping an eye on this as this velocity shows it's sort of spreading out just a bit. Forward push of wind coming in. We're coming up on 11:15. The tornado warning is scheduled to end at that time. We will give you the day's news, and then we're going to carry on with some additional weather information. And we will certainly be on our streaming platform after the newscast tonight. We'll bump into our programming if we wind up with additional tornado warnings, but we're going to stay on even with the weather that's happening with severe thunderstorm warnings in the area as we go past the 11:30 time frame. But we will come up with just some news here at 11:15. Let me go back to our radar view. We'll get reset. I have the 10-day forecast I want to show you coming up as well. It's going to take us past the Father's Day weekend. You need to see that. Plus, we have another chance for some strong storms tomorrow. Meanwhile, across the area, the tornado warning that we have is going to expire on time at 11:15. It has been replaced with a larger severe thunderstorm warning that includes the northern half of Jennings County. This is for wind that's moving across the region. Ryan?
Yeah, and at this point, no new damage reports to talk about here or any sorts of touchdown potential in Jennings County or Lawrence County or Jackson County, where we've been tracking severe thunderstorms this evening. So far, so good within our counties. Of course, we have had damaging tornadoes just to our north and just to our west here, Kev.
All right, we're now at 11:15. I'll show you the radar view, and then we'll come back and give a recap. Let me just point out that what's happening across the area now is that all tornado warnings for our area have expired. When we are looking at our home view, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jennings County. That is the only warning that we have. We will continue now with Wave News at 11 o'clock, and we'll bring you up to date with the full forecast coming up in the next 15 minutes.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
Welcome you in, folks. I'm Jose Josiah, joining the storm tracking team. Oh, this is the beauty of there we go. There's our microphone check. All right, Kevin, thank you for staying with us. Ryan as well. We're going to continue our Alert Day coverage. These risks you guys were explaining creeping further south to us. So talk about the biggest concerns as we're leaving this window for the tornado warning. What are we looking out for now, Kevin?
Well, the first part is we can't rule out additional tornado warnings that may be issued, especially across parts of southern Indiana. We still have a strong wind field. We still have some rotation that is available in the atmosphere for these storms to tap into. It's 11:16. As the night wears on, this whole area is going to shift farther to the south, but as it does so, we'll lose more of the tornado threat and gain more of a straight line wind maker. The good news is we've not seen a whole lot of additional warnings issued across Illinois or Indiana for that matter, and we have somewhat of a cap here in Louisville. It's going to help us out as these storms push closer to us, should that hang on. So all in all, we have some good news for us. Let me show you the current warning that we have across the area. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Jennings County. And that's it. That is the only warning. That will be in place for just a bit longer as we continue to track that storm off to the south and east. It really has been a wind maker with this. You can see the greatest concentration of wind sits just off to the north and northwest of North Vernon. As that moves through, we could experience 55 to 65 miles per hour with that. That said, the alert day will continue into the overnight and again for tomorrow. Jose, we've got a chance for some strong storms again in your Thursday forecast. I'm going to talk more about that in the 10-day earliest alert coming up.
That's why having tools and all the right information is so critical, Kevin, and you could stick with us for coverage tonight. We're going to break in with any threats, any overnight severe weather. We'll stick around with you. Make sure you have the free Wave Weather app downloaded to your cell phone. It's going to send you alerts that could be life-saving if you do encounter severe weather in your area. You can download it from the Apple or the Google Play Store. You can also catch updates on our 24/7 weather live stream, Wave Weather Now.
This newscast is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Now, Wave News.
Sticking with our top story tonight, our Alert Day weather risks, and Kevin is back. Kevin, the overnight timing enough to make sure folks at home can get those tools and have the timely alerts. We've shown them videos of what the damages already look like in some communities.
Yeah, we saw it over across Montrose, Illinois. That's in Effingham County. We saw it in Indiana near Martinsville. It's just north of Bloomington in Monroe County. So we have had some damage not too far away from the viewing area. Luckily here at home, no damage. Tonight, the camera's bouncing. We've got some wind around the area. I'll show you that. Our winds are out of the south and southwest about 33 miles an hour. 82 still our temperature. Our impact timeline, we've been in the wind category. Now we're crossing the midnight hour here into the severe potential. We still have a chance for some strong to severe storms even overnight tonight. There is some good news in all of this, and that chance of severe is not as robust as what it looked like it may be earlier in the day. A couple of reasons for that. Temperatures are still very warm, 70s to our north where we have some rain-cooled air. There's technically a tornado watch includes the Louisville area, includes southern Indiana, and that is until 5 a.m. We see the flood watch also in the same zone until 9 a.m. on Thursday. We are tracking rain across the area. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern parts of Jennings County. That is the only warning that we have. We've had some strong winds with that. Once that passes out of Jennings County, it'll be out of the viewing area. We then turn our attention to this line of storms that continues to develop across parts of southern Indiana and Illinois. That will be sweeping in here late tonight, probably after 3 a.m. And that will bring a chance for some strong storms. The good news is we had clouds earlier in the afternoon that helped the atmosphere a bit. And we also have somewhat of an inversion, a capping inversion overhead here in Louisville. We've seen that from the aircraft data that's been coming in to Stanford Field. With that, that's good news, too. That would tend to preclude the advancement of severe weather. Now, it doesn't take it away completely, but it does help. And with that, you can see we've had wind damage across parts of Indiana. We've had tornado reports and wind damage extending back out into Illinois. The cluster of warnings that we have are limited. Only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings. That is good news. The greatest threat of any tornado threat would be where we have the greatest instability, and that's in the southwest quadrant of Indiana. At this point, we just have one warning there, one fading away. That said, as this line continues to move through, it's going to produce some wind. Doesn't mean that there is going to be severe weather, though. So as we track this through, we'll be in its weakening phases. We're going to continue to see that sink through during the morning hours here in Louisville, 4 a.m. To our south it goes, and back to some rain chances tomorrow, where we could wind up with some strong storms as well, but more importantly, the potential for flooding. The 10-day forecast, we get the alert day past us tomorrow. We set some dry time up for Friday, that's Juneteenth, and Saturday, the pick of the weekend. Sunday is Father's Day. We bring back another decent rain chance by then, and that gets even higher on Monday.
At least the gift for Dad won't be necessarily the concerns we've got for tonight. I know you're going to keep us abreast of all that. So many tools, by the way, folks at home could still stay connected with you and Ryan as you stay tonight.
Well, you should. Need to have a way to get warnings in case new warnings are issued. We're going to be on the live stream. Ryan is there. You can get that by going to the Wave Weather app, clicking that top button. It says Watch Now. We'll be on for quite some time.
Thanks for watching, folks. We'll stay with you.
Have a good night.
Get live streaming news, 24-hour weather, investigations, podcasts, and more, all for free with Wave Now.
Latest information coming out on the alert day. New tornado warning. This is right along the county line, stretching just into the northern part of the viewing area. It's been the story of the night. This is the Yellowstone area. You move toward Heltonville, you get into northern parts of our viewing area. Here's the county line, and it's right on that of Lawrence County. So this is extreme northern Lawrence County, Indiana. We were tracking this on our live stream just a few minutes ago. The newscast ended at about 11:30, 11:35. We stayed on continuously on the live stream, and we were watching that. We sent messages to the National Weather Service out of Indianapolis saying, hey, what about this rotation? Are you guys concerned with that? Never heard anything until they just now issued the warning. So that is what we're watching. That's going to impact parts of northern Jackson County as well. So this is the zone. I'm going to put on the reflectivity here so we can see the radar. And let me just point out again that most of the viewing area has been rain-free. The exception has been the northern tier of our counties, Lawrence, Jackson, Jennings. Notice even over into Ripley County, we have a new tornado warning as well. But the one obviously in our viewing area would be the one northern parts of Lawrence, northern parts of Jackson County. So let's go into that. We have seen an increase, an uptick in some of the rotation. We can see that notch, the inflow right around the Yellowstone area. I'll zoom in even more. I'm going to zoom really deep into this so you can see it. This is the notch we're talking about. This would be the potential rotation right over Yellowstone. We see that with wind gust in Louisville of 33, but something like this storm where you get that rotation could be producing winds of 55 to 65 miles an hour fairly easily, and that is another concern. Whether there's an actual tornado on the ground or not, can't tell that. It's late at night. We haven't had confirmed reports. It is radar indicated, but we continue to see that. This is moving to the east, pretty much due east at 55 miles an hour. That means the warning is in place until 12:15 tonight. So we've got another 20 minutes on this warning. It's moving fast. It's not completely as tight as some of the others that we've seen, but we've certainly noted that rotation. We first noted it over just north of the Guthrie area, right along the county border. Even Bartlettsville stayed tight there. Now it's widening out just a bit, but we still have the rotation. It's easy to pick out from the view on the velocity. So that's what we have. The tornado warning remains in place until 12:15 during the early morning hours. It is the only warning that we currently have in addition to the severe thunderstorm warning that is in the same area. Ryan, you have some?
104 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on this thing now.
Wow.
It just went nuts east of Yellowstone there. So please take cover northwest corner of Jackson County. This could be the real deal here.
Yeah, just see it popping into the view that we're watching here, too. You can see those brighter pixels showing up. That is the 104 gate-to-gate wind. That means we're looking at winds toward the radar and away from the radar. When you see those bound together, it's the rotation that we often pick out. So you'll notice that. We can also look at debris on the radar. It may take a scan or two to come in. We'd be looking in that same general area for an anomaly in this sort of maroon and orange field. That would be meaning we would see typically sort of a cluster of blues. Not there, so that's some good news. We'll keep checking back just to see if we're noticing any debris that may be showing up on the radar. One thing that we do have is that notch that's coming in. This is the inflow into the storm, and then on the backside of that is where we would have sort of the hook or the potential for the rotation. That is where we would have the strongest winds. So if you note Yellowstone under the, say, T-O-N-E. Let's just go to that and just remember those letters, because when we look at the velocity, we're going to look in that same area, and that is exactly where we would have the strongest winds, which has now updated and moved just slightly to the east. This storm is moving east at 55 miles an hour. It's soon to move into the northern part. In fact, it's just now crossing over. This is the county line into Jackson County. So northern parts of Jennings, and then northern parts of Lawrence, and then the northwestern part of Jackson County. We're zoomed in pretty tight. This is just north of the Norman area, soon to move toward Bald Knobs, and that's where we're going to track this storm right into the northern part, pretty rural area of Jackson County, but nonetheless, it's going to be moving in, and that's the reason we're on the air tonight. We've been keeping an eye on these storms with nonstop weather coverage since 8:35 this evening. We had to break into programming at 10:15, and we carried you all the way through the newscast, and then we were back on the social streams on Wave's 24/7 Weather Channel, Wave Weather Now. Tornado warnings exist just to our north of Louisville. Begs the question, what will we see here in the city? At this point, the threat of severe weather for us has diminished from what it looked like it would be earlier in the evening. So earlier this evening, the threat looked real. Right now, it is a diminished threat for us here in Louisville as we sink this far south. But clearly, we have the severe threat ongoing across the northern part of the viewing area. That includes northern Lawrence County and northwestern parts of Jackson County with that tornado warning, right?
Yeah, so we're watching this line of storms forming here in purple, north and west of basically Indianapolis to St. Louis. This is going to be the guy that plows through our counties overnight tonight after about 2 a.m. or so in the northern reaches of our viewing area, Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings counties. About 3 or 4 a.m. here in Louisville, about 7 a.m. down toward E-Town. So just want to put some timing on that there. 85 mile per hour rotation on that storm north and west of Seymour at this time. So that was not an abnormal radar scan that we had. That was certainly an issue, and we continue to track that storm, Kevin.
All right, from earlier storms, we know that Duke Energy has power out near the same area, not far from the Bloomington area. Terre Haute, just over 4,000 customers without power there. So we are seeing some power outages from those storms earlier. I'm going to pan this down so we can solidly focus on where these storms are, and they range between Seymour and Indianapolis, and the greatest threat's closer to the Seymour area at this point. Additional severe thunderstorms stacked back out to the west. I'm going to zoom in very tight. As we zoom into these storms just to our north, we'll take a look at some of the rotation that we have. I'll also pay attention to the Ripley County storm for you, too, for folks that may be watching. Really, two storms that we're watching along this line, both of those still similar and characteristic to supercells. We see sort of the hook on that. We'll see if there's any rotation. And then we have the hook on this one that's now moving across parts of northwest Jackson Jackson County. So we'll see if there's rotation there. With that, let's go to the velocity, and that's where we can check rotation. We're looking for two different places, one there and one there. Clearly, this one shows up, and this is the one for the tornado warning. This is why the warning was issued. We see that now moving toward the Freetown area. If you're in that area, you should be in your tornado safe place. You should be at the lowest level. You should be away from windows. I'm really going to zoom in tight. I want you to know that this storm is really showing some very strong winds, regardless if it's producing a tornado or not. It has the ability with the rain around to pull some of those strong winds down to the surface. With that, places like Kurtz and Bald Knob would be in line to see some very strong winds, eventually over toward the Freetown area, and then even further as you get towards Spraytown. That's the area that we're going to be watching over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's coming up on the midnight hour. This tornado warning goes until 12:15. Will it get extended farther to the east? It could. It's all going to depend on if this rotation stays tight or not. Right now, certainly showing signs of producing potential wind damage as this moves across the northwestern parts of Jackson County. This tornado warning was just issued at 11:56, so it's only been in place about 3 minutes. We will continue. Well, let's see. That may not be right. I think it was issued at 11:50, so it's been in place for 9 minutes. And now we continue tracking that off to the east. 55 miles an hour is forward speed, so it's moving at a pretty good clip, packing a punch with some strong winds. Ryan, what do you have?
Yeah, 102 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on this guy still. This continues to pop up some impressive numbers here as it moves toward Bald Knobs. You'll see that a new update just happened there. I'll be able to requery that, and you'll see the current rotational speed on that now down to 48 miles per hour, a little bit broader of a rotation, and that exact, sort of radar scan that just came in, but still assume that there is a tornado on the ground north of US 50, heading toward the Bald Knobs area here, and that would be the safest thing to do. Bottom floor of your residence, away from doors and windows. If that's a basement, fantastic. If it's a first floor hallway or bathroom without windows, that's fine too. Closets are fine. Protect your head. We're talking helmets, we're talking blankets, quilts, whatever you can. This is the most important part of your body right here. Protect it just in case the tornado happens to be on the ground heading toward your location, Kev.
Not everybody's going to see severe weather tonight, but we're going to have these pockets of strong winds. We're going to have these isolated tornadoes that will continue through the early part of the overnight. We see two of those nearby, one moving across our viewing area in Jackson County, the other one just outside across parts of Ripley County. Let me just pan the radar around. We've had out in Illinois, again, a couple of warnings that have been issued, and as Ryan pointed out, as this line sort of develops anywhere across parts of Illinois through the Missouri region, we're going to continue to see this move down into our area. The severe thunderstorm warnings are limited across parts of Illinois. Flooding with repetitive rain near Terre Haute. We've had near the Bloomington, Monroe County area, just north of Bedford, some very strong winds, likely a tornado that touched down there earlier. And now we're tracking a tornado warning into northwestern parts of Jackson County. This is the storm that has the potential to produce that tornado. It's out of Lawrence County, so that's gone. They should trim that back. Now we're looking at this notch near the Freetown area. This storm is continuing its movement at 55 miles an hour. We go to the velocity. We can see that is the rotation approaching Freetown. So that's where we have the greatest concentration. It's still somewhat of a tight rotation on the latest scan. So while it had broadened out initially, it's now coming back. And we often see that flex up and down with these storms. It's very common for us to see that. It is not in a complete weakening phase yet. That's the strongest pocket of wind we have. Some signs of rotation with that as it approaches Freetown. This is going to continue moving. You can see how long this tornado watch polygon is. It's not very deep, but it is long, and that's just because of its forward motion. Moving at 55 miles an hour, it's not going to take long to traverse across northern parts of Jackson County. If you're in Jackson County listening to us, you should be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Ripley County, you should also be in your tornado safe place. Where is that? It's at the lowest level. If that's a basement or a storm shelter, that's great. Underground is always safest. If you don't have a basement, just get to the lowest level. Seek an interior space. Oftentimes that is a bathroom. Sometimes it's a hallway. It could be a closet. You just need to make sure you're not near windows. When we check the big board, you'll notice our warning that we have for 13 more minutes is the only warning in play. That is for Jackson County, Indiana, and Lawrence County, Indiana, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to address power outages. A few folks are without power, not due to thunderstorms, but due to the strong wind gusts that we've had today. Crawford County, you guys have had a kind of a long-lived outage there. 76 people, or I should say customers without power there. 81 customers in Meade County, and then once again down toward Hardin County, about 364 customers without power. Things like dangling branches kind of blowing off and impacting power lines are sort of the things that we're likely seeing there with these 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Just over 600 customers, by the way, without power in Louisville. Now that's only 0.2% of the total customers served here, but that's not zero. So a few folks without power even before the storms move in tonight, Kevin. And we could see these numbers go up. We'll especially be watching for Jackson County here. Last sampling there, that rotational speed was about 79 miles per hour on that thing. We got to watch this.
The greatest rotation is about 13 miles west of Seymour right now. So let us dive back in with the zoom feature. We can go right into northern Jackson County. We'll pinpoint where we have the greatest rotation. We said earlier it was going to be near Freetown. I want Seymour to be in there. So let me zoom that just a bit. That's nice. And now let's look at the velocity on that, and then we'll check the debris. Velocity should sow right over Bald Knobs. That's going to be approaching Freetown. It's going to move right across, well, just south of Bald Knobs, but likely seeing some strong wind with that. It's going to impact Freetown and then should impact Spraytown, and then it will gradually move toward Cortland and Bobtown. We've been mentioning Bobtown a number of times today with other storms that have moved along the border. Most of these have been confined to northern Jackson County. Folks to the south are like, hey, we haven't had anything, but neighbors to the north have been hit hard, and that's what we're seeing again with this latest warning as it moves east at 55 miles an hour. Pretty fast forward motion on the storms again. It's about 12 miles just to the west of Seymour. It's moving at 55 miles an hour, so in another 10 minutes it should be making its approach to the Seymour area. What do you have, Ryan?
Yeah, let's break down some geography here. This is Indiana 135 north of Freetown. That is a very dangerous road to be on right now with this rotation trying to pass over. Pershing, Spraytown. This is going to be the intersection of Indiana 258 and Indiana 58. Not a great place to be right now, so please stay off the road on Indiana 135 north of Freetown as you make your way toward the northern Jackson County border there. This storm currently moving eastbound, probably greater than 50 miles per hour, so the current position of this rotation is probably pretty close to Indiana 135 as we speak, just because of the radar scans always taking a couple minutes to get in here. So this is a situation we want to monitor very carefully if you have interest in northern parts of Jackson County, Kev.
Oh, we can't let our guard down. This was one of those days where we knew we would have an extreme wind field just above the surface, and if we could tap into that anyway to bring those winds to the surface, they'd have the potential to produce damage, either in the form of straight line winds or because we have enough rotation or shear in the atmosphere as a tornado. So both certainly have credibility for tonight. Both should be paid attention to closely. Not everybody's seeing severe weather. These are instances that are isolated, but where we have signatures like this on the radar, they certainly deserve your attention. So if you are in northwestern parts of Jackson County, you should be in your tornado safe place. Bald Knobs, Freetown, Kurtz, Spraytown, Acme, all of those locations that we mentioned, and Ryan called out some of the individual streets and roads that are nearby. You should be in your tornado safe place as we continue to track this across the central part and eventually the northeastern part of Jackson County. That's the strongest signature that we have on radar. I promised the folks over in Ripley County I'd take a look at that storm as well, even though they reside just outside of the viewing area. Let me zoom into that. I'll point out as we go to the zoom feature that this does move just outside of the viewing area, but we still have a little bit of rotation showing up with that storm as well. Right along US 50, you can see that storm moving toward Dillsboro. That is just north of the Cedar Creek area. Pretty strong push of wind even to the south of that. That continues its south and eastward movement at about 50 miles an hour. So we've got storms that are moving in pretty much the easterly southward jog in some cases direction. That is what we're looking at. The 2 tornado warnings in the viewing area. Well, the 1 tornado warning in the viewing area, the other one just outside of it. That's just very close to the Jefferson County area, but southern parts of Ripley County. You can see the warning being updated across northern Jackson County. That's why it flashes. We get the new update. It is now slowed in its forward motion down to 45 miles an hour, and that is the storm that we are most concerned with as we continue tracking that to the east. In addition to that, I know we have some flooding information that's coming out, and let me just tackle this real quick.
Kevin, we might have debris.
Let's zoom in.
This will be north of Freetown. A couple of scans here that are pretty well located with the rotation. So I think we have had a tornado touchdown. That's going to be north of Freetown and northwest of Freetown, and that's going to be in Jackson County, Indiana. We have our newsroom currently making phone calls to the multiple agencies up there to see what kind of damage we've got. All
right. Radar still indicated from Indianapolis, but clearly when we look at the debris detector or the debris tracker, it shows as possible. It, again, is somewhat of a broad area compared to what we've seen in some of the previous storms earlier. But again, regardless of what it is, the fact is the radar is seeing something. It doesn't mean it's a isolated area. It could be a big push of wind that's kicking up a bunch of dust and dirt. We've got a lot of farmland across the area. So we don't know what it is, but what we can say is that this doesn't fit. And that just means that the radar knows when something is abnormal. So as it sends out its beam, it can sense, oh, well, that's the same density as a raindrop. It comes in, it paints all the heavy rain the same color, which is why we see this sort of maroon color. But when it hits something that's more dense, it bounces back and it says, hey, this does not fit what everything else looks like around me. And it paints that as a different color on the radar. And that's where it says, hey, this could be debris, and that would be near the Freetown area. We'll keep an eye on that as what it looks like as it moves forward. Let's check the others that we have. So if this is where the debris is, this is where we should see some of the rotation. So let's go to the velocity. That is where we see the rotation. That is where we should see the inward notch. Let's see if we see that on the reflectivity. So again, we're looking just north of Freetown. Let's go to it. The radar we go. Boom. And that's where we see, and that's where we had somewhat of, and there's the new scan, so it's tough to tell. It looks like it's moved just a little bit, but that would be normal as we move that now closer to Spraytown. So this is a zone that we just said you should be in your tornado safe place. This is no joking matter. It is one where it's late at night. You might be like, I'm not getting up for this. No, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Whether we have a tornado on the ground or not is to be determined. The radar certainly indicates it as a possibility, and we've certainly seen some very powerful winds with this storm measured by radar as well. So tornado warning, northern Jackson County, and that's in place for another 5 minutes. This warning will continue moving off to the east as it approaches and should go just north of Seymour, so wouldn't be surprised if we can trim up the southern part of the warning. But nonetheless, at this point, Spraytown, Acme, Bobtown, Cortland, all in the path of this storm as it makes its movement off to the east at 45 miles per hour. Back to some of the tools that we have, looking at the velocity, we can still see we have those individual pixels, which are somewhat bright in color, and anytime they're anomalous like that, that would be a sign that we have a tight rotation showing up. And then we check once again, usually the debris should be in that same area, and it is getting deeper and darker as well, an indicator that we are indeed seeing the potential for some debris on the radar. With that said, you're looking anywhere between Freetown and Spraytown for this to be occurring. Let's zoom in even more so we can give better road-by-road instructions on where we're looking. We have Spraytown, we have Freetown. We're looking at this zone, and the names didn't pop on, and I'll go over to Ryan for some of the locations near the Pershing area, and this would be Indiana 58 coming out of the Freetown area. Again, somewhat more populated. You can see a very small town. I've been to Freetown, but we do have at least a little more population than some of the rural areas. So this is already past Indiana 135. This is now going to be moving just south of the Spraytown area, very close to Indiana 258.
Yeah,
and
Indiana
58.
58. You guys need to be taking cover right now near Spraytown. This is going to be County Road 25, County Road 1050, County Road 925. This is a pretty rural area, but there's some folks there. Of course, we want to make sure that we're giving you this level of service that you need. There is a tornado that's likely in progress right now that's just south and west of Spraytown. If you're in Spraytown, this is the time to be in your tornado safe place. There is no greater threat than what we're seeing right here. You'll notice that as we query this, we've got 82
new tornado warning. It's now observed, so we do have it now. So let me come back out and just give you the details on this. This is going to be 10 miles west of the Seymour area. Let me get to the tornado warning and it'll pop on. You can see now we see the observed tag on this, so it is a tornado that is on the ground. We've been pointing that out based on the debris that we've seen, but now it is observed. This tornado 8 miles north of Brownstown, 10 miles west of Seymour, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. So that is the storm we're watching. You can see that debris now south of the Spraytown area. Let me recenter this up and then we'll get back over to Ryan. Ryan, I didn't mean to take it away from you. I just wanted to pop the warning on. But again, we're looking at the debris tracker south of Spraytown, still kicking up debris. Let's go to the velocity, and then you're going to notice that is the greatest rotation. We're zoomed in very tightly on our maps here. So with that said, let's see if we can't label some of the roads. I don't know if it's going to pop the roads or the warning on. Yeah, it's going to give me the warning. So again, Jonesville, Pershing, Seymour, all in the path of this. It is observed. You can see Butlerville, North Vernon, Seymour, all being extended as well into that warning. So we've seen the extension of that new warning that takes us now into the northern half of Jennings County. So new warning out. That warning, obviously, for the same storm, moving at roughly 45 miles an hour. This is producing the tornado. It is observed, and this is the zone of concern. You see it now moving. It's going to go just north of Seymour. So folks that may be watching in Seymour, it's going north of you. Bobtown's right in the heart of this. Let's go to our velocity, and we'll point out where we have that. You can see right there it is. This is the tornado. This is where we have the debris, and I can show you that as well by looking at our debris tracker. So if we look at the scope within this, just let me, let's see, we'll go to the debris, and I'll put that on. And we can see that that is the debris. So we have the debris detector. It is going to be in that same area where we have the greatest concentration of the velocity. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more because obviously the tighter in we can go, the better off it is for those that are watching. So we can keep our bounds tight. Again, Spraytown, it's just past you. Acme, it's going just north of Indiana 258. This is the tornado. It has moved past Indiana 58. That's very much between Freetown and Spraytown. If you're familiar with that area, and I know a lot of folks up there are, especially if you're familiar with the Jackson County Fair. I know there are a lot of farmers in both of those towns that participate. This is an area where we're going to be dragging the tornado across rural farmland, but nonetheless, there are homes and people's lives are in danger at this point. If you are in northern Jackson County or you have family or friends in that area, you should let them know that we're tracking a pretty intense storm that's moving past. Not only is it a tornado warning, but it's confirmed. It's been observed. We see that through, and the latest on the velocity shows a little bit of a decrease, but we still see some of that abnormal debris detection, and this would be more debris showing up on the radar view. Ryan?
Yeah, we are throwing all of our efforts into trying to figure out what kind of damage has occurred in northern Jackson County at this time. Just going through what we have right now, and that is no damage so far, but it takes time for those damage reports to come in. This was a radar-confirmed tornado. So again, nobody that we know of has seen this yet, but the presence of debris on radar radar and that debris at least going up to 10,000 feet in the atmosphere. Sampling some of that here earlier does lend some very good credence to the fact that a tornado likely did touch down near Spraytown, somewhere near Freetown, Indiana here over the last few minutes. That debris may still be in the air, but based on the rotation that we're seeing in the storm, perhaps it lifted. So that would be a good thing here, Kevin. So it was on the ground for at least a little bit here. We continue to get more information as our newsroom gives it to us.
Well, I was getting ready to say, just to confirm, we've had over 1,000 customers without power in that same area. So we know that there is power outages likely being caused by whatever was on the ground moving through that same zone. So Freetown, Spraytown, just north of Acme at this point, we know that that tornado is been on the ground, may still be on the ground, still showing that signs of rotation. We're going to track that. It will go near the Bobtown area, likely somewhere near or between Bobtown and Cortland. That's going to take it, and as it moves, it will likely go just north of the Seymour area, but we're still a little bit of ways away from that. The latest warning, again, tracking this off to the east at 45 miles an hour. We'll keep this warning for another 43 minutes. We'll take that until 1 o'clock, and it stretches out all the way into Jennings County. So we have Jackson County in sight. Next would be Jennings County as this storm makes its eastward trek at 45 miles per hour. To the home view we go, keeping an eye on our northern counties. This is where we have the tornado warning. Fairly long warning because of its forward speed. Areas have seen previous storms. That's why flash flood warnings are being issued in that zone as well. And you get up into parts of Switzerland County, Indiana, you're starting to see additional tornado warnings that stretch over into the Covington area of northern Kentucky on the Cincinnati southern suburbs. So that's what we're watching tonight. For folks in Louisville watching, when we check the radar, we've had very little rain across most of the 34 counties that we serve. The greatest concentration of rain and severe weather has been in our northern tier of counties, where we knew would be the highest risk of severe weather. Begs the question, what do we see later on tonight? There is a line of storms trying to develop through Indiana, Illinois, back into Missouri. That will be sinking to the south around that 3 or 4 a.m. time frame. At this point, there's not a ton of severe weather with it. Will we see severe weather pair with it? There's a chance for pockets of strong wind with it as the night goes on. But it's going to be fairly isolated as it looks right now. We'll see how that develops through the next couple of hours. Our winds, even outside of thunderstorms, are gusty at 31 miles per hour. I just wanted to give that update. Now let's zoom back in. We go back to the northern part of the viewing area where we have Jackson County and Jennings County under the tornado warning for another 40 minutes. That will take us until 1 o'clock. So we still have the warning. We have lightning with these storms. We have heavy rain with the storms, but most impressive has been the rotation that we've seen out of these individual storms that have developed. With that, this rotation is showing some signs of easing just a bit. Let's go back to check the debris to see if we have any of that debris. If we have it, it would be there. We still have it. So we're still seeing something lofted into the atmosphere. Likely still a tornado on the ground, kicking up dust, debris. Let's hope it's dirt instead of actual boards or lumber. Oftentimes that's what we see. We're noticing that instead of it being the brighter blues or whites, that it's more of the greens. So hopefully that will continue to be less and less and gradually fade away. But at this point, the tornado warning will continue across northern Jackson County and into a good chunk of Jennings County until 1 o'clock. Ryan?
Yeah, at this point, we are, of course, tracking the debris in this storm, just trying to see how far aloft it made it. And it looks like it made it at least about 10, maybe even 15,000 feet in the air. So that tells us that we had somewhere between an EF1 tornado, possibly, maybe an EF2, very weak EF2 tornado, if it was even that. If we can put up behind me here the Weather 4 radar, that would be great, because I could actually show that here. We're switching sources. Fantastic. Thank you. And you can see where the debris was right here. Feet, maybe up to 15,000 feet in the atmosphere here with this radar image. We're able to see where the actual debris was in this storm as it traversed areas a little closer to just west of Freetown, a little bit closer to Spraytown there just a few minutes ago, Kevin. So we're able to see this in 3D in real time, how far this debris got lofted. We've got, of course, the power outages that somewhat confirmed that something happened up there, but pretty sure a tornado touched down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be the case, and it wouldn't be the first one in Indiana. We know we had one in Monroe County as well. We watched the debris. We're also watching what's going on across the rest of the region. And I'm going to go back to the radar view for now. We'll keep it on parts of southern Indiana under the tornado warning. We're not out of the woods on this, even as far south as I-64. Computer guidance still coming in, showing still these storms having the potential to produce isolated tornadoes as they move to the south tonight. It's 12:21. If you're going to go to bed, you need to make sure you have a way to be awakened in case tornado warnings are issued during the overnight. The Wave Weather app, if you have your alerts on and your sound on, will give you an alert. Now, whether it wakes you up or not is up to how deep of a sleeper you are, I suppose. If you have a NOAA weather radio, that is a good bet. Make sure it's turned on and you have it set for flash flood and tornado warnings. That is something you're going to need as the night goes on. We're going to be here with you throughout the night. We currently have the tornado warning for northern parts of Jackson, northern half of Jennings County. This is not only a tornado warning, but it has been observed. We look at the velocity once again, where we've been seeing the weakening phase of this as it moves off to the east. It is moving to an more unfavorable environment. It's been worked over a time or two, but sometimes the wind fields can overcome that. I mean, what we're talking about is an abnormal wind field that we have overhead. We've talked about that a lot over recent days, which is why we flagged today as an alert day leading into tomorrow. Now, that said, while the winds are extreme, you still have to bring them down to the ground. And we've been able to do that in a number of instances. So this isn't severe weather for everybody, but we have had instances of severe weather. The latest warning being trimmed up just a bit. You see it approaching just north of Seymour. It's going to move across Interstate 65, not far from where we had a storm earlier tonight move through. We have Indiana INDOT traffic cams that Ryan will be pulling up and showing us as this storm crosses over 65 just north of Seymour coming up in a few minutes. Let me go back to the radar view. One thing we are seeing in the Seymour area and just north is some very heavy rain. Obviously, from that south side looking in, we've got some decent lightning showing up there as well. With that, it's the rotation that's been the most problematic part of the storm, and that's because it's a tornado and it has been observed, and we continue to see what may be some debris, but certainly was earlier as it was over near the Freetown area. So this storm, as it continues its eastward jog, is moving at about 45 miles an hour. That storm is the one that's produced the tornado where it says it is observed. And that has been what we've been watching over the course of the last, say, 45 minutes or so. Let's go over to Ryan.
Okay, this is the live traffic camera, I-65 north of US 50 in the Seymour area. This updates about every 20 seconds or so. And you can see the roads are wet, but there's not a whole lot to write home about at this time. This is the farthest north traffic camera that we have in our area here. I'll pop on the power outages too to see if that's updated for Jackson County, because of course we are reporting at least around 1,000 customers without power. This particular map will get that update here pretty shortly. It takes about 10 minutes for that to update. You see the other power outages at this time up there. We do have dispatch in Jackson County confirming there was a tornado. They won't say where, the details or the damage just yet, but at least to their knowledge there has been a tornado. I think that's pretty clear given the evidence that we've seen from both radar and the power outages up in northwestern parts of Jackson County, Indiana. This storm revved up fast. I mean, it went from 0 to hero real quick when it comes to producing a tornado here, and now we're not seeing a whole lot when it comes to rotation at all. This tornado warning is going to continue until 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll see if they continue that all the way to that 1 o'clock expiration here. That might be ambitious at this point, seeing what we've got. But let me show you the debris detector, and let's step this back a bit here. In fact, I'm just going to take this full screen here with this debris if I can. Give me just a second here. Here's the debris. Perfect. Okay, so you can see where this touched down within probably about a minute or two of when it happened here, right there. This is going to be north and west of Freetown. This was around midnight on the nose when that tornado debris showed up on radar. Again, plus or minus 2 minutes on that actual touchdown time there. And then it continued north and east, the debris did, north of Freetown towards Spraytown. It may have still been on the ground when it crossed Indiana 58. Again, this was around 12:08 a.m. Current time is 12:25, so we're talking about 20 minutes ago when we had a likely tornado on the ground somewhere north of Freetown, heading toward the Spraytown area. And then once we lost the definition of that blue spot there, once it became a little bit more diffuse as it headed toward Bobtown. That was pretty much our signal that this thing was off the ground, but the debris was still aloft in the storm. The storm essentially inhaled a bunch of debris, whether that be dirt or unfortunately parts of structures or something like that. We don't necessarily know that all the way at this point, but as we advance forward the radar to the current frame, that's right now 12:26 a.m., that debris is still within that storm. We're not seeing any sort of deep blue or any sort of concentrated sort of round signatures here on the debris tracker, and when we pair that up with the current velocity, that looks okay. So I think we're out of the woods when it comes to a current tornado on the ground in Jackson County. I think it is lifted. We're not seeing any sort of sign that it is still on the ground. Plenty of signals and signs, though, that we did have a confirmed tornado somewhere north of Freetown, somewhere southwest of Spraytown there in the northern part of Jackson County. This thing spun up fast. It dissipated very quickly. It'll be interesting to see what kind of damage resulted from this. We, of course, have our whole newsroom trying to figure out what has happened here, getting folks together, trying to get, as many resources as we can together. This is our first confirmed tornado within our 34 counties this evening. Not our first tornado warning, but the first warning that's actually produced damage here within our counties here this evening. Let's give another check of the power outages here. We're actually going to get an update on that at 30 past the hour, so it may not show anything just yet. We'll give that another 3 minutes to update there. Let's give you another look at, of course, US 50, I-65 at US 50 north of Seymour. That's where this storm is heading through now. Again, not a whole lot of folks on the road. There's a brand new view. Now, this is interesting. You'll notice that it got a whole lot brighter and a little shaky there. So the wind is now hitting the camera there. Again, we only get an image every like 20, 30 seconds on this, so it's kind of hard to see what the motion looks like. You kind of have to do that interpolation in your head here. But the roads are wet, got a little fuzzy, meaning the camera's probably shaking a little bit there. There's probably some pretty profuse rain now falling just north of Seymour. There's another new frame. A lot of light on the northwest side of that image there, the top left, maybe a little lightning, could be some lights of a semi-truck or something coming at us there southbound on I-65. You get the idea here. So this is a situation where we've gone from, having a tornado warning to a tornado on the ground that is confirmed to now back to a tornado warning with likely no tornado ongoing at this time, Kevin, but we have to treat this like it could put it down at any moment just because these cells like to cycle.
Yeah, which we know is possible. We're reaching out to the Jackson County Emergency Manager. I know they're very busy, and Toby does a great job up there. We'll see if they have a chance to speak with us to see what may have really happened there. It's always important, especially at this late hour in the night, to try to really gain an understanding, and that's not always easy to do. With that said, we do have to treat it like it's a tornado warning and a tornado on the ground, because that can happen at any point, especially with the wind field that we have, and we've talked a lot about that over the course of the day today and over the last several days. When we check the velocity, though, it is clearly decreased, but if it were to increase, it would be in this area as we move out of northeastern Jackson County into the northwestern part of Jennings County. That's going to go just north of Seymour and just north of the Hayden area. So that is the region that we'll be watching as this continues to track to the east at 55 miles an hour. So it has a push at 55 miles an hour. Again, looking at the Storm Prediction Center, and Ryan's going to take an in-depth look at this. They're issuing their mesoscale discussions for the area. That just means areas that they are watching and the probability that certain things may happen, meaning even intensity of tornadoes. So we'll take a closer look at that in just a second. We also have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued throughout the day, but currently not a ton of them. And I'm going to go back to the home view. Again, I like zooming out because the area we're watching is a very small sliver of the whole viewing area. And we're on, obviously, everywhere across all 34 counties. And in 33 of them, nothing is happening at all. But the one county that has something happening is northern parts of Jennings County. And that's the tornado warning. It happens to be a tornado warning that has put down a tornado, most likely, in the northern part of Jackson County. So that is what we're watching. It has weakened somewhat, but continues to move off to the east. The National Weather Service continues to say that the threat still exists all the way down to Interstate 64 for some of these strong storms to develop during the overnight hours tonight. So it's important that we not completely down. While things are not outrageous and not crazy, we still have the potential for some strong storms. They would most likely be a little more isolated than widespread like we saw earlier today. That said, let's go back. I'm going to zoom back in as we go into northern parts of our viewing area. This is Jennings County. We zoom into Jennings County. You can still see that notch near the Hayden area. This is the tornado warning that remains in place, observed until 1 a.m. So we still have another 29 minutes on this warning. This includes Bartholomew, Decatur, Jackson. Though it's out of Jackson, so that'll be updated for us. It also includes Jennings County. This, again, is capable of producing a tornado. It was observed at one point. It's now 7 miles off to the north and east of Seymour, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Let's take a look at the velocity from this storm. With that, we can see the rotation and the forward speed as well. This is where we would have the rotation of the storm, now solidly in Jennings County. So if you're in Jackson County, the storm is past you. Jennings County, not so much. North Vernon, the strong wind is nearby. It's going to go near you. Brewersville, you're not in a good spot. This means you need to be in your tornado safe place. Anywhere across northern parts. If you're north of US 50 in Jennings County, you should be in your tornado safe place. Get to the lowest level, get away from windows. That's where we need to be. So that is what we're watching as this storm continues to move to the east at roughly 45. It's been fluctuating between 45 and 50 miles an hour. Right now, that is the only storm that we have of concern across the region. That makes its eastward movement. Ryan?
Okay, yeah, we are, of course, tracking the latest from the Storm Prediction Center here, their discussion of what's going on at this time. And then basically they're saying that this potential for a strong tornado continues with these storms as they kind of plow eastward into Ohio here, including this one cell that did produce a tornado in northern Jackson a little bit earlier. Basically what they've said here is the potential for the tornadoes continues within this area. Here it is right here. Finally able to get it on the screen. I'll take off the radar data so you can see what I'm talking about. It's this zone right here from Seymour to Madison to Carrollton they're most concerned about. Really, they're trying to warn Cincinnati and Dayton. The intent of this is to say, hey, Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky, Covington, Taylor Mill area, this is going to be a problem for you because we've got multiple tornado warned storms kind of heading that direction. But of course, if you are down into the Madison area, we're going to keep an eye on you guys as well just because you're in this zone of concern here. There's not a whole lot of instability, like raw instability at this point, but the wind energy post they just made here is tremendous, and it really is because we've got a very strong wind field associated with this area of low pressure moving.
More of these as this system moves closer to the Ohio River. The velocity, as Ryan mentioned, is fading out as it approaches the Brewersville and just north of the North Vernon area. That's north of US 50 across northern Jennings County. That will continue moving off to the east. This warning is in place until 1 o'clock. We've been making some power outage phone calls to areas surrounding us. Ryan's pointed that out. We've also made some phone calls to the emergency management up in Jackson County. We've not been able to get through to those folks. I'm sure they're very busy with what's going on. We will keep trying. We will pass along any information as we make those contacts. Our newsroom is working hard on that. I want to zoom out again, and I know I keep doing this, but it's important for me to say that much of the area is clear. So if you're wondering, what about my area? Why aren't you talking about me? This is why. It really is centered only across the extreme northern fringe of the viewing area. You'll notice the tornado warning for the Covington area. That's northern Kentucky. That's Kenton County. That is radar indicated. The one that had been observed was the one in northern parts of Jackson County. Now the reflectivity and the velocity easing just a bit for Jennings County. That warning has now been allowed to expire. So they've canceled the tornado warning for Bartholomew, Decatur, Jackson, and Jennings County. So at this point, we have no severe thunderstorm, no tornado warnings in the viewing area. We do have a few power outages, as mentioned, both across parts of Jackson County, but in a number of other southern Indiana communities, mainly because of just the wind that we have. Our wind gust in Louisville at 31 miles an hour. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you, first of all, I'm going to go through the radar view currently. Ryan's going to go through the forecast for the overnight so you can get an idea of timing. Here's the idea. If you're in Louisville, you've got a few hours. You can go to sleep. I'm going to tell you, as Ryan gives us the timeline, when to set your alarm for to get up and check. We're going to be here, so just check in. We'll either be on our live stream, or if there are tornado warnings, we're going to be on the air. But we'll be in one place or the other giving you updates. And if we're in neither place, that means the threat's ended and we've gone home. I don't suspect that's going to be the case for a while. But nonetheless, let me give you the radar view, and then Ryan will walk us through the timeline. So on the radar, pointed out, there are no warnings in place anywhere in the viewing area. Severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. Yes, we have the one tornado warning in Covington, Kenton County. That's moving away from us and outside of the viewing area. I'll pull the radar down. We still have thunderstorms between Indianapolis and Seymour. None of those currently severe. None really in that severe range at this point. We've had a number of thunderstorms pass by in that same zone. So if we are to see warnings come out, they may very well be flash flood warnings for that area. Yes, we do have a few warnings as we work back into southern parts of Illinois. You can see this severe thunderstorm warning. Black outline, that means tornado possible. That's with the storm that's now crossing the Indiana state line. If that holds together, that would impact parts of southern Indiana. That's a possibility. We continue to look farther to the west and even over into the St. Louis area. No warnings. So the good news is really twofold. One, we don't have a lot of warnings across the area that will continue. Does that mean the threat is over? No, but it means it's a lower threat than it looked earlier. And two, we have an inversion in place. That means the atmosphere is still in Louisville, so even as these storms move in, they may struggle a little bit. And that's good news too. Does it mean it's a zero chance of severe weather? No. But does it mean it's a lower chance? Yes. So a couple good things in our sort of spectrum of what we're looking at for the potential of severe weather into the overnight early morning hours. Let's go over to Ryan. He's going to track the timeline for us, and hopefully you're able to get at least a little bit of rest tonight if you're weary about the storms.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting any rest here because we've got more storms on the way here. This is 2 a.m. and notice a line of storms. This is a fresh line of storms that's going to be moving into Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings counties right about that time. Let's advance this forward a little bit for you folks down toward Paoli, Salem, Madison, a little closer to 3 o'clock in the morning. For us here in Louisville, it may very well take until after 3 o'clock or even after 4 a.m. to see thunderstorms here. Now, these storms could be severe. We're talking damaging wind potential. Some embedded tornado circulations are possible here. 5 a.m. Still storming like crazy potentially here in Louisville from about Frankfort down to Hardinsburg. There's 6 a.m. This would now be pivoting south of Louisville. These storms would be weakening by that point, thank heavens, and we would be seeing those storms continuing to plow through southern Kentucky. 7, 8 o'clock, finally starting to lose some of their power by about 9 or 10 a.m. That's why we've said that this current round of storms may be a problem until 9 or 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is an all night and all morning affair, perhaps, with this gusty line of storms moving down towards southern Kentucky. I did want to give you an update on the power outage numbers. This is from Jackson County, REMC here, 704 customers in just this little area here concentrated north of Freetown, Indiana. We were able to pull up the outage map for the sub-county view here. So this is potentially where north of Freetown we would have potentially seen a tornado move through. This was, of course, north and west of Seymour, north of Freetown here, and we've got crews on the way, Kevin.
All right, good news. We'll be checking in with them as they get a little closer. Otherwise, Jackson County Dispatch says there is damage in the Freetown area with officers and units responding. No address or really description of what that looks like at this point, but we do know there is damage near the Freetown area, corresponding to exactly what Ryan just said, corresponding to those power outages, and that's just something we're going to have to witness with our own eyes, which is why we have a crew on the way. At this point, we're going to get you back to programming on NBC. If you're interested in weather coverage, we're going to hang with you. You're going to see what we do when we're just working and sort of tracking the storms. We'll take some of your questions. You can keep an eye on the stream that has been going since 8:35. You can find that on the Wave Weather app. Just If you don't have the app, you'll have to download it from the App Store. This is good in case the power goes out or if cable goes out or whatever your provider may be, because on the app, you're going to notice you can just click Watch Now, and that's the very top button. If you click that, you'll see that Ryan and myself will be on there walking you through the latest radar views and the forecast into the overnight. So we'll join the conversation there. In the meantime, we'll get you back to NBC. We'll jump back on here if tornado warnings are issued, and we're here all night for you. So thanks for watching and trusting the Wave Storm tracking team. Well, our Alert Day coverage continues. Tornado warning that has been issued for parts of Jefferson, Scott, and Trimble counties. This is Jefferson, Indiana, and then as we work our way out of Scott, Indiana, into Trimble, Kentucky. This storm we have been watching over the course of the last few minutes, and I'm going to zoom into it, and then we'll show you the details on it. This storm has tightened up quite a bit. I'm going to zoom in. Let me put on the velocity here, and you're going to see that couplet that we're watching. This is a very strong push of wind that's past the Austin area, moving fairly fast. It's now moving into western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. This is going to bring it right toward the Blocher area. This will continue its movement off to the east and southeast. It will move across Jefferson County, Indiana, cross the river into Trimble County. That's the look at the velocity. This is south of Kaminsky. This is going to stay south of DuPont, but if your tornado sirens are going off at this point for parts of Scott County and Jefferson County and Trimble County, note that it is the push of wind that we're watching. We'll take a closer look at that in a second, but we could be seeing strong winds in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour within that core, and it is showing some signs of rotation. The warning initially issued as a severe thunderstorm warning across the area. Now, let me go back to the home view, and I'll just point out where we are in this. Here we are in Louisville. I'm going to put the radar on so you can see the storms. We've been tracking these since 8:35 this evening. We saw initially the severe thunderstorm warning come out. Again, seeing that push in that backward C. If you've been watching our coverage either on our live stream, which is where we've been all night, and then at times we've had to be on TV because of tornado warnings, it's that backward C that shows the most concern. We were pointing that out with this storm as the warning came out. We noticed that we had a pocket of strong wind moving past the Austin area, and now we continue to track that into Jefferson County, Indiana. I'm going back to the velocity view to get a better idea of where we have that strongest wind, and that's where we have it. You can see it's on the backside of that backward C. Why does that indicate wind? Well, that's the forward push of wind, and as we bring the wind forward, it's on the apex of that we get the strongest gust and the strongest wind potential. There is the potential that would rotate there, and that would be right across far western Jefferson County, Indiana, south of Hilltown, very close to the Blocher neighborhood. We'll do some street level tracking here in a second. I want to see if we have any debris. What we've noticed, and it may be early, but we are seeing at least some signs of potential debris showing up near the Blocher area. We see that green showing up. That would be an abnormality in what we would notice as the correlation coefficient. So that is an area that we will continue to watch for the possibility of debris that may be showing up on the radar. We would like to see that get a little bit wider and maybe even a little tighter as it moves off to the east. So it's something we're watching. That is pairing up with where we see that strongest push of wind. There's the latest one. It was a little more scattered, but that's still very close to where we have that high intensity wind moving near the Blocher area, western Jefferson County. Street level mapping I mentioned. I want to go over to Ryan Hoke for some of the latest on who's seeing the greatest potential of wind within this part of the storm. Ryan, this tornado warning is in place, and I don't have the exact time in front of me, but that goes probably until about, what, 3:45?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good guess at this point. Let's get you to some of those.
4 a.m.
It goes until 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Okay, 4 a.m. We've got that there. This is going to cross Indiana Route 3 here. This is going to be just north of Blocher. Indiana 3 is right here. Blocher is kind of on the south end of that. It's just passed through New Frankfort. This is going to be just south of Paris, Indiana. So again, we're right on Indiana 256. This is traveling just north of 256 and the intersection with Indiana 3. This is a very rural area. we've got West Deputy Pike Road that's at risk of seeing this rotation. We've got North Thompson Road near Neville Grove here, and then West Interstate Block Road, finally North Borcharding Road. Pardon my butchering of that, but these are some of the streets here. North Thompson Road being most at risk with this strong push of wind and some rotation, about 54 mile per hour rotational speeds, gate-to-gate shear for you weather folks out there, is what we're seeing right along and just north of 256 crossing Indiana 3, Wakefield, Indiana, right on West Deputy Pike Road, right there, North Thompson Road. That's kind of the area of most concern here on a street level sort of affair. There's lots of little rural roads around there, but basically between Blocher and Paris is where this is getting ready to cross, Kevin.
This is moving at 45 miles an hour to the east. When we check that radar view, easy to see where we have the strongest winds in that. There's no question that this is moving right along Indiana. Was that Indiana 3?
Indiana 3.
Yeah, so it's right just north of the Blocher area. If we translate this completely to the east, that's going to take it not far from the Madison area, moving at 45 miles an hour is a decent clip. We can see that that storm has really ramped up over the course of the last, I'd say, 10 minutes, certainly the last 20 minutes, and that's been a notable feature of most of the storms we've seen. We have the Wave Storm Tracker out as well. I think that's important for us to mention as we go to our radar view. We did have a tornado touchdown in Jackson County earlier this evening, and that's, again, the northern part of the viewing area where we are over in Jefferson County. Northern part of the viewing area just sits south of the Jennings County region. You're in Jefferson County, Indiana. The storm is out of Scott County, but Jefferson County is the place of concern. That's going to cross the Ohio River into northern Trimble County. That's the tornado warning that we have until 4 o'clock. This is radar indicated. I pointed out earlier that on many of the tornado warnings that we've had, we started with severe and then the rotation rapidly occurred, and we have seen a number of those touch down and provide support from the correlation coefficient, or our debris tracker, that indeed we have had a touchdown in places. We saw that in Jackson County. Let's take a closer look at the storm that we have moving across parts of Jefferson County. Also important not to ignore just the straight line wind threat that we have moving into parts of southern Scott County and northern parts of northern parts of Clark County near Henryville. But let's take a look. You can see the inflow. This is that notch that we're talking about, moving past Blocher, moving near the Wakefield area. Let's check the velocity on this. Certainly the reflectivity looks ominous, and so does the velocity and the reflectivity combined. And that's where we see the greatest wind potential and the rotation. Wakefield would be in line. Let's check the latest severe thunderstorm warning. This one coming out for Crawford, Floyd, Orange, and Washington. For folks that had been watching us, we said these storms would approach the Ohio River between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to be close to that. It's going to be probably just past 4 o'clock here in the Louisville area, somewhere between 4 and 5, right along the Ohio. But for southern Indiana, we're looking at Orange, Washington, Floyd, and Crawford. That includes French Lick, Paoli, and Stampers Creek. The radar indicated storm producing winds up to 60 miles an hour. We've already had a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that have produced wind and power outages. We also have some flooding that's been ongoing across the region. I'm going to go back to our home view. We'll recenter, and while I'm doing that, I'll go over to Ryan Hoke for an update.
Yeah, let's talk about power outages for just a second here. Hard hit. Jackson County, Indiana has at least 300 customers out. I think that number's a little low compared to reality, but you get the idea. That is a place that is affected. 984 customers without power in Lawrence County. Not all of these may have been due to storm damage, but just the winds that have been 30, 40, maybe even 50 mile per hour gusts outside of storms because of all the energy in the atmosphere today. Shelby County and, of course, Henry County also have some small power outages, but they're there. Power crews have been working tonight because we've cleared out a lot of the counties west of I-65 that had power outages before. I do want to make one comment on the storm that we're seeing the tornado warning for Scott and Jefferson County counties in Indiana. Well, radar has been showing about 70 mile per hour measured winds via radar, at least, within that storm there, at about 50, 60 mile per hour rotational speed. So this is the real deal. That notch there, once it developed right over the Austin area about 10 minutes ago, it went absolutely ham as it moved into western Jefferson County here. So US 421, this goes from Madison to Milton, but north of Madison, that's going to be the area of most concern in Jefferson County here pretty shortly. This thing's moving at a pretty good clip, Kevin.
Let's take a closer look. We've got it on the wide view now, where you're going to notice we have southern Indiana sort of under the sort of greatest fire of severe weather. This is severe thunderstorm warnings along this boundary. This will move into Louisville probably sometime within the next hour to hour and a half. You're going to see the tornado warning that we have. This has been issued for Jefferson County, Indiana, and Trimble County. Scott County, it's past you, but we can see the greatest inflow of the storm. This is where we have the greatest area of rotation as well. I'll put the velocity on, still showing that magnitude very high near the Volga area. This is past Blocher at this point. I'm going to zoom in a bit more. We've got our team here assembled, helping to keep you safe. So I know a lot of weather radios going off, maybe your emergency alerts chiming in. This is south of Neville Grove. This is going to be moving right along Indiana 256. So it's past Indiana 3, moving along Indiana 256. This is going to take it just south of the Midway area, just south of Wakefield in terms of where we have the heaviest wind or the strongest wind. Let me show you what this looks like. We're just north of the Swanville area. Again.
Okay, confirmed. We got a tornado debris signature, new warning coming out with an observed on it.
So that's what's coming out now. Again, we pointed out a while ago as we looked for the debris, what we were looking at. Tough to see on the correlation coefficient here, but I suspect that the Weather Service has noted those areas that we saw earlier as well, and that would be very close to Indiana 256 as this storm moves off to the east. It's moving roughly at about, was it 35 or 45 miles an hour?
45, and I've circled the area of concern there near Wakefield.
So that's the one that's passing again just across southern parts of Indiana in Jefferson County. It's out of Scott County. It's in western Jefferson, just north of Indiana 256. We were pointing out earlier what we were watching, where we initially had the sort of the greens showing up, and that's still what we can identify in some of that location. So this will be updated as an observed tornado, and you can see that tornado warning will be coming out, moving east at 45 miles an hour. And there you can see it a little bit clearer on that latest scan. So it's becoming a little more identifiable in terms of where we have some debris that may be lifted into the atmosphere being picked up. That will match up with the rotation that we have. Remember, the greens are going toward the radar, the reds away. Obviously, this is very strong in terms of wind speed, but also in the tightness of the rotation. So anywhere just north, where we have that just near Wakefield, likely just to the south of Wakefield and bounded by Indiana State Road 256, that is where we have the greatest potential for that rotation. So that's where we have the debris showing up. This would be the area of most concern at this point as we continue tracking this off to the east. Should that hold together, Madison is going to be right in line for this storm. If you are in the tornado warning, you need to be in your tornado safe place. That includes Wakeville, Neville Grove. That includes Ringwald and Madison. That includes the Hanover area. Anywhere along 256, tornado safe place. Strong winds rolling in, the rotation showing up. In addition to that, debris indicated on radar. That debris is continuing to show up more and more. It means that we are seeing the debris lofted into the atmosphere that the radar can see. So that is what we're looking as this storm moves toward Madison. That's concerning because Madison is a somewhat populated region, certainly the most populated in Jefferson County, but with that we continue to see the strong wind and the rotation. So if if you are listening to us in the Madison area, you must be in your tornado safe place. That is the lowest level. That's away from windows. That is the only tornado warning that we have in the viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warnings sit just north of the river. Heavy rain with some flooding also a possibility through that zone. Listen up, Jefferson County, Indiana, and Trimble County, Kentucky. The tornado safe place you need to be in is the lowest level. If that's underground, that's always the best. That's a basement or a storm shelter. Otherwise, seek the lowest level and make sure you're in an interior space. Oftentimes a bathroom, a hallway, maybe it's a closet. It could be under a staircase if you have it. It should be an interior room away from windows. On the big board, what we have is a tornado warning lasting for another 37 minutes and several severe thunderstorm warnings stacked up across southern Indiana. Ryan?
Okay, 98 mile per hour rotational speed on this storm. The new scan just erased that somewhat, which is good, but that was just south of Wakefield. Again, if you're in Madison, it is time to be in your tornado safe place. If you need to hear it from a second voice, well, here it is. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We have debris in the air that's co-located with that, of course, rotation that you see on radar. I can pop it up once more here for you. It's that little green spot that you see just south of Wakefield. This is due west of Madison almost perfectly. This is due just northwest of Hanover. We are near Neville Grove right here. This is getting ready to cross North Thompson Road. I know we've called that out a couple of times, but North Thompson Road, this is going to be a problem for you. This is just due north of Indiana 256. This is approaching Indiana 56 on the west side of Madison, North Madison, Ringwald. You folks are in danger right now. Please stay in your tornado safe place, bottom of your residence there, away from doors and windows, as we do continue to see the evidence on radar that not only is this a formidable storm, but this also has the potential to be still putting down a tornado. In fact, we can still see that correlation coefficient right there in that green. That is where we're seeing the potential, or really the certainty, that debris is in the air. Whether or not it's on the ground this very second, we're not quite sure, but it has at least been on the ground in the last few minutes. That's why this tornado warning is now an observed tornado warning. We can confirm tornadoes from radar now in 2026, and that is exactly what's happening here for the second time tonight within our 34 counties. Kevin.
The first time was in Jackson County, northwest Jackson County, near Freetown, Spraytown. We know we have a tornado that's been on the ground there. We saw it on the radar, much like we're looking at here, and we also saw it from our own eyes with our storm tracker on location. Let's come back to the radar. With that, what we are tracking is the tornado warning across Jefferson County, moving into parts of Trimble County. I'm going to zoom into this. This warning no longer includes Scott County. You are in the clear in terms of this tornado warning. This is for Jefferson and Trimble. This is observed. That means we have the tornado on the ground. We see it based on radar velocities. That is a tight couplet with winds going away from the radar, winds coming back toward the radar. This is where the tornado warning is for and where the tornado warning would be. I'm going to zoom in a little closer. As we zoom in closer, we're going to point out some of the towns, some of the roads. Madison, you are in the track of this storm. You've got to be at your tornado safe place. You have to have, again, as many layers of walls between you and the outside as possible. Strong winds coming across Indiana 256. We look at that. We also look at the debris that we have. We're going to be noticing that just south of Neville Grove. This is again right along and just to the north of 256. That's broadened out a bit. What this could indicate is that the tornado may be touching down, lifting just a bit. Maybe it's coming over an area where there are no structures. Fairly rural area, but what we know is it has been on the ground. We know we have seen debris. We know the tornado has been observed, and we know it's moving into a very populated area of Jefferson County from Hanover over toward the Madison, Indiana area. Please find your tornado safe place. Make sure you're staying in a safe zone. To the radar we go. We're looking at this. Tough to pick this out. Again, we're seeing some of the inflow, but what really tells the story is that velocity. And I'm going to center this up because it's moving fairly fast. As this moves off to the east, strong winds passing into Madison. We have Indiana 257, Indiana 256, and right in between is where we have moving into Madison the strongest of those winds. We rely on so many of you for your reports. If you are seeing damage or hearing damage, please let us know when it's safe. Otherwise, get in your tornado safe place and make sure you let this storm pass. Strong winds moving through the Madison, Indiana area. What we have noticed is this broadening out just a bit, but it is still putting down some very strong winds moving into Madison, Ringwald, and now into Milton, which is also in the tornado warning south of Madison in Trimble County, Kentucky. Let's go over to Ryan.
Yeah, we're looking at the debris being inhaled into this thunderstorm here. This is kind of a technical readout, but you get the idea. Where you see the green right here, that's at ground level, and the debris is being inhaled into the thunderstorm here, potentially 10, 15, maybe even 20,000 feet. I don't think all of this is debris, but some of it certainly is here. So we're able to see in real time in 3D all of that debris getting inhaled into the storm. We know this has been on the ground. It's going to cycle a little bit, but Madison, if you need proof, here's your proof. This thing has been on the ground, and we need you to be in your tornado safe place. There is debris that is literally floating around inside of this thunderstorm that may be falling out of it as it moves over the Madison area here. And of course, the tornado warning that's in place right now does go until 4 a.m. It is an observed tornado warning. This is the real time that you need to be getting into your tornado safe place if you haven't done so immediately. And you can see that rotation now moving into the Madison area right there with the warning that encompasses it. This is just north of Hanover, where we've got that main rotation right now, Kevin.
We still have the tornado warning, again, observed and continuing, moving through Jefferson County, Indiana. The polygon flashing, meaning they're updating parts of that. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. It's broadening out just a bit, but Madison would be right in line, as well as Milton. Again, that is the zone we keep watching. Let's go to Tawana Andrews. She's here keeping an eye on some of the information coming in.
Yeah, and we just heard in from Scott County, Indiana, from their dispatch, and so far no specifics on exactly where the damage is. Most likely in between just that DuPont and I should say Austin area. This should be where we should be dealing with some of that damage, but they have gotten some reports of some trees down, some power lines down. We're still working to get a little bit more of those exact locations as well in that area, so we're still working to get a little bit more of that information. So in between, the Austin and Blotcher area, that's where most likely we got a little bit more of that damage from that tornado that moved through that area. Now, of course, moving into the Madison area, Kevin.
All right, new information coming in. We have the tornado warning that is being issued for parts of Carroll County at this point. So that will also include parts of the viewing area. So let's go to that. This is a continuation of the storm that's moving out of Jefferson and Trimble counties. This is for Carroll, Gallatin, Owen, and Switzerland counties, Kentucky and Indiana. This includes the Carrollton area and our viewing area. This in that line of heavy rain that's moving closer to Louisville, should arrive here within the next hour. Let's go to Ryan Hope.
Okay, yeah, we've got new warnings coming out at this time. Another tornado warning, and what they're going to do is fill in the gap between the Madison, Indiana tornado warning and the new tornado warning for Switzerland and Carroll counties, just to make this one solid wall of warning. So this includes Manville, Indiana there, Kevin, with that brand new tornado warning.
Well, we also have the severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Jefferson County in Kentucky, so weather radios will be going off here. This is for Louisville Metro. It also includes parts of Clark and Floyd counties, as well as Oldham County. Tornado possible on the tag on this. Moving this through, that will be in place until 4:15. So if you were watching us throughout the day, we said between 3 and 4 o'clock storms arrive in Louisville. We're going to be probably just a little bit shy of that for the Louisville Metro itself, but very close to that 4 to 4:30 time frame. So our timing was good on this as we see the forward motion pick up just a bit with these storms. And that just simply means that the wind may pick up just a bit. It becomes a wind maker for most, with wind gust anywhere between 60 to 70 mile per hour possible. Otherwise, otherwise, embedded within this line, we can still get these tornado warnings, just like we're seeing over across parts of Jefferson, Trimble, and Carroll counties. Let me zoom into that, and then we'll focus more on the metro, Clark County, Floyd County, as these storms move in. I want to get our SkyTrack cameras ready. I'll ask Tawana to get those set so we can be able to show you these storms as they're moving in. It gives us an idea of the wind that will be impactful as these storms progress. You can see along this Boeing segment, that is where we have a strong push of wind. This is also where we've had the greatest concentration of wind. I'll show you the velocity on that. This is the push of wind. That's the 3 tornado warnings that we have. They've sort of, as Brian mentioned, bridged that together. This is the couplet that we're watching, the greens and the reds. It's now past the Madison area. I zoom in just a little bit more for you folks. So let's go in and really just take a closer look at that rotation. This is going to be passing right across well, it's passed by 625. This will continue moving over toward the Manville area, right along 56, and then into extreme northern Kentucky. That would be northern parts of Trimble County, passing the Milton area, continuing into parts of Carroll County. So we do have the rotation still showing up. Let's go back to the debris to see if we see that ticking back up. Not as much, no, but still a possibility. So let's go to the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. I go back to our home view. We'll put on the radar, and let's talk about Clark and Floyd County, as well as Jefferson and Oldham counties. Here comes the radar, and then we'll talk some of the damage that we've had. Let's zoom in. So you see a new severe thunderstorm warning being sort of shaped out. Southern parts of Orange, southern Washington, northern parts of Crawford, northern parts of Harrison. Let's zoom into all of that. This is the severe thunderstorm warning part of the storm. This too can pack a punch. I mean, we're not just talking about tornadoes tonight. We're also talking about straight line winds and that forward momentum that the wind has. Look at the latest gust from the airport. Now, you got to keep in mind, the airport's down here. There's one thunder shower that's developed near there, but those winds are at 44 miles an hour on the latest gust. You have to think that along this line they're even stronger, and that's what we're seeing. The spill out of this is going to push forward, and we're starting to see winds gusting anywhere between 45 to 55 plus miles per hour. In addition to those wind gusts outside of the storms, they could gust as high as 60 to 70 mile per hour within the storms. So that's going to be problematic for some. That's why we've seen the power outages start to increase across the area. And also, we have some heavy rain, which is yielding some flooding that's ongoing. So a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, a number of wind damage reports, and of course the tornado warning that we have moving across the Ohio River into northern Trimble County, as well as northern parts of Carroll County. I'm going to zoom back into that, and we'll take one more look at the velocity before we go over to Ryan. This is past the Madison area at this point. When we look at the velocity, you can see that push of wind. The greatest rotation still across southern Indiana, but will likely gradually push to the south. In the dip of Carrollton, it may miss that, but we'll watch that as we maybe push that toward Vevey, Indiana, as that moves to the east. This storm is moving to the east roughly at about 50 miles an hour. Ryan?
All right, speaking of 50 miles an hour, let's talk about the forward motion of these storms toward Louisville here. That's about 55 miles per hour on this particular segment. 4:10 a.m. So we're talking about half an hour from now, we will have these storms in Louisville. These particular storms that are moving toward the metro at this point do not have a tornado warning with them. That is for the Madison area, Carrollton, up towards Switzerland County, Indiana. J-Town, 426, Shively, 418, St. Matthews, 413, Prospect, 359, Greenville, 342, Sellersburg, 344, New Salisbury, 351. We could be talking 60-plus mile per hour straight line winds. This is going to wake you folks up. I have already sent out a push notification on the Wave Weather app to everybody in our area saying, okay, it's time to be watching our coverage here as we've got these storms that continue to not only produce tornadoes, which we've seen twice tonight, but of course see the straight line winds start to take aim at our center of population, 1.2 million people in the Louisville metro. Kev.
I'm going to bring in Tawana Andrews. She's keeping up with our news department. Some of those folks have been making calls to, I know, Jefferson County, Indiana, and getting ideas of what some of the damage may look like. We've been watching this storm as it moved from far western Jefferson County right into the Madison area. Now we're tracking it right along the Ohio Ohio River where we split Switzerland County and Carroll County. Still a lot of wind. Tawana, what damage reports can you tell us early on?
So far what I'm finding out right now is that I'm seeing a report of a mobile home being flipped and gone in Deputy, but thankfully the family in that was okay. Also getting reports from Jefferson County Dispatch. This is for Indiana. There's a lot of debris in the area of 256, close to 62, just the areas that we've been talking about. Apparently one of the officers was heading in that direction, but actually had to seek shelter because his vehicle was lifted by the wind. So he was heading right through that area. No word on if he's okay, but hopefully he is. Said he didn't get airborne, thankfully, but it did come off the ground a bit. So there's some very strong wind. Of course, we got that debris signature on the radar as well, so no surprise to hear the damage in this area coming in. I'm still working on finding out more, so thank you to everybody who's been sending this information in, and of course, make sure you're staying safe as you're sending us this information throughout the early morning. Kevin?
Tawana, thanks. On the air and on our live 24/7 nonstop weather stream, and that's Wave Weather Now. We have been on it since 8:30 tonight, nonstop, at times having to bump into programming just like we are now with tornado warnings. This one is for Carroll County. You can see the sort of greatest concentration of rotation is near the Brooksburg area, right along the river, but a strong push of wind is coming into Carrollton at this point, and that will continue moving toward Vevey, Indiana. This is the greatest rotation point moving toward Brooksburg. If we track that to the east, Vevey would be next in line. And that would be a zone that we need to watch as this continues its eastward trek at about 50 miles an hour. That's a strong push of wind, but it's not the only push of wind we have. I'm going to zoom back out to our home view. I'll keep the velocity on and then allow me to just zoom back into the warnings that we have across southern Indiana. Moving down into the Louisville, Oldham County area. And this, again, is the severe thunderstorm warning that's settling to the south. We've had, again, no reports of damage at this point, but we continue to see power outages increase, and that's a telltale sign that these storms do have some wind, strong enough wind to cause some power outages. And even outside of the main line, we're at 44-mile-per-hour gust here in Louisville. That continues to settle off to the south. A lot of folks will be asking the question, what does this mean for us? It means we're going to deal with pockets of heavy wind. This isn't for everybody. Not everybody sees massive wind. Not everybody sees damage. Not everybody's seeing tornado warnings. However, there are pockets of heavy wind embedded on the sort of lower side of this storm as it moves in. And in those pockets of heavy wind, we're going to see some isolated damage. We're also going to see a tremendous amount of water fall, and that's going to yield some flooding. We also have flash flood warnings that are already going on to the north. We've had potential for strong winds throughout the entire night. We've had tornado touchdowns in parts of, well, we know because we saw it and we've seen the damage with our eyes, northwest Jackson County near Freetown. We also know now because of dispatch reporting and also what we've seen on the radar, likely tornado touchdown in western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. At this point, tornado warnings exist across parts of Carroll County. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out. This will include parts of southern Indiana, including the western part of Floyd County, Harrison, Jefferson, and Kentucky and Crawford. This comes down to the Corydon area. I want to get our 4-box up where I can keep the SkyTrack up as well and the folks working in the Weather Center. So if we can put that multi-box up where we can see our coverage, that would be helpful for us. What we notice are storms moving through, and with these storms we have heavy wind as well as a lot of lightning. So these storms are going to be pressing in with wind, lightning, and heavy rain. That's what we're looking at this point. The potential for wind out of this moving through would be 60 miles per hour, which is above severe limits. So the latest part of this warning, including Georgetown, Greenville, and St. Dennis, that is a sort of an extension of what was already issued for the metro area. Let's go over to Ryan Hope.
Okay, yeah, we continue to watch not only the radar site in Fort Knox, but also What's called the terminal Doppler here in Louisville, not providing a great sweep, but enough of one now that you can see these strong bursts of wind near Palmyra and near Borden. This is some of the strongest wind within these storms that are straight line winds at this time. You see 54 miles per hour sampled there near Palmyra, and then once again near Borden. That new scan just blew that out, but you get the idea. Sometimes this radar can see things a little bit better than if I can put on the regular radar from Fort Knox here, but you can at least see how these storms are starting to march toward the Louisville area here, about 50-55 miles per hour. This is not going to take very long here. I think we're sitting at about 20-25 minutes of storms entering into the northern metro, starting with Prospect and then eventually Portland downtown, J-Town, and the rest of Jefferson County here. So we're not seeing anything egregious on these winds, but it is enough to get the warnings out for the severe thunderstorm warnings that now encompass the Louisville area down toward just north of Shelbyville. And once again, that newest severe thunderstorm warning that includes New Salisbury, Corydon, and the western part of also Floyd County at this time. So there's just a whole lot going on with these storms pressing through with the straight line winds that are now pressing down toward the Louisville metro. And then, of course, we've got the rotation that we're watching a little closer to Madison, Indiana, and the Carrollton area with that tornado warning up there, Kevin.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We'll appreciate that, and we'll jump back over. You're going to be seeing what's happening in all of our sources here. We have the ability to put up our SkyTrack cameras as well. We have a number of those, and as these storms move in, it should be quite a light show and a lot of wind. We see those out of Corydon. We've got one over at the Huber's Orchard Winery just across the river near Starlight. Here in Louisville, we've got 3 of those near the river, so we'll be watching closely as these storms move in. In addition, we are watching the tornado warning that we have in place. This warning is for Carroll County of Kentucky. So we have the tornado warning that continues for Carroll County. Trimble and Jefferson have been extinguished from that warning, but Carroll County remains. I'll zoom into that. You can see the lightning, obviously, with that. The forward push of this is going to take it near I-71. That's some strong wind, but in addition to that, as we look at the velocity, we still have some rotation showing up just north of the Ohio River. This is going to be right along the river between Carrollton and Vevey, Indiana, so that would be an area of concern. Obviously, we've got strong winds that go all the way down south of I-71, but the greatest rotation is right along the river. It doesn't really matter at this point because the strong winds are, in some cases, worse than the area of rotation. So that's what we're looking at. You can see our team hard at work. Ryan is observing what the next threat will be. Tawana is looking back at some of the damage so we can verify what we've had, checking both social media, making calls to our newsroom, and making calls to emergency personnel. We're also taking a close look at what's happening on our SkyTrack cameras, and those are important anytime we have active weather like we have tonight. We're watching the winds in Carroll County. This is the strongest push of wind we have. It's not the only severe storm. It's the only one with the tornado warning in our viewing area, but it's not the only one that's packing a punch with wind. So while this has some strong wind moving through I-71, I'll point out once again the greatest rotation is just north of Carrollton, moving across parts of southern Indiana right along the Ohio River. I'm going to go back to the radar view. As we put the radar on, I will pull up the Louisville metro area. We'll go back to our home view because we're under a severe thunderstorm warning here, and with that, you're going to notice the thunderstorms sinking farther to the south. As that happens, new storms are developing out ahead of it. You see those across southern Harrison County, even into parts of Jefferson County. That area is not severe, but it's just an indicator that we're starting to sink this area of rain farther to the south. As that happens, we're tapping into some of the strong wind fields that we have. The very strong winds just above the surface being pulled down can produce some 50, 60, and in some rare cases, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the area. That's what we have ongoing at this point, in addition to very heavy rain, prompting flash flood warnings across northern parts of Orange and Washington County. counties. The severe thunderstorm warnings remain in place and will be in place for just a bit longer as we continue to track these storms off to the south, arriving here in the Louisville area probably within the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes. Ryan?
Okay, yeah, so let's track some of these storms right on into the metro, and you'll see on our 4-box that we do have right in the middle there. That is the Park Place camera there, downtown Louisville looking north. We've seen a lot of vivid lightning with these storms now pressing down into the Louisville area here. We're not seeing horrendous wind in these, but this is certainly enough to merit the severe thunderstorm warning given the wind environment that we have. The environmental winds, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts out ahead of these storms. That's been a problem with power outages in and of themselves. You add on to that the presence of a thunderstorm, and that's going to channel those winds straight down to the surface here. So we could see some power outage numbers uptick with this over the next few minutes as these storms press into the Louisville area. What we're going to do, though, is show you the actual power outage numbers now from southern Indiana, and that's where we find 279 customers without power in Jackson County, Lawrence County, over 1,000 customers without power now. That's over 3% of Lawrence County. Here in Louisville, still dealing with about 755 customers without power, and that's all thanks to the wind we've had well before the storms, not even storm related. That's just the atmosphere, how windy it is right now. 175 customers in Oldham County, and there goes Crawford County, 155 customers. Power crews have been working throughout the night to restore power. We've seen those numbers dip up and down as they've been doing their magic there, but that is what we're seeing right now in terms of the power outages. Back to the radar we go. That's where we find 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We can kind of boil this down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One for Louisville that goes into Oldham, Trimble, Henry, northern parts of Shelby, also includes a good chunk of Clark County and eastern part of Floyd County. And then another severe thunderstorm warning. This is like Palmyra, the 150 corridor up there. That's going to be just south of Fredericksburg, Indiana. Washington County goes through New Salisbury corridor and the I-64 corridor, a little closer to, areas a little closer to the I-64 exit to get off to the Corydon metro at this point. So these are the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. You make your way up toward Carrollton. That's the tornado warning. That's the reason we're on the air to begin with. We're always on the air, wall to wall for tornado warnings. That is our policy. That's what we're seeing in Carrollton and Carroll County. And Shawana, of course, continues to gather those reports, and we continue to analyze the radar. A lot going on all at once for 3:50 in the morning, Kevin.
It's rare that we carry on with severe weather, especially this time of year through the early morning hours, but here we are, and we'll roll right into the Louisville area probably past the 4:30 time frame. So even with the severe thunderstorm warning, so many folks waking up, it's why we're here overnight for you, and it's why even though the tornado warning will likely move out of our area fairly fast as it continues its eastward trek, we will not be finished with the severe threat for quite some time as these storms settle farther to the south, producing both a wind concern as well as a flash flooding concern, especially those that picked up recent rainfall. So here in Louisville, storms knocking on our door, but the greatest concentration just to our north across Clark County. That is where we see the vivid lightning, the heavy rain that is falling, and that is where we have the potential to see some of those stronger winds moving now south of Charlestown, Greenhaven, pushing eventually into northern parts of Jefferson County, northern parts of Oldham County, as well as northern Henry County eventually as this settles to the south. Big wind maker, big rain maker across the region. Flooding has been an issue across parts of southern Indiana, and as I go to our home view, I'm going to put on some of the reports that we've had. When we look at some of the reports coming in, we look at a number of sources. These are the local storm reports. Wind damage across parts of Jackson County. That was likely a tornado there. And then we saw additional reports coming into western parts of Jefferson County. Those are so fresh, they're not on the map yet. So those are only a few of the storm damage reports that we've had. They are far more numerous back into Illinois. Let me show you other reports from our MPING system, and this will show some of the wind reports that we've had across the area. There haven't been a lot here, but across parts of the Cincinnati metro area, we have had a number of trees uprooted, damage being reported there. So lightning, thunder, all moving closer to the Louisville area. I'll put the radar on, and let's take another radar tour. You can see see the lightning count nearing 600 over the span of this view for the last few minutes. And as we take a zoomed in look, you're going to see that the storm passing over into Owen County is now a severe thunderstorm warning, black outline indicating tornado possible. So they're not going to continue with the tornado warning. The severe thunderstorm warning will take over, and all of these storms are settling to the south. So let's zoom in just a little bit closer. And as we zoom into the metro, you can see the Louisville area starting to see these storms encroach upon them. With that will be a push of wind and rain. How fast will the wind be? Will everybody see severe weather? No, but wind speeds of 40 to 50 miles an hour will be likely for many, and higher wind gusts on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour would be possible for some. At this point, when we look at the velocity data, we're not seeing a whole lot of wind pockets that we can pick out. So I will zoom into that. In fact, let me just go to the scope, and we can probably tell based on the velocity. And let me just scope what's going on across parts of Clark County. As we zoom this around, what we're really looking for on the base of this would be some of those brighter colors, and we can see that push of wind coming into parts of northern Oldham County. That would be eventually approaching on 71. I-71. Some of the stronger winds to the north. This is a pretty good clip of wind passing Carrollton. That was that area that we were watching that was tornado warned for. That is now moving away. Let me show you what our big board looks like on a wider view. You can see that the showers and thunderstorms are settling to the south. Power outages have been noted in many of our counties, but we're starting to see a few more over into, say, Oldham County, which was an area that hadn't had any until just the recent scan or two, and we're up to 175 customers without power. Most of these are below that 1% range. At this point, we are in the warning stage. That means warnings are issued and severe weather is happening. On the big board, we still have 7 minutes left on the tornado warning. That had been canceled for Jefferson and Trimble. So really the tornado warning for Carroll is the only one that's in existence. We still have flash flood warnings that are out and severe thunderstorm warnings, including the Louisville area, and that's for another 22 minutes. So that will take us till 4:15. Those are the current warnings that we have. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Yeah, let's talk about unwarned storms. Could they get warnings? And we're talking from Paoli over toward Jasper, English. These are now moving through this western section of our counties from Orange to Du Bois, getting ready to move through Crawford counties. These have some wind with them. In fact, the winds inside the thunderstorms here are actually pretty powerful, and you'll see how bright those colors are. And if we query those colors near Patoka Lake, near Jasper, I mean, we're talking what, 66 to 69 miles per hour within these storms. The real trick here is, are these winds channeling down to the surface? Are they making it to the ground level? Because the radar can measure these, a few thousand feet in the air, but if they're not making it down to the surface, then we don't need a severe thunderstorm warning. And I think that's what NWS Louisville is banking on right now. Those particular storms, not really seeing any reports of anything out of them other than just some heavy rain and lightning, maybe some gusty winds. But these storms at this time remain unwarned. The storms moving into Louisville, moving into Palmyra and Corydon, those do have the severe thunderstorm warnings on them at this time, and the tornado warning, or excuse me, the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning for Charlestown, Louisville, over toward Eminence, Newcastle, and once again LaGrange. That tornado possible tag does continue. We'll see if they let that continue through about 4:15 a.m. or thereafter with a new warning. But look at that, 1.06 million people underneath that severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't get much more than that around here.
I tell you, not only is it a threat for wind, but also the rain. We have flood advisories now coming out for the Louisville area. This is for Clark, Crawford, Du Bois, Floyd, Harrison, Orange, Washington, and Oldham. Also includes part of the Louisville Metro. That is what we're watching as this heavy rain moves in with some pockets of strong wind. The greatest wind threat is now moving out of the Carrollton area as it moves and transitions into parts of Owen County. That tornado warning will be allowed to expire coming up in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, severe thunderstorm warnings extend now south of the Ohio River, including us here in Jefferson County, Oldham County, Henry County, and those will be in place until 4:15, likely get extended a little farther to the south. I think it's important to mention where we're seeing some of the damage coming in. I'm going to go to Tawana Andrew for that coming up here in just a second. I'll let her get into place, and I'm just going to mention that the wind that's moving past the New Liberty area right along 71 is the push of wind across Carroll County that will be moving out. However, while we had damage with this part of the storm, the question is, have we had any damage coming across Oldham, Clark, or even into northern Jefferson County? Dawn?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in Kentucky. So far, no reports out of there just yet. However, I'm getting some reports, and thank you to our amazing viewers, by the way, sending these in. A couple of trees down so far. These are the reports that we're getting in the Madison area. And we're also hearing from one viewer saying that she saw the tornado herself pass by her home in Kent, Indiana on 256. There's a lot of debris in that area and a lot of trees down in that area, so that matches what we were seeing on the radar as well. So working to get a little bit more information from dispatch, but of course our newsroom is working on that as well. So we'll be continuing to keep an eye on it, and thank you again to our viewers for sending this information. If you can do so safely, that's the best way to do this as we continue through this active morning. Kevin.
A lot of warnings out, severe thunderstorm warnings for most. We do have the tornado warning that will be allowed to expire shortly. That goes until 4:15 for parts of Carroll County, but the bulk of that is already moving out of Carroll County. Once that moves past Carroll, that will be out of our viewing area. Gallatin, Owen, and Switzerland will remain in that. Gent, Vevey, and Warsaw are places within that warning. 4:15 is the expiration time. We're getting some reports out of Washington County, Indiana. Trees down at the intersection of South Becks Mill Road and West Mitchell Road. We also have had damage reports coming out of northwestern parts of Jackson County. So a number of areas reporting at least sporadic damage. We know that tornadoes likely touched down in two places in the viewing area today. Up near Freetown, that's northwest Jackson, and then western parts near the Deputy area of western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. So that's what we have noted on the radar. That seems to make the most sense. With that, we're now tracking this line of showers, thunderstorms, some heavy rain, and the possibility of severe wind farther to the south. That will continue moving to the south as it moves into parts of Kentucky, including Jefferson, Oldham, Henry counties, already in Carroll County. But as this sinks to the south, we'll be faced with a sort of push of wind and a decent amount of rain. How fast it moves will determine whether we see much in the way of flash flooding. Tracking this line of showers, thunderstorms, some heavy rain, and the possibility of severe wind farther to the south. That will continue moving to the south as it moves into parts of Kentucky, including Jefferson, Oldham, Henry counties, already in Carroll County. But as this sinks to the south, we'll be faced with a sort of push of wind and a decent amount of rain. How fast it moves will determine whether we see much in the way of flash flooding. Most of this is moving fairly slow, which is why you see a lot of these flash flood warnings arcing across parts of Indiana, northern Kentucky, and southern Ohio. Let's go over to Ryan Hope.
Okay, yeah, we've got some storm reports here to share with you from the last few hours. Salem area, this is going to be the intersection of South Becks Mill Road and West Mitchell Road. You've got a tree down at the road there. That's as of 3:02, so that's about an hour ago. Several trees down, of course, near Freetown. That's tornado related. We know that. We've seen the damage from our wave storm tracker this evening. This will likely light up with several more reports, especially heading over toward Jefferson and Scott counties in Indiana. We've had another confirmed tornado there, as Kevin was just explaining. So this map is about to get a lot more complex. The power outages at this time, they're not super out of control, which is some good news, but there's certainly something to talk about. And just as I say that, here comes a new report out of the Madison area. There's 7,139 people in Jefferson County, Indiana, without power. That represents about 36% of tracked customers. This is a pretty populated area here, so I think the numbers are good. That just tells you that we have had at minimum a tornado in Jefferson County, and also straight line wind damage that probably took down some lines. Not surprising given what we've seen on the radar there this evening. I don't want to forget our friends and neighbors in Carrollton. Carroll County right now 12% without power. That's about 716 customers. And then we take you to Trimble County, about 15% without power. Trimble County population pretty low here, so 550 customers. That is a pretty significant power outage there. And finally Scott County, which also may have seen that potential of course tornado damage there, about 7.5% without power. So Kevin, we're going to leave you with this: 36% of Jefferson County without power. There's a lot to do for line crews tonight.
That was the strongest wind signature we'd seen over such a large area, as we were tracking that from western Jefferson County right into the Madison area, highly populated area. So it's no surprise that we would see high power outage counts. That is likely still because of those strong winds, whether it was just because of the isolated tornado or straight line winds, as Ryan pointed out. Doesn't really matter. End results the same. We have damage, we have power outages. We continue to track that storm now out of Carroll County into Owen County. Notice the camera here in Louisville shaking. Our wind gusts 36 miles an hour at the airport. This camera that we're showing you, that's coming to us from our SkyTrack camera, southern Indiana, looking to the south. So we continue to see these storms as they move in from the north. So we're looking from Waterfront Park Place, shooting across the river into southern Indiana on that camera. So we're watching these incoming storms. You're going to see a lot of lightning and a wall of water come in as we obscure that view coming up shortly as storms move into the Louisville metro. Heavy rain is falling with these storms, and that will pose a problem with the potential for flash flooding as well. Back to the radars we go. We're still at 82 degrees. It's still very warm. It's 4 in the morning. Yeah, A, it's early, but B, it's very warm and very humid. Southerly winds today brought back a lot of moisture, a lot of humidity, tropical in some cases, and that's going to cause potential for some flash flooding with these storms, but other additional storms firing to our south later in the day today. We're watching the radar. We go to the velocity. I'm going to go into the radar view, and as we zoom in, we'll see if we can pick out some pockets of any rotation. Let's start with the storms that are unwarned back to the west. This is Du Bois County, Jasper, Indiana. Nothing much there. The tornado warning for Carroll County is expiring as we speak. They let it go early by about 10 minutes, 11 minutes to be exact. Let's pan this over. We're looking for pockets of heavy wind along this line. We're in now the warned area south of Palmyra. This is Washington County. This is Harrison County, Floyd County. Strong winds moving very close to, getting close to Georgetown, right along 150, pushing down toward New Albany and getting close to us here in Louisville, which is why that camera was bouncing just a bit that you saw a second ago. The heavy rain will be not far behind. Let me put on the reflectivity. This is going to show you the push of wind lining up with the southern area of that rain. So we get the initial push of wind followed by the rain that's knocking on our door. We're seeing some rain develop out ahead of that, and that's notable. We can see that that will continue to put rain down across parts of Jefferson County, where it is raining across much of southern Jefferson County at this point. Anywhere south of the Watersons, seeing some of that rain. That said, we will continue to push the heaviest pocket of rain even farther south over top of that, hence the potential for some flash flooding. Let's get into the radar view. We'll go a little bit farther to the east. With that, we're looking for heavy rain moving across all of Oldham County. We would expect some strong winds coming out of southern Oldham and now pushing into northern parts of Shelby County. So we should be seeing winds pick up in Jefferson, Shelby County, moving over eventually into northern Franklin County. Let's go over to Ryan.
45-mile-per-hour wind gusts now in Corydon, 43 miles per hour wind gust in Jeffersonville at the Clark County Regional Airport, 36 miles per hour here in Louisville, 35 in E-Town. So we're seeing these 40-plus mile-per-hour gusts even before the main line has been moving through some of these locations. For instance, like Corydon hasn't even seen the storms just yet that are pushing in from the north here. So that's telling you the environment is primed for very high wind gusts here. So it doesn't take much for any one of these thunderstorms to kind of channel down this wind right down to the ground here. So take this seriously. Stay indoors, away from doors and windows. We may not have a tornado warning in our counties at this this time, but we certainly are dealing with a lot of strong wind gusts here at 4 in the morning.
The Wave Storm Tracker's been out tonight. It's been at the tornado damage across parts of northwestern parts of Jackson County near Freetown. It wasn't too far from Spraytown, but it was nearest Freetown where we had tornado damage. 15 houses damaged, one turned upside down. Volunteers are out from the Pershing community trying to clear the trees off of the roads. We saw a number of trees down. There were at least about 6 to 8 blocked roads that we witnessed while we were watching the Storm Tracker navigate around that area. That said, we have also seen tornado damage in western Jefferson County, Indiana, near Deputy. Now we're watching some wind, but severe thunderstorm warnings are in place. No tornado warnings for our viewing area. Why are we on? It's 4 a.m. There's nothing else on. We're going to keep with this as we roll into the 4:30 time frame, and then as these storms pass by the Louisville area, we'll transition back to the day's news. Let me show you some of the video that we picked up from earlier as that Storm Tracker was rolling around parts of southern Indiana. As we pulled up, you can see the cones in the road. Those are there because power lines are down. Those are restoration crews in the distance, lightning flashing even further in the distance, but a number of power crews on the scene. This was another road that we were on where we saw this house taking a hit by the trees. More power lines brought down on area roads across southern Indiana, whether you were on 58 or rolling toward anywhere between 840. Those were all roads that had power lines down across parts of Jackson County, Indiana. This was a very common scene. So obviously it's going to take a little bit of time to see those get cleaned up, especially the ones entangled in the power lines. It's a dangerous job, especially when you have active weather continuing to move through. What we note now are showers and thunderstorms pressing through Louisville. A lot of folks waking up with the sound of rain, maybe seeing the lightning flashes or hearing the rumbles of thunder. We have no tornado warnings currently. We apparently have had 2 tornado touchdowns in the viewing area, one in northwest Jackson County near Freetown, one not far from Deputy, Indiana, in western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. But that also translated to a lot of powerful wind that likely took out power to over 7,000 homes and customers. We're running at over 35% without power in Jefferson County, Indiana. For us here in Louisville, we are seeing some gusty winds, but we can tolerate 36, 38 mile per hour winds. In fact, we're going to expire the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Clark, Floyd, Henry, Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby. So we'll see what that looks like here momentarily. The good news is the wind fields seem to be easing just a bit in this general area to our north of the city. We're starting to translate some of that energy to the south, where you see some of the thunderstorms developing across southern Jefferson County. Still a wind maker, but tolerable. Still a rainmaker, but at this point tolerable. So some good news there. We'll see if any of these polygons get adjusted as these warnings expire across the region. It's 4:09 in the early morning hours of Thursday, and we are again on June the 18th. So we're watching these storms gradually sink to the south. Let's go to Ryan.
Okay, yeah, we continue to monitor power outages. We continue to monitor your reports on social media. We're live on Wave Weather Now. It's Louisville's first 24/7 weather live stream dedicated just to our area here. Arlene saying the thunder in Fairdale is outrageous. Thunder and lightning going crazy. You know, we can also show you not only from our SkyTrack cameras what it looks like. We've been showing you that this evening, but also from the TriMark cameras. You can see the lightning in the distance there, kind of glowing purple at times. If you watch more of this footage here, this is I-65 looking north from the junction. That's why I picked that camera. I know it always faces north here for the most part. You can see, of course, all the bridges lined up here. So far in Louisville, we're in pretty good shape. We should be getting a power outage number update here kind of at 4:11 if the scripting updates here, and it should here in just a moment's time, to see how things are going in Jefferson County, Indiana, see how things are going up toward Carrollton, near Milton, and of course once again in the northern part of Henry County. Those were kind of the most affected areas by that segment of storms that did put down a confirmed tornado just west of Madison a little bit earlier this evening here. Looks like that scripting is just about finished updating here. We're still at about 7,000 1,400 customers without power. That's now about 37% without power in Jefferson County, Indiana. So yes, that is a new number. It has updated. We're now at 1,000 customers. That's 1,000 customers in Trimble County. That's a big deal. That's nearly 30% of Trimble County that's without power. I would imagine the Milton areas where this is mostly concentrated, but I'm sure Bedford's been rocked by this as well. This is going to be Carrollton here, and you'll see Carroll County 21.2% without power. That's about 1,273. Flash flood warning has just been issued, and it looks like this covers some of our counties, Kevin.
Yeah, that's going to include parts of Clark, Floyd, Harrison, Scott, Orange, Washington, Trimble. So this is what we were talking about. In addition to that, you're seeing a latest thunderstorm warning. Let me go to that so we can take a closer view as this sinks to the south. You're talking Crawford County, moving over into Perry County, Indiana. So that's the latest on the severe thunderstorm warning that continues with that line as we sink it farther to the south. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that will go for parts of southern Indiana until 4:45. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings stacked up. No tornado warnings at this point. It's a wind and rain maker. Tornado warnings have expired. Flash flood warnings continue to come out on the far side of the precip shield. That's going to continue to plague the area as we bring this slowly through southern Indiana into parts of extreme northern Kentucky. Now, with no tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings set to expire at 4:15, should no other warnings be issued further downstream, we're going to plan hitting the newscast at 4:30. We'll stay on until that point. I'm giving a little bit of direction to our teams in the back here. So what will happen is we'll plan sunrise, normal start time 4:30, unless we have these storms still severe moving through Louisville. Obviously, we'll keep it weather heavy. We have had 2 tornado touchdowns in the area, not necessarily Louisville, but in the viewing area, northwestern parts of Jackson, western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. Thunderstorms continue, potentially severe, as we track these off to the south and east. I'm going to sort of center this up. We'll come back to the Louisville area. Heavy rain moving through. This severe thunderstorm warning is in place until, and I'll just go back to the feature on the radar, 4:15, so 2 more minutes on this warning. At this point, we've had no extension farther to the south on that warning. We'll still wait to see if we have that. Again, additional, and we'll go back to the home view quickly because I want to point this out, even though it's outside of the viewing area. You can see the tornado warning that's been extended. This was the one that we were watching earlier, passed by Covington. That one's still observed, so they're still watching the tornado with that one outside of the viewing area. That's near Kincaid Springs for folks that know that area. For us, it's a heavy rain and lightning maker that's moving in, along with some pockets of wind now moving into the Louisville area. Our gusts are down to 35 miles an hour at this point, and that is, again, tolerable. We'll watch this rain sink to the south as well, where we may wind up with at least a few flash flood warnings in addition to what we currently have sitting just to our north. So far, our highest wind speeds here in Louisville have been probably around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Any additional damage that we have seen come in from parts of Jefferson County, Indiana, parts of Jackson County, Indiana. That's been the core of the 2 damage centers that we've had. Let me bring in Tawana Andrew, who has been keeping up with some of our social reports, keeping up with our news department as well. Any new damage reports that you have coming in, Tawana?
Yes, so we're currently working on getting some of the pictures in from the Kent area, getting more reports of the damage in. Hold on one second, let me get that mic on. Yeah, here we go. So what we're seeing right now, this is an old photo, so hold on one sec. We're working on trying to get some more images in from the Kent County area. So thank you to those of you in that area who've been working to send us a little bit more of that information throughout the morning. We're getting reports of more trees down in the Kent area along 256, seeing some more reports of some trees down in the Madison, Indiana area as well. Getting one report from a viewer of a tree down in a home in the Madison area. We're still working to get that confirmed from the Jefferson County Dispatch so far today. So what we're keeping an eye on is a lot more of that wind damage in the very northern portions of Scott County into Jefferson County in Indiana. So thank you to all of you getting that in, getting a lot of reports of plenty of trees down in the Hanover area, especially towards Main Street as well from some of our viewers. So it's that Hanover, Madison area that appears to be pretty hit hard so far this morning. And now kind of switching over, Kevin, as you've been mentioning, to that more of the flooding threat happening in Indiana as the stronger wind now pushes into Kentucky.
It's nice to see that the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning has not been pushed to the south. So Louisville no longer under the severe thunderstorm warning. Clark County no longer. Floyd County really no longer. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that sits back out to the west across parts of Crawford County, Perry County, and into Harrison County, Indiana. That's one severe thunderstorm warning. And then on the opposite side, that one's expiring as well. So the good news is the extension of these warnings. The National Weather Service really paying close attention to where we have the strongest push of wind. Let me go over to Brian Good. He's been keeping in. I got one more warning here before I get to you, Brian. Sorry. Let me bring this up, and you can see that this is going to be the extension of that far part of the storm, sort of where we had the peak winds. And that's going to be moving through parts of Franklin County, Scott County, Shelby counties of Kentucky. So our far eastern county is starting to see some of that stronger wind move in. Again, radar estimated up to 60 miles per hour there. We have seen some wind damage with that part of the storm, so it's worth pointing out that power outages are possible across parts of Franklin and Shelby counties. Now let's go to Brian.
All right, thanks, Kevin, and good job, by the way, for all you guys staying up all night dealing with this. As we are still tracking the same line that's been ongoing back into Illinois, Kevin pointed out the most recent warning. Look at the orientation that we have on the radar. It's almost like a snake, if you will, drifting across areas of the bluegrass area of Kentucky. That's where that Boeing segment is, triggering the warning you just saw with Kevin Harnett for Shelby County, and then it snakes back up and over into English, Indiana. One thing I've noticed is, first off, it feels like a sauna outside. I mean, you're generally in the 80s in some spots in the metro. Very windy out there, and this rain feeding in across the metro is traveling in the opposite direction the line is. It's moving north into the band of rain. That is going to really feed some impressive rainfall rates. Where you see that shade of blue, that's about 2 to 2.5 inches per hour is the rainfall rate as that sinks down toward the metro at a bad time. A lot of folks are already on the road. I saw several cars on the interstate on the way in, so everyone is already venturing out. Rainfall amounts not that impressive yet in the metro, but with this convergence of these two lines, we're going to certainly see some impressive rainfall rates and amounts. More than 2 inches already falling in that yellow spot in Indiana, Kevin.
Yeah, and Brian, I'll point your attention to some information coming in from the Weather Prediction Center, where they're saying that flash flooding is going to be possible, and that is a concern. I know you'll take a close look at that. That's just now coming in, but that is going to be the case as this moves off to the south. And it's moving, it's not moving at a hugely fast pace, so we're taking our time bringing this heavy rain in sometimes multiple bands through the same area, and that's problematic in terms of the flooding scenario that could unfold into the very early morning hours. 4:20 in the morning, we're still tracking storms for you. We've been up all night. We've been on nonstop. Surprised we still have a voice. We've been going since 8:35 tonight. Now, we obviously were on our live stream for the bulk of that, interrupting the programming on television when we had tornado warnings. Do we have tornado warnings now? No, not in our viewing area, just past it, but it is 4 o'clock in the morning. We're just now seeing the early today would be on, so we're sort of wiping that out until 4:30. We'll join our newscast at 4:30, obviously with a heavy weather presence. Our whole team is here, and we're continuing to track these storms. And while we have no tornado warnings, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings, and we still have some heavy rain moving into the metro. So we're all here making sure that we get you through the morning hours, and we have had tornado touchdowns in a couple of places. So we've got reporters that are on the scene in southern Indiana, up near the Freetown area. That's northwestern parts of Jackson County, and we hopefully have crews headed over toward Jefferson County, Indiana as well. That would be over toward Deputy, Indiana, moving toward Hanover and Madison, that area. We have a number, thousands of people there alone without power. So those are the two zones where we know we've had likely tornado touchdowns. Recapping the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have across the area, you look at Louisville, no warning, thankfully. However, just out to our west, severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go to that, and I'll show you what we're watching. As we zoom into the severe thunderstorm warning that sits just west of Louisville, this encompasses parts of Crawford County, stretches all the way back to Ferdinand, moves down toward Leopold and Perry County. This will incorporate parts of New Salisbury as this arcs into Harrison County, Indiana. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me show you the winds with that. As we look at a little closer the velocity view, you're going to see some pockets of wind, and we see that moving across southern parts of Du Bois. That would really be southeastern parts of Du Bois, and northern parts, including the English area, not far from Eckerty. This is northern Crawford County. This will push into a lower wind field into northern Harrison County. You start to see these blues, some strong winds moving in. That's powerful pockets of wind. I'm going to drag this over as we keep the velocity on. We'll take this past the metro, where our winds have actually subsided a bit. We were up into the 40-mile-per-hour gust range measured. Now we're at 31. You can see our winds have eased just a bit. Heavy rain still falling. We're looking at the velocity. This gives us a measure of the wind speeds. You bump into our western or our eastern parts of the viewing area, you get the severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses a good chunk of Shelby and Franklin counties. And within that zone, again, we have some pockets of heavy wind, strong wind showing up, not far from the Shelbyville area, pushing in. In addition to that, that's pretty much the warnings that we have. The other severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings up toward Williamstown out of the viewing area. The other warnings that we have in our viewing area are the flash flood warnings, and that stretches across a number of our southern Indiana communities, and that's because of repetitive rain training over the same area. Repeat rain, same location, causes flash flooding, and that's what we've noted. I'll put the radar back on, and you can still see we're seeing more and more rain in that area. Now, with that said, the threat of severe weather will gradually be easing as we roll into the very early morning hours. So some good news there. We're coming up at 4:23. It's 78 degrees. Our winds here in Louisville at 31 miles an hour. We're tracking severe weather, but the tornado threat is easing just a bit. Our main wind threat also easing for the Louisville area with rain taking over. Probably a flash flooding threat will ensue as we bring in more heavy rain over the concrete jungle, but we will continue watching the potential for some wind as well. Let's go over to Brian.
All right, thanks, Kevin. In fact, speaking of that, as we vault the next few hours, here's a short-range look at the data trends. This model off just a bit. The storms have moved a little faster than what was indicated. Now moving into the metro, but in general, this has a good idea of how this is playing out with that Boeing segment aiming a little bit more toward areas of, say, Owen County, heading toward the south side there of Cincinnati. Now, this line will continue to make some progression all the way into Bullitt County, Spencer County, Taylorsville Lake, all the way back toward areas of Breckenridge County. But it continues to slow down. Starts to hit the brakes. That reduces the wind threat and the tornado threat and becomes much more of the flash flooding threat. Looks like it's going to keep going, right? You look at 10 a.m. like, oh, okay, well, it's going to keep going to Tennessee. Well, not so fast. Because as I click the button again, you notice it stays in the general same spot. And that's our second storyline as the alert day continues all through the day on Thursday is where that band stops. That's where we're going to run into some excessive rainfall rates. And your tornado potential, this is just what the atmosphere can do. That has certainly gone down compared to what we had even just an hour ago. But notice how it really vacates the area across central Kentucky to where we're not as worried about that for the rest of the day as we are, again, about the heavy rainfall rates, which right now, again, exceeding 2 inches per hour as this moves in during rush hour. Even 1 inch per hour, Kevin, at rush hour causes a big mess here. 2 inches plus. That's going to be certainly slow go today.
Yeah, well, you know, we had our first named storm, Arthur, so we're tapping into that tropical moisture, which is really could be a mess if we can realize the 1 to 2 inch an hour rate that would be possible. So we'll see how that goes. Certainly, the morning rush could be impacted depending on what happens with this. This should be out of here, I'd say, by that 6, 7 a.m. time frame. But nonetheless, the residual effects behind it may be left over. We'll see what it causes over the course of the next hour to hour and a half. Meanwhile, the severe thunderstorm warning stacked up back across areas to our west. Crawford County, as Harrison County, even parts of Perry County, seeing the strongest wind out of the deal. But even there, it's below severe limits as we speak. It is a wind maker that continues to sink to the south. The team is looking over things over in the Weather Center. Tawana's been keeping an eye on the damage reports that have been coming in in throughout the night. We're still sending crews to some of those locations. Parts of Jefferson, parts of Jackson County seem to be the two hardest hit areas, and we'll be able to tell what that looks like from some of those crews coming up on sunrise. Our intent is to continue with sunrise beginning at 4:30. We're just 4 minutes away from that. Let's go over, Brian, anything new from you guys? I know you all were just conversing there.
Yeah, we're just kind of putting a strategy together coming up for the show, which again is about 4 minutes away. Tawana, of course, is going to walk you through not only the current radar trends, I'll be here with her as well, and we'll kind of guide you through these storms as they kind of sink to the south across central Kentucky and get you through some of the traffic issues too that may develop, especially as they make their way toward the parkways as well over the next 2 to 3 hours, Kevin.
All right, appreciate that. What a team we have. Proud to be a part of this team. We've been here throughout the last several days saying, hey, it's an alert day. Now's the time to get prepared. We knew we would be here all night. Here we are at 4:30 in the morning on Thursday. We've been tracking these storms nonstop since 8:35, and we have been keeping you up to date on what is happening and unfolding across the entire 34 counties that we serve. Right now, it is a wind and rain threat that we have as we sink these showers and thunderstorms off to the south. Again, pockets of wind, that's something we've been watching. I'm going to show you on the velocity what we're noting across parts of Crawford County. It's where you see the blue just south of English, really, that we have the strongest winds just in that storm to the west. Will this get expanded farther to the south? We'll have to see how this continues to develop over the course of the next half hour or so, but that severe thunderstorm warning remains intact. As we push that across southern Harrison County, Corydon, Dogwood, New Middletown, those areas would be at play. We'll see if that stays the case. At this point, we still have pockets of strong wind embedded within that storm. I'm going to go back to the radar. I'm going to pan this over. Flash flooding continues across the northern tier of that rain band in Louisville. It is rain, but we're able to maintain it for now. Our gust at 30 miles an hour. More heavy rain moving in could cause additional flash flooding. A flood advisory is out for the metro. For areas to our east, severe thunderstorm warnings for Franklin County and Shelby County. Again, pockets of heavy wind or strong winds embedded within that. We're coming up at 4:28. Let's go over to Ryan Hope.
Okay, this just in from our Facebook page. This is from Michelle Hubbard, Midway, Indiana. This is Jefferson County, Indiana. That is a sizable tree on the side of what's either an outbuilding or a barn dominium sort of situation there. You can see all this heavy tree damage here. This would be likely close to where we've had either straight line wind damage tonight or that tornado that touched down in western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. If you have storm damage photos and you can do so safely, you can submit them on our Wave Weather app. Just tap submit your photos or the Wave Weather Facebook page. I've made a special post. It's red with a bunch of white text that says, hey, share your photos with us. Comment with it. That's where we got this particular one here. Again, thanks to Michelle Hubbard. Some pretty severe tree damage there, and I have a feeling daylight will show a lot more than just this, Kevin, in Jefferson County in the morning here.
Our plan is to take a quick break coming up, and then we will continue to resume with weather coverage that takes us into Wave Sunrise beginning at 4:30, coming up in less than a minute. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for parts of Shelby and Franklin counties. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings for areas just back out to the west of us. Louisville not under any warning at this point, but parts of Harrison County, Crawford County, and Perry County remain under severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Wave Sunrise with complete weather coverage.
With Alert Day coverage now, this is Wave News.
It is an alert day, and we have had severe weather move through the area. 2 apparent tornado touchdowns in Indiana, snapped power lines, down trees, damage to homes. This is northern Jackson near Seymour. First responders say also at least 15 homes were damaged. Our weather team has been here throughout the overnight hours into early this morning, keeping you updated on everything that is taking place right now to keep you safe. Let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett right now, who's been pulling an all-nighter, letting us know what's been taking place.
Yeah, happens on occasion, Shannon. We're all here tonight. We will be seeing this ease, and most of us will be headed home. We'll hand it over to Tawana and Brian through the rest of sunrise. But until we can get our computers swapped out, let me give you just a quick update. Here in Louisville, no warnings. That's the good news for the metro area. We are tracking severe thunderstorms both to our west and to our east. These storms continue to press across parts of Shelby and Franklin counties with wind and rain. And we also have strong winds along with heavy rain lined up along I-64, northern parts of Harrison and Crawford counties of southern Indiana. As this rain pushes through the Louisville metro and sinks to the south, we will be seeing the possibility for additional heavy rain that could cause some flash flooding. And that's the potential that we'll be looking at as we roll into the early morning hours. So this is round one. We contend with additional heavy rain to our south as the afternoon unfolds, and that could yield some additional flooding. Tawana Andrew has been keeping up with some of the damage reports that we've had throughout the overnight hours. I want to go over to Tawana just to get a quick update on some of the latest reports coming in, including those thousands that are without power across parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. Tawana, it has been hard hit in southern Indiana.
Yes, southern Indiana has been certainly hit hard this morning. So if you can switch over to Max 2 on this monitor behind me, we've gotten reports of quite a bit of damage in the Madison area towards parts of Hanover and now we have a new tornado warning. Kevin, let you jump in on that as we continue to monitor, of course, what's coming in right now. And that looks like it's going to be for more of our areas just to the west of Corydon. So southern Crawford County getting in on that, Kevin, for this morning. That goes until 4:15 a.m. Central Time.
Let me give you the details on that. We have been watching this weak rotation that was showing up across parts of Du Bois County. I'll zoom into this. Again, this is for Crawford, Du Bois, and Meade. We were saying it was a wind maker, also showing some signs of rotation moving near Birdseye, English, Ferdinand. All of this until 5:15. So we've got another 45 minutes on this warning that's now coming out. This marks one of many warnings that we've had come in throughout the overnight hours tonight. I'm going to zoom this down. You can see the notch on that radar echo, and this is coming from the reflectivity. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of velocity. This is the area we're watching, and that is the minor rotation that we were keeping an eye on. Remember when we were looking at this just about 20 minutes ago, we said there's pockets of blue indicated some areas of wind that were pushing through, but now you can see just a little bit of red showing up in there as well. Again, that's the rotation that we've noted. So when we check the velocity, you can see it's not all as pronounced as what we've seen in the other two tornado touchdowns that we had earlier in the night, but nonetheless, it is there. And also what is there would be when we look at the reflectivity, you can see that inflow in the notch that shows up. So as that storm makes its way past Ferdinand toward the Birdseye area. This is the tornado warning that we have. That tornado warning is in place coming up until 5:15. Ryan, I'll ask you on the NWS chat to take that to the bottom so I can see that. And then when we look at the wind as well as the rain all along this line, flooding will become an issue as well. So we have the tornado warning. That remains, again, in place as this storm moves off to the east at 50 miles an hour. It's fairly fast moving, but nonetheless, it is one that has the potential to produce a tornado. Do we have one on the ground? No. This is radar indicated, but that's the way they've started out. And as time has worn on in several of these instances tonight, we've noted that that's become tighter and tighter and making a touchdown in at least two places, one in western parts of Jackson County, one in western Jefferson County in Indiana. We have our team assembled here. Let's go over to Tawana Andrew to see if she has any additional information on this tornado warning that's just now come out.
We're continuing to work a little bit more to get some more information on this, plus, of course, the flash flood warning that is just to the north of it. So continue to keep an eye on that minor rotation that you mentioned. And I'm trying to get a view of some of the INDOT cameras in that area to see what's actually happening on the ground in that spot. So that's something I'm efforting as of right now. But it's really that torrential rainfall along with that. So don't try to be, out on your patio trying to see if you can see it. No, this entirely, if that tornado is is going to be rain wrapped. So it's better to get in your safe space as of right now as we continue to monitor a little bit more of this. So certainly watching that rotation, that little notch there that you mentioned, Kevin, the very southern portions of Du Bois County, trying to track right now into northern Perry, southern Crawford County. There's a lot of wind embedded in this line of storms as well, just outside of that. So that's something else that we'll certainly have to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the morning, that straight line wind threat as this pushes further to the south. So this is just one of several tornado warnings, Kevin, that we've had this morning, and we're working to get any more information and any damage reports so far as the morning continues. Kevin?
These storms moving east at 50 at a pretty good clip. We know that we have embedded pockets of wind. We see that inflow into the storm just south of the Birdseye area. This would be the area of rotation that we're watching closely. It's already passing by the Ferdinand area. It's going to stay just north of Interstate 64.
And Kevin, just want to mention, too, it looks like there's 2 other notches within that line. So there's really about 3 along that tornado warning. So I think any of the 3 may have a chance, or at least some potential. At times it comes and goes, but that seems to be the case there.
Yeah, and that's pretty much stacked up right along 64, as we pointed out, from Birdseye over to West Fork. So those are those pockets of wind that we've talked about. We're not seeing, oftentimes we see that strong couplet where it's bright reds, bright greens next to each other. This would be one, though it's not as bright as some of the ones we've seen. Additional ones moving across parts of Crawford County, south of English, Indiana, right along Interstate 64. That's the zone of concern as we push this over toward the Leavenworth area. Here's the deal on this, and let me just go back to the radar view. As we go there and then zoom out, I'll push us up on our home view so folks in Louisville can get an idea. Should this hold together, while this is sinking to the south, the general storm motion is moving off to the east, and with that, southwest Jefferson County would be in line possibly to see some of these stronger storms. If you've been watching us throughout the night, we said the threat of severe weather was still with us in pockets. We said that the idea of the tornado threat was not completely over, but it was easing, and that is still true. While we have scattered tornado warnings, and this is by far the longest extension of one, mainly because of the forward speed at 50 miles an hour, that's going to take it into the Harrison County area shortly. Corydon would be in line for that. You think of Corydon, you think of the damage that they had along with Lanesville with recent flooding, and tonight they're facing wind damage and the potential, if this holds together, for possible tornado damage coming into the area. So it's something that we're watching. We've already seen a number of areas in southern Indiana with some of that potential damage. Let's go over to Brian Good.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We're watching, again, that one notch. That's the main reason for the warning was the trigger for southern areas of Du Bois County, but there are 2 other notches that have been showing up across portions there as you head into Harrison County, just west of Harrison County, all the way into especially that Crawford County area. We do have our SkyTrack camera up, and this is going to be in the Corydon area. We are monitoring, of course, the wind as it sinks down from the north and west as that wind picks up there. You can see the lightning in the distance as well. The flag aiming to the right, indicating a very strong west-southwest wind right now into the Corydon area. Once that band gets a little bit closer near the old State House there, that's when the rain really is going to ramp up. But look how vivid it is. It's like a constant feed of lightning there into Harrison County as that line moves through. Now, the tornado warning just west of this location, to be clear, but the storms are feeding east at the same time they're going south. So there is a chance we may still get some alerts for Harrison County, Kevin, as it gets a little closer.
Yeah, we've noticed the wind in addition to the lightning, both picking up within that frame from our Corydon SkyTrack cameras. So Corydon located right here, pretty much in the center, just south of Interstate 64 of Harrison County. That storm system moving across parts of northern parts of Crawford County, in far southeastern parts of Du Bois County. So right along Interstate 64. That is that zone that we've been talking about for that potential for the tornado warning. We have a number of power outages that have been reported throughout the night. I suspect we're going to be adding to that with this cluster of storms that's now moving across parts of Crawford County, from English down toward it. You can see additional severe thunderstorm warning being expanded out and ahead of that tornado warning. So this will include parts of Louisville, including southwest Jefferson County. So we were talking about that just a second ago, saying that if this storm held, it would be pushing into Jefferson County. Well, the National Weather Service is saying likely to see at least some strong wind out of this. Notice the wind speed forecast, 60 mile per hour. Again, this warning will go until 5:15. So both the tornado and severe thunderstorm warning on that.
And it's interesting, Kevin, because the tornado warning is moving east at 50. These that are moving into Louisville are moving to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So difference in speeds there. So everything's kind of congealing together.
Yeah,
and storm motions.
Notice the flash flood warning coming out. This was another problematic. This could be in some cases more problematic than the wind itself because the wind's going to be sporadic. The flooding could occur in many areas. So we see a flash flood warning coming out for Metro Louisville as well. It's going to be a rough start to the morning here in Louisville. While we haven't had a ton in the way of severe weather in terms of wind tornadoes in the metro, we have had it in the viewing area, and now we're seeing heavy rain spill in. It's 4:41 in the morning. This is a wide view. We're tracking severe weather now across the metro area. Tornado warnings that are both to our west and to our east. The ones in our east are away from the viewing area, but the ones to our west continue to move across parts of the viewing area. Let me zoom into that. We'll see if we can pick out any additional rotation zones, see if we can pick out any additional areas of most concern. We have pockets of wind, so that's what we've seen. Right along Interstate 64, anywhere from Ferdinand all the way over toward the Leavenworth area, which takes us just to the tip of the Ohio River, and this should spill into parts of Harrison County as well eventually. Notice that lightning. You're looking at the camera in the middle part of the screen over here. This is Corydon, so this is Harrison County. The lightning is vivid, both cloud to cloud and cloud to ground. When we look at the velocity inside of this storm, what we're looking for would be any of the rotation. It's tough to pick the rotation out on this, but it's not quite tough to pick out the pockets of heavy wind, and we see that marked by some of those brighter colors. This would be one area of rotation we could pick out easily. There's another one just south of English, but this is strong wind pushing through in addition to some very heavy rain. At this point, power outages will be something that we're watching. Tawana Andrew has been calling up and looking at some of those power outages over the last little bit. We can take a closer look at those coming up for you, but I can tell you the number one areas over in Jefferson County, Indiana. Tawana, I see you have those behind you. Let's just take a look.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the Jefferson County, Indiana area because that's where we got reports of all that damage towards Madison, towards Hanover as well. Gotten plenty of reports of some trees down as well, and just seeing some more reports from those of you in Carroll County saying that your power is out. Same thing for Bedford. So looking at some of the numbers in those spots, now 39% of Jefferson County, Indiana, that's more than 7,000 people without power. Not surprising with some of the damage photos that we have been seeing in those spots to start off the day. Also, for those of you I've noticed, it's picked up in Henry County as well. You have 34% of that county without power, so that's about 1,500 people dealing with that to start off the day. For those of you in Carroll County who've been just continuing to keep an eye on it, so far about 22% of you, so 1,300 people without power. We've seen, of course, we have that confirmed touchdown in Jackson County. Crews have been working to get that back up and running with that confirmed tornado that we had, and of course the damage that we saw in that area. And also Scott County, we saw some more of that strong wind move through your area earlier this morning, so a little less than 800 people without power. And of course we have one crew heading back into Jackson County this morning to just keep an eye on the damage that we saw there, but now we have another crew keeping an eye on what happened in Jefferson County in Indiana as well for this morning. So we have Marissa Burke, who's heading to that Freetown area. She's about 15 minutes out, so we're going to be keeping an eye on the storm tracker that she has, and of course a photographer heading to the Madison area as well. Of course, it's still dark, so if you cannot safely go out and check things out, please do not do so, and continue to keep an eye on a new severe thunderstorm warning. Kevin,
let's get to that. This is going to be over to an eastern part of the viewing area. This will be for Franklin County. I'll just take you to that warning and we'll come back to the tornado warning. This This latest severe thunderstorm warning is for Franklin and Shelby counties in our viewing area, Fayette and Scott just outside of that. 5:30 is the expiration time, mainly for the wind potential as we bring this front through and closer to the Lexington metropolitan area. Back to the tornado warning we go. You can see they've trimmed it up just a bit. No longer includes Du Bois County, still includes northern Perry County, a good chunk of Crawford County, comes right up to the county border of Harrison County. At this point, still tough to pick out the rotation, but the pocket of wind that we're watching is across far western Crawford County. That's going to push close to English, Indiana, not far from Leavenworth, right along Interstate 64. Busy interstate travel, maybe a little early to be busy, but interstate travel would be impacted by this along Interstate 64 west of the Louisville area. We'll continue to track that as we move that storm off to the east. That storm is moving at roughly 50 miles an hour. With that said, as Brian mentioned, those storms settling to the south are moving roughly at about 30 miles an hour. So it's a slow sink, which means that repetitive rain over the same area yielding some flooding, which is why you see that flash flood warning, especially for the metro. We have a lot of concrete. That water cannot be absorbed by it, so it has to go up. That means it rises. That means we see some flooding, and that's certainly going to be the possibility as we head over the course of the next little bit.
Hey,
Let's
Kevin?
go over to yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm watching also the new development right over the airport into Jefferson County. This is a cell, not a lot of strong wind with it yet, but it's in an environment that can support some stronger wind gusts on the southern edge. It's kind of feeding all of that moisture that is coming in from this tremendous amount of wind and moisture coming out of southern Kentucky, feeding into central Jefferson County. So at the moment, I think the most alarming concern we'll have with this band of rain is going to be its east-west nature right across the Waterston Expressway.
We have
area.
a tornado warning coming for the metro.
Okay, that has a bit of a hook signature to it. I'm not sure if that's the one in particular, but that's the one that is showing up on the terminal. The terminal is having some issues, FYI, but that is one we're watching, Kevin, very close to the Waterston and 65. I do have the SkyTrack camera ready to go right now if we wanted to take that. I'll put it on the main channel.
I'm going to zoom in here this because just now we will see the tornado warning come out for parts of the metro. You see it. Brian's been pointing this out, so let's talk about this, and then we'll get to the SkyTrack camera, which is going to be a little bit displaced. So this is the tornado warning for parts of Bullitt, Jefferson, Shelby,
it's looking
and
right
Spencer.
at it in that camera, by the way, straight into it. In the SkyTrack camera right now.
So the SkyTrack camera, when you see the lightning, will be illuminated. Let's get off the storm tracker. We've got to stay on this with the tornado in the metro, and you'll notice that hook coming out of this. This is passed by the Okolona area. This is going to be moving toward J-Town. This is radar indicated, but one that we have to keep a very close eye on as we move. Let's replace the storm tracker with the SkyTrack camera. We have to have that SkyTrack camera because we're watching the storm as it moves through the metro area. So that's where we are. With that, the tornado warning encompasses parts of southeastern Jefferson County, Shelby, Spencer, and Bullitt. We're looking for that expiration time of 5:30. I'm going to zoom back out and let me just recenter this, and I'll put up the velocity on this as we pan the radar back up. Again, Jefferson County, you're hearing the tornado siren sound. This is because the tornado warning has been issued. We've been watching this move through. And guys, feel free to jump in with analysis. I'm going to put on the velocity and we can just have the conversation. With this moving through, we noticed, and Brian, you noticed this initially near the airport?
Yeah, near the airport's where it started. It's right at that point, got a little bit of a hook echo. And Ryan and I are watching now, and we can look at Max, we got it up there on the bottom right. That's the cell that we're watching. If you look at that, this is where we've got the bit of the hook that's been showing up. This is a little closer to GE, Newburgh Road area, as you head toward the Waterston itself. Newburgh, Waterston, Popper Level, into Goss Avenue. That's the area we're watching, that in general corridor. We have seen some, at least hints of what we call low CC values on the debris tracker, Kevin, but nothing that's right now definitive. Ryan's looking at that too with me, and we're kind of analyzing that to see if we get confirmation on it. But we definitely have the radar signature. It's certainly there, and monitoring the SkyTrack camera too to see if we see anything, although it's very difficult. But we're hoping that the city lights being near the airport will help us illuminate some of this.
Yeah, this is passing by GE now in the Appliance Park. This is going to be moving over Louisville Road, Bardstown Road, not far from Fern Creek. Creek. This is an area that we've seen hit before near Glen Mary. This is going to take it as it moves off to the east. This storm is moving at 25 miles an hour. So this one's not moving as fast as we continue to make this trek to the east. So it's capable of producing a tornado. We can clearly see the little hook, the notch. That's the notch that we talk about on the radar. That is why the tornado warning was issued. Let's go back to the velocity just to see if we have any ability to see that. It would be in this area here. Tough to pick out, but that would be passing GE and approaching the Fern Creek area. That would be what we're watching as we track that to the east at roughly 25 to 35 miles an hour. Again, Fern Creek solidly in the path of this. Areas just south of J-Town would be also in the path of this. A little bit wide on the tornado warning, but we can clearly see that notch, and it's most visible when we look at the reflectivity from the radar. Again, this is it right here, just passing by Appliance Park, not far from the Okolona area, moving toward Fern Creek. That would be the area of concern. I'm going to zoom in tighter so we can get some street level mapping going. Let's zoom in. We'll take you to GE. You see that it's passing by that. You'll notice it's passing the Faganbush Lane area, Sherlock Way. This is going to be rolling over toward Ridge Creek Drive. South Waterson Trail, Woodhaven Country Club is right in the path of this storm. This takes you out 1747, not far from Hidden or from Hollow Creek. This is as you work toward Brett Fraser Drive, moving over into, I mentioned South Waterson Trail. So that, again, is the area as we continue to track that off to the east. I've zoomed in. Let me zoom out and we'll come back. So we have to sort of always get our bearings as we move in and out of the storm. And
the airport is, I don't know if you mentioned that, it's 51?
Yeah, 51 miles an hour.
Okay.
And Tawana, I see, is looking at some of the traffic cams.
Yes, this is 265 to the Snyder at 64. The one thing that I've noticed is a lot of just that blowing rain. So this is certainly torrential rainfall. So a lot of traffic moving in that area as well. So that's something, if you know there's people who typically head out early in the morning at this time of the day, tell them to find a safe place. The road is not the place to be. And if you're out on the roads and you're listening to us, an underpass is not the safe place to be either. So make sure that you're finding a stable, solid location to find really just a place to shelter in this mess. And I'm keeping an eye on many of our TriMark cameras across the area as well. And the big thing I've noticed is just the increase in amount of heavy rain in this area. This is more towards downtown Louisville, so not seeing as much of an impact in that spot, but it's really where we're watching some of the strongest winds moving in towards parts of the Snyder, towards parts of 64, that we really are starting to see a little bit more of that visibility really going down and that wind picking up and a lot of prolific lightning, Kevin.
You see a lot of the semis with their hazard lights on, indicating that it is tough to see, and they want you to see them. Flooding could become an issue sooner than later across the metro. I've put the radar into play mode. I'm going to stop that in just a second. Let me recenter that tornado warning that we have for the metro. I can tell you that the tornado warning has been canceled for Crawford, Perry, and Meade counties. So as we look back to the west, I don't want you to think we're ignoring the folks that were under the warning. That has been allowed to expire. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue for a number of places, but the only tornado warning that we have is the tornado warning that encompasses the metro.
And Kevin, can we show Max 3? I just want to highlight, I was looking at the terminal. This is a separate radar, so you guys know, that's located near Mount Washington. This was picking up, and I'm sorry it has a very scattered look to it. The beams have an issue. There's the, right around GE, that's when the circulation was showing up. Well, watch what happens as it moved more to the east. Now the rear flank itself, the RD, looks like it's taken over. So this may have already sort of dissipated. We'll be monitoring that, but I'm not seeing the signal as strong as it's crossed into J-Town.
All right, we have the warning until 5:30, so another 35 minutes technically left on that, unless the Weather Service lets that expire ahead of time. Good analysis from the team looking at the latest view. Let me zoom back in. Again, the only tornado warning is the one for the metro. I like to give that wide view just to show that it's along that boundary that we have the strongest push of wind. We also have a tremendous amount of water falling, and that's leading to some flooding. This is the tornado warning. We still have that little bit of an inflow in places. So now we're seeing different notches in the radar signature. Again, noticing this not far from Okolona and G Appliance Park, now translating over toward the J-Town area. Let's see if we can pick out anything on the velocity, where we're looking in this general area. Outside of some strong wind, that would be the rotation. Not far from the J-Town area. Let me zoom back into that. The tighter we can get, sometimes we get that street level mapping and then we get a new update and you sort of have to start over again. This would be the greatest concentration, so just allow me to zoom in. This is going to be a very tight zoom, so you're going to see some of these areas that we talked about. South Waterson Trail, approaching Fern Creek, Fairground Road. If you're familiar with South Hurstbourne Parkway, of course you are, that's going to be just south of you, but we could have some strong winds. This would be the push of wind moving through Moore High School. That's not far from Von Mill Road, and then working your way toward Asheville and Colonel Hancock Drive. As we continue to make this off to the east, that would make its way toward Beckingham Boulevard and then past the Fern Creek area, of course. So that's the zone at this point of the strongest wind and the potential for some of that rotation. Back home we go, and we have to zoom back in again. So you'll have to bear with me as we come in and out. Once we have zoomed in so tight, the only way to get back out is to sort of reset. So we'll go back into that storm and sort of do the same thing again as we continue to track this off to the east. Remember, this storm is moving to the east roughly at about 25 miles an hour. This is the tornado-warned storm, possibility of some strong winds. If we were to look at debris in this just to see if we were lofting any debris, not really all that visible at this point for anything that we can really pick out. What you're looking at is a flash flood warning. That is in the green polygon, so that includes a good chunk of Metro Louisville. This is the red polygon. That is the tornado warning that's in place until 5:30, and embedded within all of that, severe thunderstorm warning. So we've got a number of warnings going on across Jefferson County. If you have the if you have the NOAA Weather Radio or the Wave Weather app, you've been getting these repetitive alerts just for different things. So it's meant to make sure you're awake, make sure you know what's happening. Much of Jefferson County is not under the tornado warning. If you're in J-Town, Fern Creek, Middletown, you are in that warning. That extends over into parts of far western Shelby County, including Simpsonville, but does not include Shelbyville at this point. Let's go over to Brian to see if there's any new reports of any kind of damage that have been coming in here in the metro. I would think we would start hearing about that by now had something actually touched down.
Yeah, again, the signal not as strong as it was. Weather Service, they're going to keep it going because they're using the same tools that we are, especially using the radar that's closer to Mount Washington to look. They can still see a general spin, so given the environment, they just don't want to take the risk that it could easily lower again in the atmosphere and once again produce. It gets a bit of a challenge when you get any type of rotation in the Louisville metro because we do have the radar beam at Fort Knox. We have the one in Mount Washington for this reason, though, to kind of get away from Fort Knox and the beam to make sure we can clearly see the Louisville metro, and that's exactly what we're doing right now, is kind of analyzing to see whether or not the rotation is still there. But it's getting very congested because now we're seeing the cells that were in Indiana in Harrison County that have caught up now to this cell that was popping up over central Jefferson. So it's the collision that we got to always monitor. You can get brief spinning that can happen. Usually it's temporary. Doesn't usually last more than, say, 15, 20 minutes, and then you end up back into just a straight line wind, heavy rain scenario, and that's what we're hoping is the case here. But yes, so far, no reports of damage, nothing confirmed. All this has been radar indicated, but worth watching, especially with so many people being impacted.
Yeah, and a lot of this rotation is showing up just aloft, so it's not necessarily down toward the surface. So as long as they're seeing any of that rotation still possible, the tornado warning will continue. We're coming up on 5 o'clock. This tornado warning still in place, and that will remain in place for just a bit longer. So we will continue to watch that. On the NWS chat, if you'll swing it all the way to the bottom just so we can see those chats. What we're looking at is until 5 o'clock is the current time. Our wind gust in Louisville, 38 miles an hour. 40 now is the current wind gust. These winds are now coming in from the north and northwest. We'll be transitioning our winds as these storms pass through temporarily. That said, what we're going to notice is a tremendous amount of rainfall, likely seeing some flooding that's going to slow some folks down for the morning commute. The good news is in this tornado warning that we're watching that includes Okolona, J-Town, Fern Creek, Middletown, even over to Simpsonville, the rotation has eased a bit. It is now mainly aloft. We're still seeing some strong wind, likely up to 50 60 miles an hour in a few places. But with that, we haven't seen any type of damage that we at least know about. Our newsroom is making phone calls. We hope to have some information coming forward in just a few minutes on that. We do know that we've had other areas across the viewing area that have had tornado touchdowns. Parts of Jackson County, Indiana, parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. We have trees, homes, businesses, power lines, all have been impacted in those locations. Let's talk about the velocity. We're looking for wind within this zone. We see pockets of heavy wind not far from the J-Town area, south of Middletown. This is going to be a push of wind right along the Gene Snyder in that area. So it's mainly north of the Gene Snyder on the south side and still along and possibly west on the far eastern side of when you're looking at the Gene Snyder. That said, things have improved somewhat, and that's some good news. I'm going to go back to the reflectivity. We take a look at that, and I'm going to zoom out. We'll take a look at some of the warnings that we have from across the area. Brian, you have anything?
I just want to mention the just rainfall amounts. It's a whole other issue that can be just as really more of an impact than this rotation is.
I think so.
Because rainfall amounts are
We do know that we've had other areas across the viewing area that have had tornado touchdowns. Parts of Jackson County, Indiana, parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. We have trees, homes, businesses, power lines, all have been impacted in those locations. Let's talk about the velocity. We're looking for wind within this zone. We see pockets of heavy wind not far from the J-Town area, south of Middletown. This is going to be a push of wind right along the Gene Snyder in that area. So it's mainly north of the Gene Snyder on the south side and still along and possibly west on the far eastern side of when you're looking at the Gene Snyder. That said, things have improved somewhat, and that's some good news. I'm going to go back to the reflectivity. We take a look at that, and I'm going to zoom out. We'll take a look at some of the warnings that we have from across the area. Brian, you have anything?
I just want to mention the just rainfall amounts. It's a whole other issue that can be just as really more of an impact than this rotation is.
I think so.
Because rainfall amounts are now getting closer to 2 inches in Jefferson County, more than 1 3/4 showing up along that band roughly from around the airport as you get into J-Town. And that's what's going to lead to a tremendous amount of ponding in the water. Now, obviously, we have a lot of construction going on, too. That doesn't really help either because the water flow, the watershed has been altered a bit with all the construction. So hydroplaning is a big concern on the section of 65 that is open and certainly on 64. And don't want to rule out the Waterston Expressway as well, Tawana.
Yeah, and speaking of 64, starting to see some pretty slow traffic in that area on the traffic maps in that area. So in between Simpsonville and basically J-Town is where I've been just watching that speed just slow all the way down and keeping an eye on the Trimark cameras in that area as well. Brian mentioned that 1 to 2 inch totals, and that's some of the spots we're seeing. So I'm starting to see more of the semis going off towards the roads, a lot more of those flashing lights, the torrential rainfall in that area. So everyone is moving certainly quite a bit slower across that area for this morning. So keeping an eye on a lot of things. And Ryan, you're also keeping an eye on some more of that information.
Yeah, Metro Safe says they are very busy right now. They can't talk to us because there's a lot going on, but we're going to keep trying and get some more information for you here in the next few minutes, Kev.
Yeah, well, we appreciate them answering the call. We even appreciate them more when they give us a little information we can pass along to the viewers who are obviously trying to get out and go to work, which is something that you might want to give yourself a little bit extra time before you step out. We do have reports coming in from Shelby County where we know at the Mesonet station there, they recorded winds of 58 miles an hour. So we have had severe wind gust into Shelby County. Notice the severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch from Lexington along the Bluegrass Parkway, along Interstate 64, back through Franklin County, Shelby County, southern Oldham County, Jefferson County, Northern Bullitt, Clark County, Floyd County, Harrison County, Crawford County, Meade County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. The only tornado warning that we have is in the southeastern part of Jefferson County. That has relaxed quite a bit. However, there is still, according to the Weather Service as they're looking at it, some gate-to-gate shear that is fairly weak, but still situated across far southeastern Jefferson County. And with that, they're going to continue that tornado warning. It's technically set to expire at 5:15 or 5:30?
5:30.
5:30. So another 27 minutes left on that. We'll see if that holds. It seems that if we continue to look at the velocity, and we're not seeing, can still see a pocket of heavy wind just south of J-Town. So we will continue to track that. But should this ease enough, that warning A would get trimmed up, certainly, and may be allowed to expire a little early. Can't do that just yet. We're still watching pockets of heavy wind. We see one over the Raymond Hill area. There are others near Simpsonville, back out toward J-Town. That's just north of the Fern Creek area. So it looks like they are now canceling the tornado warning for Bullitt, Jefferson. There you saw it fade away. So they have allowed that to expire and early and be canceled. So good news there. The tornado warning, the only tornado warning that we had, has been allowed to expire. I'll give you the game plan here of what we're going to do. I'm going to zoom back out on the radar. This is now a flooding deal for Jefferson County at this point.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about Shively, Kevin. The DBZs, or the intensity of the rainfall, is really ramped up there in western Jefferson. That's going to track over the same spots that tornado warning cell just developed over. So that may push us into a 2 to 3 inch rain total into parts of the area that are known for flooding. So we need to really watch that.
Yeah, and we still have a lot more rain to come in because of that rain in southern Indiana that will still have to drift down from the to the south as well. So right now we have a line of severe thunderstorms moving through a number of counties in the viewing area, including Jefferson County. We're going to stick with a little bit of weather information here as we roll through. I don't know if we have cameras that we can show across Jefferson County. Somebody's going to have to talk to me in my ear and let me know where we can go. But at this point, this is a flooding event for Metro Louisville. It's a wind event for some folks where we could see that marginal severe wind threat. But the tornado warning has ended. It's 5:05. I just want to make sure before we give it back that we reach out and have talked to a personnel, make sure we're not seeing massive flooding anywhere. All we can do is look at the radar, and we know what we're seeing, and that's what we're analyzing. That's why Brian's mentioning where we see the rotation, where we have the greatest concentration of rain, where we could see the flooding. But at this point, before we flip it back over into just news, I do want to make sure that the ease is happening across parts of Jefferson County in particular as we start our morning rush, that we're seeing some issues that may be unfolding. So we'll make some contact. We'll get them on the air. We'll make sure we can double check before we swing back. So let's make one more circle around our team. Let's go to Tawana. Any new information that you have?
Continuing to work to get a little bit more, and keeping an eye right now on the SkyTrack camera. In Simpsonville, you can clearly see how strong that wind is and how it's blowing that rain around. And we're watching that torrential rainfall. Of course, we've been talking about the 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates in many spots for this morning. And we're continuing to keep an eye on what happened earlier this morning into the overnight hours, seeing some pictures of that damage. This is Midway, Indiana, so Jefferson County, Indiana, where you see that large tree just snapped there, basically at the base, and landing on some sort of outbuilding. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. This is another view from Hanover, Indiana, another spot where we got a lot of reports of damage. 2 large trees coming down on the house of Missy Sturgill. So keeping an eye on that area, because Hanover is going to be one of those spots where we have that potential tornado touchdown in that area. And also keeping an eye on what's happened outside of Madison. This is just another view for one of our viewers. So thank you for sending this in, where you can see how that tree just destroyed what looks like a fence there. And that's something that a lot of people are going to be dealing with, the cleanup. But we still have more of these storms on the way for later on today that we have to keep an eye on, especially in south central Kentucky, because the radar is active. But this is just the first wave of storms, and now we're going more from that damaging wind threat into the flooding threat, that we're starting to see some more of those flooded warnings and advisories coming out across the area. Brian's currently on the phone trying to get some more information as well. Brian is currently working on trying to get a little bit more of that information as well. But remember, we still have, of course, a number of flood watches in place across the region. This one goes until 9 a.m. Most likely there will be another further to the south that gets issued for later on this afternoon, with the afternoon and evening wave of rain as that pushes further to the south through our Kentucky counties. So, Kevin, a lot to keep an eye on for today as we continue to head on through the area. Brian, I see you taking a look at some of the images from the Metro traffic cameras.
Yeah, let me show you this, and Ryan, let me know if you get anything too.
I just got off the phone with Metro Safe, and they said they don't have any flooding or damage reports at this time. So hopefully that holds. We'll see how that goes in the next few minutes.
Ryan's got you covered, guys. He's watching that setup there with Metro Safe because, again, heavy rainfall rate. Let me show you this image behind me here on Max 3, which indicates some of the Metro cameras. But I want you to look at the one at the bottom left. That is where of course, there's not a lot of traffic there because it's closed. But you can see the tremendous amount of water, though, that is coming down on the interstates. Look at the top left, I-71, even near Zorn. Very slow go at the moment as we're now getting to the very beginning stages, the core of rush hour. But max speeds are roughly running, they should be about 20 to 25, but everyone's going probably a little fast. Please take it slow if you got to venture out, because I'm telling you right now, this type of a rainfall rate of over 2 inches an hour is very, very tropical. It's hard to even see. Your wipers are going to get a workout trying to keep up with this, and it could easily be a situation where you run over water that's running over the roadway because it has nowhere else to go. The drains fill up, it flows over, those become rivers, your tires hit that, and if you don't have really good tires, at least in good condition, you can easily lose traction, and trust me, your morning can go a rave really quick in that kind of a setup there. So please take it slow as you venture out, as we're going to see quite a bit of rainfall for at least another good solid hour in the core of the metro itself. Let me see if I can get some rain totals real quick. This is, again, just some of the MSD gauges in the metro itself, and these will be constantly updated. We got 2.37 that is coming in. This is going to be not too far away from Ali International. Over 2 inches as you head a little closer to, say, Poplar Level Road to Newburgh Road area, Taylor's Road. About 2 inches has been the average, though, in that corridor, central Jefferson County, where we have very heavy rain now moving into Shively, but it's going over that heavy rain band that produced that tornado warning, which, again, some of you are now waking up thinking, did I hear sirens go off? You did. That tornado warning has been canceled. There is no tornado warning in the metro. It's right now all about flash flooding and pockets of strong wind. You can see the airport still gusting to 40. I think we had a peak in the lower 50s for a wind gust at one point this evening. But it's been windy all night tonight. But at times you bring in the heavy rain and the heavy rainfall, it's just really hard to see it all, Tawana.
Yeah, that is very true. And just an update for those of you trying to plan ahead to the rest of your day. The tornado watch for a lot of our southern Indiana counties has been allowed to expire. However, they have a new tornado watch that stretches right along 64. So basically, for those of you from Perry County all the way towards Frankfort, up towards Carrollton, and includes the Louisville Metro, the update has it going until 11 a.m. this morning. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be very strong storms, so that entire time, but we'll be keeping an eye on the radar through that time frame for any additional strong storms that may form across the region. Of course, Brian was talking about the flooding threat, and we still have that flood watch also in place for areas along and north of I-64. That goes until 9 a.m. As I mentioned not too long ago, most likely we'll see that extended to the south for later on today. Kevin?
Getting some information from some of our personnel across the community. Louisville Fire responding to a tree on a roof and the roof off on Gallagher. That's in the West End. So we'll need to look at that. So that's going to be a Louisville Fire responding to the tree on a roof and the roof off on Gallagher. That's Gallagher for folks that are looking in the newsroom. So something we should be looking at.
New severe thunderstorm warning for the southern part of the metro.
And you can see that extends just to the south into parts of Bullitt County as well. So this is the heavy rainmaker moving across Louisville. It's going to take a little bit of time to traverse across all of Jefferson County. We really wind up in this flooding scenario that we've been watching unfold across the area.
It's 60 miles per hour, about 61 miles per hour.
What was that?
Louisville at 61 miles per hour now at Ali International.
All right, so we see the gust. You should see that update to the next update coming in at 40 now, but should go 61. So again, with this heavy rain comes a punch of wind. This is moving through all of Jefferson County and a good chunk of Shelby County at this point. That arcs into Franklin. That will continue settling to the south. The heavy rain, starting to see a few downpours developing out ahead of that, which then it catches up with it, and that produces 2 rounds of heavy rain, which is what we had happen here in Louisville. That's why we see some flooding that remains a possibility as we continue across all areas along the Ohio River, and now sort of transitioning from southern Indiana down to the south. So flash flood warnings are now out for parts of Franklin, Fayette, Henry, Jefferson, Oldham, Scott, Shelby, Trimble counties, and Woodford counties until 9:15 in the morning. You're going to see some of those flash flood warnings continue to pop on. With that said, we still have these pockets of wind, which is why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in place. I'm going to zoom in. You'll notice some of the areas seeing that wind. We'll start with Jefferson County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in place. Flash flood warning remains in place. Power outages continue to climb across the area. The velocity showing in some areas the pockets of wind. We're not looking at this gate-to-gate wind where we have tight couplets or rotation. This isn't that type of a scenario, but it's a straight line wind maker in most of these cases as we continue to press through the metro area. That wind is downing some trees and power lines in places. It's also whipping the rain, which is falling at a pretty good clip, and that's causing some other issues that we've seen from across the region. When we look at the wind potential that we've had, looking at your reports from MPING, tough to get them this late at night, and we don't have a lot of them across the area. That's always a tough part about tracking severe weather during the overnight hours, getting the actual reports so we know the ground truth. We can have the best radars, spend millions of dollars in technology, but the fact is there's nothing that beats the ground truth, and that's knowing what happened and being able to see it with a set of eyes. Oftentimes we don't get that during the overnight hours. Let's go over to Tawana Andrew.
Yeah, just seeing some reports from Madison's mayor that Michigan Hill is back open, but we're continuing to keep an eye on a number of down trees and down power lines. So the mayor of Madison is asking people to stay off the roads to allow crews to begin the cleanup process, and also says that your trash pickup will be delayed. So they will be out surveying the damage, and especially as that sun comes up. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for our area, and this covers those of you in portions of eastern Bullitt County into Spencer County, just kind of out ahead of that line, Kevin, that we've been watching as it pushes further to the south, and we're watching that potential for 60+ mile-per-hour winds with this. So this is more than 100,000 people impacted by this particular severe thunderstorm warning, which is one of several that we do have going on as of right now. Brian?
And Kevin, the wind's been revised to 62. That was that gust to the airport at Ali, and the rain gauge nearby there now 2.87.
Yeah, and increasing with more heavy rain still to move through. So when you're looking at the airport here, obviously we have this rain across southern Indiana to stretch farther to the south. So we're going to be adding more to that. That's going to continue with the flash flooding threat across the metro right through the morning, early part of the morning rush. And in addition to that, we still maintain those strong winds that are pushing past. Now at 62 miles an hour recorded from the airport. Areas to the south could experience winds 50 to 60 miles an hour as well. We're starting to see some reports of damage come in southern parts of Harrison County. That's just south of the Corydon area, not far from New Middletown. We have tree limbs that have been damaged. Also have reports coming in of J-Town fire responding to a water rescue. This is on Hurstbourne Lane and 6 Mile. That's near the underpass that's there. So that's one area that we also have Metro fire crews responding to, in addition to the Gallagher issue where we had tree on a roof and maybe even the roof off in that area. That is indicative of some very strong winds that we've had moving across parts of Jefferson County. The tornado warning that we had has expired, so there are no longer tornado warnings, but we have a whole series of severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice the wind gust updating at 62 miles an hour from the west. Our temperatures have fallen. We were in the 80s much of the night. We're now down to 69 degrees. Back to our home view we go. You can see that line of thunderstorms, severe in many cases, though we're starting to shave the severe part off from Du Bois County down into Perry County, Crawford County, Harrison County. No longer seeing severe storms out of that along Interstate 64. That in its own right is a pretty big deal and good news. But however, we transition across I-65 and points farther to the east, and those storms are severe.
We need to keep it on eastern Shelby. It's like a Boeing segment trying to get going there.
We can zoom into that while we talk about it. So I'll zoom in. And you're analyzing that, so I'll do the driving and you can do the talking.
Yeah, it's eastern side of Shelby, just east of Shelbyville. A bit of a notch there for me. We've seen this several times. You get that little kind of S shape to the radar, and it's right east of Oliver Branch. That has been blowing out in the past couple of scans. So as that pushes out, you're going to get a wind gust that could easily get up to that 60 miles per hour as it surges southeast. So this is why the warning was out. They analyzed that and indicating that that potential was there. It will continue to likely blow out. You got to be careful too, especially around Grafenberg where you got that notch at. You can get a little bit of broad rotation. That doesn't always happen, but in this scenario, when you kind of get that notch it forms in that Boeing segment, that is always something we have to monitor. But right now, that seems to be the strongest that we got in the area is the eastern side of Shelby.
And are you looking pretty much in this area right along Shelbyville Road and 64?
Right. Exactly.
So that's this area that we would be watching for that strongest wind. You can see the colors on the radar. This is the velocity. We also have another pocket just south of that, just off to the east of Olive Branch. But the greatest concentration would be right along the Interstate 64 and pretty much just south of Shelbyville Road as you work your way out toward Grafenberg. So that's the area in Shelby County that has a little bit of intensity to it. We go back to the radar view. A lot of heavy rain still falling across much of the area. That includes all of Shelby County. Flash flood warnings remain in place for you folks. So the story's the same in many areas that we have. We'll go back to the home view so we can just again reset. Most areas that are seeing the rain are under flash flood warnings because we've seen repetitive rain over a longer period of time. With that, we continue to track these storms off to the south. They are still severe across the metro area, parts of Bullitt County, and mainly areas east of I-65. So I'm going to zoom into that zone for now, noting that areas to the west are no longer severe and have shown signs of weakening just a bit. This forward motion on these, as they continue to press off to the east and sink to the south, have been causing some wind anywhere between 50 to 62 miles an hour. And at this point, the highest measured wind gust that we have has occurred at the airport at 62 miles an hour. And that's what we're seeing currently. I mean, it's not still gusting at 62, but that's what we had at the last report. Obviously, that translates across parts of southern Jefferson County, northern Bullitt County. Anywhere we have these little notches or sort of indentions on the bottom edge where we have that push of wind, and that could occur in several of our counties stretching from Franklin to Shelby, northern Spencer, southern Jefferson, and northern Bullitt. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning painted across so many of the counties just off to our east. Tawana, what do you have?
Just getting in a brand new picture. Actually, this is from Hanover, Indiana. And if we can take this full, so you're able to see kind of the dynamic nature of this image, you can certainly see that that is a large tree somewhat embedded into the wall of this building. Don't know what kind of structure it is. Looks like some sort of patio in this area. So this is in Hanover, and this person also sent a number of reports of some pretty large trees down around that area. So starting to see more as more people are waking up and getting going and getting able to be out and about and survey some of the damage. Starting to see more of these images showing up from places like Hanover, from places like Madison, where we were dealing with that potential tornado earlier this morning. And this is another view of what we saw in another part of Hanover, where two large trees came down on a house and also some vehicles. Thankfully, we haven't gotten very many reports of any injuries in those areas, which is certainly some good news. But of course, we're still watching this line of thunderstorms as it races off towards the south. And we're seeing, of course, on the front edge of this line of thunderstorms, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, including the one that we have for the very southern portions of the metro. And those stretch all the way into Frankfurt. So we're going to be keeping an eye on those for basically the next hour. And we'll also have to keep an eye on what's happening behind it as we've dealt with multiple rounds of rain, starting to see those totals going up a little bit more in many spots across the metro. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. Now seeing some of those rainfall totals well over 2 inches in parts of the metro, Kevin, right between the Watterson and the Snyder. So anywhere from near the airport all the way into the J-Town area, starting to deal with that torrential rainfall. And that matches with what you said earlier about that water rescue on Hurstbourne Lane near 6 Mile Lane. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the flooding threat, the damaging wind threat throughout the morning. And then we have to deal with this potentially later on this afternoon and evening all over again, Kevin.
All right, Tawana, thanks. 62-mile-an-hour wind gust, heavy rain nearing 3 inches of rain. the metro. Those are the areas that we're watching. I tell you, let me see if we have anything that I can
I do
report.
have one report. This is Taylorsville Road at Marianeth and J-Town. They report that the underpass there, it floods a lot. It is currently full of water, basically at the viaducts or the underpasses in J-Town. Avoid those right now. You know where they're at, 6 Mile, Hurstbourne. We do have a report of something going on there. They could not confirm that to me, J-Town, at the point that I called them there, but just expect high water in the places that typically get high water in this city. J-Town on over toward U of L. You know the spots. If it's got a flood gauge and it's on the side of that underpass there, avoid it. Areas near of course, the infamous can opener. Avoid that too if you can. We don't have reports of flooding there, but I expect to get some here shortly, guys. This repetitive rainfall here in Louisville with what we called the concrete jungle earlier, not good. The water doesn't drain very efficiently here, and of course we're going to be continuing to monitor these reports as they come in. It's early. A lot of folks not answering their phones here this morning. They're either busy or asleep. I think I woke somebody up in PRP earlier. Sorry about that. But we're looking for these reports, Kevin. We'll continue to report back.
Nothing wrong with waking them up when they need to be up and paying attention. So here we are. We have our whole team assembled. It's coming up on 5:30 in the morning. We've been here nonstop since 8:30. So we're going on, what is that, 9 hours? I don't even know. 9 hours, close to it? That's close, isn't it? 62 mile an hour.
10 hours. Yeah.
10 hours, yeah. Well, that was close. All right, we're working on getting more information in. Hopefully we can get somebody on the air with us shortly. We know that we have impressive rain falling across Jefferson County. We know we have problems, and we know there's information you need to know as you head out this morning. So we want to make sure we're able to give that to you before you venture out in something that could be dangerous. Clearly, when we say dangerous, we're talking wind and rain. We don't have tornado warnings in the viewing area, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings and very heavy rain moving through Jefferson County. The good news is the heaviest is now sinking across southern Jefferson County, and the greatest wind has passed us. Our last report at the airport, 62 miles an hour. Temperatures coming back down near 70 degrees. So we're working on getting the winds down, and that's going to happen. We've likely reached our peak wind here in Louisville. Along this boundary, we do have thunderstorms that are obviously capable of producing wind damage. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way near and on either side of Lexington and over toward Louisville. Once they hit 65 and points farther to the west, they ease up just a bit, and that's some good news there. So we're really focused from Louisville off to the west off to the east, and areas that will be right along Interstate 64 at this point. That's where we have the greatest. So water rescue is from a vehicle. This is on South Hurstbourne Parkway, 6 Mile Lane. We know we have a tree on a roof and maybe a possible roof off on Gallagher. Those are two reports that we know in the Louisville metro area. We know we've had a tornado touchdown earlier across north and western parts of Jackson County, Indiana, and another tornado touchdown in the western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana, not far from Deputy. Thousands of people are without power across southern Indiana, parts of Kentucky now starting to see increased power outages as well. So that's sort of the scenario that we have. Let's go over to Brian Good.
All right, thanks, Kevin. A couple things to note on the radar trends as it's been moving across southern Jefferson County. The highest wind gusts to be able to find is right around Taylorsville itself into Spencer County of about 38 miles per hour. That gust of wind that produced the 62 in Louisville has now pushed into, say, Pioneer Village, heading along Highway 44 in Bullitt County. Doesn't seem to be excessive, but you may have noticed the wind have a bit more of an uptick in that area into Bullitt County. And we're still watching Shelby, but that wind has dialed back a bit as it's moving now into the capital, heading into Frankfort. There is a new cell that is starting to pop up right along portions of near Taylorsville Lake. This is a brand new one. Nothing too wild with that, but it certainly has increased the rain, some of the wind. This is the other pocket of wind, again, right around northeast side of Bullitt County that may drift toward Mount Washington, but it's right along Highway 44. And then the third pocket is located, again, very close to Frankfort itself, but that has dialed back compared to earlier reports we did have. Quick update on the rain gauges. We got a few now that are right at, we're close to 2.98 off Southern Parkway, and you get toward Taylorsville Road, Breckenridge Lane area, 2.93. Now, the heaviest of the rain has moved past those gauges. They're still going to get pockets of heavier rain, but we're going to end up with some 3-inch rain totals in the metro, and that all came down really just in the past 90 minutes alone, if not faster than that, Kevin.
All right, appreciate that. Working, trying to get some information in here, so bear with us as we roll through the early morning hours. Coming up on 5:30 in the morning, we're looking at strong winds, heavy rain pushing through. You can see that on the radar. No tornado warnings. We have had several. In fact, one of those up near Freetown. I see the storm trackers made its way to some of that damage. Marissa Burke's on board this morning. Let's go to southern Indiana, western parts of Jackson County. Freetown it is. Lots of trees were down there. We saw that earlier when we had Julia up there. And Marissa, let's bring you into the conversation here and just tell us what you're looking at.
So we are, like you said, near Freetown, and we actually passed a crew that was working to clear off some trees. So shout out to them because they have been working tirelessly through the night, and they told us that the further out we drive on this stretch of road, we're out on North County Road 425. And you see just all this debris that has been left behind by the system that came through the area. I really wish there was I'm trying to turn the other camera, but it's still so dark out to really see how much damage we're talking about. But you can see some of that on the side. You see that tree in front just snapped. But there's so much debris in this area, so many trees that have just been snapped like twigs. You see that right in front of us. We're going to have to figure out how to turn around because now we have reached the end of the road, and we know that these crews are further back where we started. So they're going to be some time before they get over here, Kevin.
All right. Again, you're looking at images coming out of northwestern parts of Jackson County. It's near the Freetown area. Marissa, what we heard earlier was that there were 15 homes damaged. One of those turned completely over. Some of the volunteers that were out trying to cut some of the trees and the firefighters that were out, all volunteer, were also working hard to make sure that they could get those roads opened up. Obviously, with so many trees down, that's going to be a task. Have you heard any other information of any injuries that may have happened or any additional damage that we may have missed outside of those 15 homes?
Not yet, Kevin, but as soon as I hear something, I will be sure to pass that information along to the newsroom. We've only seen the crews that were out, haven't run into any more volunteers just yet, but, you know, we'll keep our eyes open.
All right. We appreciate that. You're hearing emergency alerts go off. You're probably getting those on your phones as well if you're in Jefferson County. This is for flash flood warnings that are coming out for Jefferson County. This is until 8:45. You'll see that it says this is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. It's because we've already had cars stalled out. South Hurstbourne, 6 Mile Lane, that underpass. People try to drive through it. It's high water. Turn around.
It's a considerable tag on it.
Yeah, and this is that heavy rain that's coming in. We said early on that our greatest threat would likely be from the flooding waters. Why? It doesn't soak into concrete. It rises. And when you're in a concrete jungle like a city, you wind up seeing very heavy rainfall like we've seen. It causes major problems until we get it through here and it has time to recede. So you're going to see that in a number of places along this line, but most importantly, you're going to see it here in the city of Louisville at a morning time frame where we start to see traffic pick up. 5:30. You're going to want to give yourself just a little bit of extra time if you can to get out of the house this morning. If you have to go, give yourself the extra time. If you can hang tight and wait for this to pass through over the next hour, give yourself a little extra time. I know some folks don't have that ability to wait it out. Nonetheless,
Kevin, real quick, speaking of flooding, just getting where the Blanton Lane in PRP is reported as flooded as of right now. So starting to see more of those issues across the metro, especially in the southern parts of the city.
All right. Appreciate that. We've had a number of reports, power poles down in a number of places, too. Not necessarily in Jefferson County, but across parts of Carroll County. We've seen wind damage being reported across parts of southern Indiana as these storms have settled off to the south. We're still seeing the severe thunderstorm warning, and this will continue until 5:45. This includes parts of Bullitt, Franklin, Nelson, Shelby, and Spencer counties. That's what we note here, and that warning is in place for another 15 minutes. Brian?
Yeah, all right, Kevin, just keep an eye on some of the wind that is moving in. Some of that is still coming in about 30 to 40, which is not severe, but just monitoring that for those, especially that are watching around, say, Mount Washington, right around the drop there from Barbson Road to High Grove. We're seeing that drop as well. Let me show you the radar. This is the radar with the rain gauges that we've got right now in the metro, and you're going to see several of those 3-inch amounts. Look right in the middle of the screen, 3.01 near Southern Parkway, 3.06 off of Breckenridge Lane. That is a tremendous amount of rain, and that's where we're getting a lot of the water rescue reports have been coming in. You get in around the J-Town area. The gauges just now trying to catch up in southern Jefferson County. The terrain is lower in Okolona and to Fairdale over to PRP, so we were likely going to hear more about some flooded roadways. But notice we still have more rain back into Floyd County around the Knobs. That is also going to move over these areas that have already picked up 3 inches. So that's going to push us likely to about 3.5 in some spots, and that's the reason why they've upgraded this flash flood warning. It's not just a typical flash flood warning. This is what another tier goes up to another level called a considerable flash flood warning, and that's what triggers your phones whenever it gets to that level, which we had that with Lanesville that morning with the heavy rain and flooding. So a very similar setup with that. That's mainly because you have such tropical air over us right now, and these thunderstorms are just absolutely pouring out there.
Winds relaxing just a bit, but now the rain obviously becoming the more critical part of the forecast. It's the reason the emergency tones have gone off on your phones early this morning. Again, we still have a little bit of time before we get that rain past us totally. I'd say another half hour to 40 minutes before we get that rain totally past the Louisville area. So it's going to take a little bit of time, maybe even longer than that, frankly. So we continue to track the threat of severe weather, the threat of heavy rain that's falling, causing the flash flooding, and tornadoes that have passed during the overnight hours while many of you were asleep. One of those hit up in the Freetown area. You saw Marissa Burke showing that just a few minutes ago. We have more damage coming in that same general vicinity, now near a barn that has been either hard hit or destroyed. Marissa, give us an update of where you are and what you're seeing.
So we were able to get some more light at the end of this road, and you see where those downed trees have pulled this power line down to the ground. So I'm just going to zoom out so you can see what we're talking about. You see there's some cars that are trapped behind that debris, and then you see that barn that you were just mentioning right there behind that downed power line. So we're hoping that anybody who might be, and that looks like a pool maybe or some sorts, it's hard to tell, but we hope that anybody that lives in this area or in that home has been in a safe spot. But as you can see, looking at the area, there's a cat running by. I hope that everyone is accounted for. We're still waiting to hear more details about any injuries that may have been left behind by this storm, but this just shows you the extent and the power of this system. And I'm seeing a snap tree. Don't know how much light we have, how well that you guys can see that. But we've seen several trees in this area just snap like twigs. But we're gonna get some more video of this area and check out some more spots. And again, we just hope that everyone is safe, Kevin.
All right, I'm just going to give you a little bit of instruction on that storm tracker. There are side lights that you can turn on. The center console has 2 switches. You can punch those on. Should illuminate both sides of that vehicle so you can see what's out there fairly good. So if you have a chance to turn those on, might help you out just a bit, especially using that camera to the side view. Here in Louisville, we're tracking storms moving off to the south. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. This is across parts of Bullitt County, parts of Spencer County, northern Nelson, Shelby, Franklin County, and this will continue as we bring this system to the south, packing a punch with not only rain but wind, and that's the reason for the severe thunderstorm part of this. And then obviously we have flash flood warnings that continue along that line as well. As far as the other watches or warnings that we have, flood watches have been in place. Tornado watch was in place until 5 o'clock. So we're sort of getting out of the tornado watch threat, but we are still in the potential for some severe storms. More importantly, the flooding, especially across parts of Jefferson County, where we have the ongoing heavy rain sinking into the Louisville area. We've been showing some of those rain totals. I'm going to zoom into this. As we zoom in, we'll put on some of those here in the metro. So let's just talk about Louisville itself. With the concrete that we have, oftentimes that causes a lot of problems when we we start to look at the rain rising. And with that, we can take a look at some of the MSD rain totals that we have across Jefferson County. We're looking in some cases near J-Town over 2 and nearly 3/4 of an inch of rain. So getting close to that 3-inch mark, 1.5 inches as you work your way down toward Okolona. Appliance Park near 2 inches of rain. Same story in the Highlands, over 3 inches of rain working toward the Springhurst area, not far from Linden. So we do have some very heavy rainfall totals that have been noted across Jefferson County, parts of Clark County, areas in southern Indiana. This rain continues sinking to the south. Let's go over to Tawana Andrew. I see a lot of emergency lights on the cameras that you're looking at.
Yeah, this is 65 northbound near Outer Loop. This is where keeping an eye on what they're saying is a disabled vehicle, but I've just been watching traffic just slowing to a crawl, and the lightning has been prolific in this area. So this is one of those spots that we tend to see a little bit more of the ponding on the roadway, and of course a lot of emergency crews out in that particular area. Also getting some reports of some road debris on 64 westbound. Let me try to get that image up for you. This is going to be in the Cannons Lane area, so 64 westbound near Cannons Lane. So to see a lot more of those slowdowns in that spot. No word on what kind of debris it is. There's a very tree-lined area, so no surprise with that. Ryan, you have a little bit more information coming in from those calls you've just been on.
Yeah, just got off the phone with Shively Police Department here, and they've got 2 areas that are flooded out pretty badly. This is going to be 7th and Berry, right at the viaduct there. If you're familiar with up and down Dixie Highway there in Shively, you know that this is a place that floods. 7th and Dixie, so right on Dixie Highway, 7th and Dixie also flooded at this time. This is in the Shively area where they've picked up more than 2 and in some cases 3 inches of rain. This is not a surprise to hear that these low-lying areas within the concrete of southwest Louisville there are underwater at this time. Please turn around, don't drown. We're starting to get some of the first rays of sunlight for the day illuminating some of this here, but if it looks like it's flooded in front of you, turn around, find a different way to work this morning if you have to. I know that may be difficult, but your life is more important than your commute at this point. So we'll continue making these phone calls and making sure that we get you the latest information here on Wave News Sunrise. Kevin.
Oh, it's a two-way street. We're getting some information in, and we're trying to get that information back out to you all, everybody that's watching at home and everybody that's been watching our live stream that's been going on all night long. The idea is we want to make sure you're safe if you're venturing out this morning. So we are trying to get you that information on where the trouble spots are, what we're seeing across the area. We're waiting on some emergency personnel to give us calls back so that we can report that valid information. Clearly, while it's happening, they are very busy. We understand that. But at this point, we should be starting to be able to send some of that information back out to you guys so that you know what you need to dodge and not get in. At this point, I would say stay at home if you can. We have heavy rain still falling in Jefferson County. That's causing some major flooding issues in places, and we've seen some very strong winds. Our winds have died down back to 37 miles an hour at the gust, but we did have that peak gust at 62. That obviously is causing some power outages, not in Jefferson County only, but across a good chunk of southern Indiana. We had thousands of people without power with that potential tornado touchdown that we really feel happened in Jefferson County, Indiana. And a number of folks still remain without power across that area.
Yeah, I can give you an update on that, Kevin,
please,
if you like. Let me show you the map. And again, Kevin was mentioning that area right around Madison. That's where a majority of the county is now reporting some of the outages. So when we look at the power outage map, you're going to see different colors here that indicates where the highest number of outages took place there. As we head in Jefferson County, we're now approaching about 39% of the county, more than 7,700 customers impacted by that. We've had that burst of wind that moved into Trimble County, more than 14% of the county without power. You get all the way down to the Shelby, same storyline, more than 21%. And even in the Louisville Metro, we are now approaching about close to 2%, more than 6,800 customers, and that is up from 4,700 when I last looked at the image. Something else to keep in mind with these power outages taking place, a lot of the traffic lights are going to be out or they're going to be blinking, and that, of course, is going to impact some of the travel as well in the area with your route, especially being routes in the metro that are a little bit altered because of the 65 shutdown. Tawana, what you got?
So getting into new images from, you mentioned, of course, the damage and the strong winds that we had in the Madison area. And this is a view of what looks to be an RV completely tipped over onto another vehicle. No one, if anybody was injured in this, but certainly shows the power of the wind that we had in the Madison area. And another image coming in, this one actually coming in from the New Albany area, where we're seeing some large tree limbs, or what looks to be a large tree down on what looks to be a red vehicle there. No word on if it actually landed on the home, but thankfully haven't gotten any reports of injuries in that scenario. And also seeing some more information coming in. This one more from the Louisville Metro, some more of those trees coming down across from Logan Street Market. So we're starting to see more of the impacts in terms of strong winds and getting more reports in the metro area, as we're seeing the strongest winds now moving out of Louisville, but now that heavy rainfall still coming down. But it's certainly that image of what we saw of the RV off towards its side onto that vehicle, though, that kind of shows a little bit more of that power that we're dealing with this morning, Kevin. And thank you to all the viewers continuing to send us more information, especially from the Madison and Hanover area, where we're seeing more images of large trees down on homes and on vehicles. So thankfully, we haven't heard any reports of any injuries so far, Kevin, and that's certainly a blessing as we deal with this mess of some storms pushing through.
Yeah, and that really is a blessing when you see some of the images that you're showing, when we know that we had vehicles stranded in that underpass over at South Hurstbourne and 6 Mile Lane, when we know that we have trees on homes off of Gallagher. Fire crews are responding to that. We have crews on the scene there. We'll show you what that looks like in a second. We still have a lot of heavy rain falling across the metro, and we still have a lot of lightning. A lot of folks are just waking up this morning, possibly to the alert that went off for the flash flooding, just finding out that parts of the metro area were also under a tornado warning for a period of time. The good news is with that, it sort of weakened fairly fast, and we didn't see a whole lot in the way of what may have been a tornado touchdown. Could have been. We'll have to wait and see on that, but we have had some damage. We certainly have some very heavy rain that's been falling across parts of the region. Let's go back to the radar view. Temperatures, again, 70 in the city, very warm, very humid, gust of wind 37 miles an hour. We look to the radar view to show some of that heavy rain still making its way south. It is easing across parts of northern Jefferson County. So we see the end of the heavy rain in sight as we bring this farther to the south, but it is still going to take a little bit of time to get it completely out of here. Right now, the heaviest of the rain is along and south of the Watterson Expressway, continuing along the Gene Snyder, pushing down into parts of Bullitt, Spencer, and even parts of Shelby County as we speak. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in place for a number of communities. The good news is that we continue to track that to the south and off to the east, but to the west, it is mainly rain. And I say that because at least it's not severe. We don't have severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings as we had earlier in the overnight hours. A number of locations still have the flash flood warnings. Those will continue to be issued as this line sinks to the south. It is slow moving. It is tropical in nature. It is producing a tremendous amount of water, Brian.
One of the things I've noticed when we look at that regional radar band, going back to, say, around Evansville, we don't have any more of these Boeing segments that are showing up along this line. So the line, it looks like it is now starting its stall process. Let me take you back to, say, around Brandenburg. Notice around the Ammons area in Brandenburg, it is not progressing to the south as it was because Boeing segments help push the line southbound. We've lost that, so now we're seeing the training effect in full effect in the metro. So this very heavy rain band here into Harrison County, that is going to continue to build back into Shively, right around the airport, and maybe even southern part of J-Town, but certainly into southern Jefferson County. I think northeast Jefferson County should be all right as far as avoiding the next round of heavier rain. But right on the edge of the airport, where we do have some 3-inch totals, this is likely going to start building and training over the same spots because, again, the forward motion to get this south of, say, I-64 and Fort Knox, that has slowed in the past 15-20 minutes. You do not want to see that when you're in a flash flooding setup, so that's something we'll be monitoring, especially in Harrison County. We're talking a lot about the rain totals in Louisville, but you guys in Corydon and Point South have had a tremendous amount as well of a few inches of rain because it really has been nonstop there for about 2 hours now.
Lots of rain, lots of water continuing to track its south, lots of flash flooding going on. Severe thunderstorm warnings are easing. In fact, it looks like most of those severe thunderstorm warnings have expired across the area, and now we're fully into what is a very soggy forecast with flash flooding going on. Let's go over to Tawana Andrew. We'll work on wrapping up the severe weather part of our coverage, get back to some of our news of the day as we continue to roll through. I'm still trying to reach out to Metro Safe to see if we can get one final report on there before we turn it back to news.
Yeah,
Tawana?
so we're keeping an eye on, of course, the heavy rain. I popped up the cordon camera because I'm starting to see some emergency crews right in the area where we saw some of that flooding, and I'm starting to see a lot more of that water ponding in that same spot in Cordon this morning. So right in the center in front of that Capitol Jewelers is where we're starting to see a lot more of that flooding, and this is very reminiscent of what we just saw last week in this area. So the heavy rain certainly having an impact there in terms of the flooding. I know a lot of people are focused in on the severe threat, but the flooding is something that we certainly cannot forget. And by the way, I just updated the Wave Weather app with a little bit more of the information coming in about what we're looking at for later on today. So while we are dealing with more of this rainfall right now across our region, especially for those of you along and to the south of I-64, this is where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall, the strongest winds moving through right now. This is not the end of what we're going to be keeping an eye on, because remember, we have that, of course, flood watch in place for most of the region along 64 until 9 a.m. So we still have another about 3 or so hours on that. And then we also have that tornado watch in place along areas of I-64 until 11 a.m. We could see that ending a little bit earlier, but still something that we'll have to keep an eye on. And don't forget, in terms of our severe threat as we head into later on today, we still have areas south of the parkways underneath a slight risk of severe weather with the afternoon and evening batch of storms pushing through, mainly a damaging wind along with a heavy rain and localized flooding threat that we'll have to keep an eye on in those spots. But certainly the heavy rainfall having a significant impact on what we're dealing with across the metro in terms of the roadways. I just want to pop this up really quickly on the traffic maps this morning. Everywhere on the Snyder, along portions of the Watterson, not quite showing up on this particular map, but on the Trimark cameras and on the Trimark maps, it's just yellow with some slow speeds. And that's, of course, the morning commute coupled with the torrential rainfall that we're dealing with this morning. And Brian, I see you looking at some of those rainfall totals, which are continuing to really spike, over 3 inches of rain in many spots.
Well, they held steady there, about 303, 306, and then now that rain is building back into Louisville and Shively in the airport area, so it's becoming a heavier rain scenario again. So I do think we're going to get some 4-inch totals now out of this based on the radar trends, because this line again has stalled. It is not moving very much to the south now, so this is going to train itself out for the next at least another hour, maybe even a bit longer. So we really got to watch these totals here. As Kevin's mentioned several times, if you don't have to travel, just hold it out, let this kind of pass through and let everything drain before you venture out on the roads, and that'd be the safest thing to do. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting in traffic, and you don't want to be sitting in some of these intersections with flooding viaducts and flooded roadways all around you there, Kevin.
All right, let's roll through some of the reports we have. We're coming up at 10 minutes to the hour. We'll try to aim at 6 o'clock to get to news. So let's stick with this for another 10 minutes so we can show people what we know that's happened across the area. And hopefully we can hear from some of the emergency personnel to be able to tell folks at home what's going on exactly in real time and what not to do. And that's probably going to be, as Brian just mentioned, don't leave the house if you don't have to just yet. We've got a lot of flooded roads across the area, and we've had some pretty strong winds here in the metro. I want to mention that we've had tornado touchdowns up where we saw Marissa Burke. She's in northwestern parts of Jackson County, up near Freetown. We also have across western Jefferson County, Indiana, what we assume to have been a tornado touchdown there. We have one of our photojournalists out in parts of Jefferson County, Indiana, near Hereford Lake. I want to show you what that view looks like. You're going to see some emergency personnel. This is not far from the Hanover area, and with that, we know we've had some damage that's been reported. It's still a little on the early side, but you can see what looks to be power crews. You can see the reflective vests that they have on. A number of areas have been impacted by down lines in this area, and this again is near Hereford Lake. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Not far from the Hanover area. with that, we noticed on the radar earlier very strong winds that were pushing through. We first got a report of damage near the Deputy area. Our first report actually came in from Scott County. Then it moved over near Deputy in the far western parts of Jefferson County. And then we thought that as this moved farther to the east, those winds intensified even more, pushing into the Madison area. So you can see the downed trees right in the middle of the road. Obviously, it's taken down power lines with it and power crews on the scene. Both Duke Energy and LG&E remind us all the time, turn around, don't drown. And that is exactly the information you need to know for this morning. We have a number of areas just like this across southern Indiana, from Jackson County to Jefferson County, even in parts of Washington and Scott counties with some downed trees in places. Here in Louisville, some of the same sort of images apply where we have damage that's being reported. Julia Richardson's been out all night. She's been across southern Indiana. She's in Louisville as well. We noted earlier from a buddy of mine that we had on Gallagher, that was going to be a tree on a house and possibly a roof off of a house. That's a zone that we're looking at in Jefferson County. We also in Jefferson County knew that the underpass flooded, and that was going to be near Hurstbourne, South Hurstbourne, as well as 6 Mile. Typically a place that frequently floods. Again, you're looking at images from Jefferson County, Indiana. This is near the Hanover area where trees and power lines are down. Thousands of people remain without power. Folks wanting to know where Hanover is, beautiful spot right on the Ohio River, not far from Madison, Indiana, up in Jefferson County. So that's one area that has been hard hit that we know. Rain is our biggest threat right now. We continue to track that all across Jefferson County. Notice how slow it's been to move. I'm going to put this into motion for you. As we play this, you're going to see it was moving to the east, slowly sinking to the south. It is still slowly sinking. What we don't want to see is this back build, meaning that it gets hung up and we start to see it push back, where we have heavy rain continuous over the concrete jungle here in the metro for a long period of time. A lot of folks are up because they've heard their emergency alerts go off for the flash flood warning. We did have a tornado warning earlier as well for the southeastern parts of Jefferson County. We had winds at 62 miles an hour measured at the airport. So we have had some damage in Jefferson County. But the biggest threat is coming from the rain that we have falling now. Let's go over to Brian and Ryan.
All right, let me show you the Skytrack camera right now. This is looking live, by the way, at Ollie International. I think I have the right one punched up there. You know, it's rush hour, not only for traffic typically, but also for the planes for UPS, and they are sitting on the tarmac. I'm not sure if they have a ground stop. They may, given the thunderstorms, but I've been noticing kind of a parking lot. Let me see if it'll kick in. I think it's a bit delayed on the image there, but they're at Ollie itself. That's where we've had several of the planes lined up that typically do. It's getting over to it now slowly on the tarmac. But I'm sure at the moment they're just like, well, we can't really do a whole lot here because of the burst of wind, which, by the way, when we hit that 62 miles per hour, we did that several times in a 10-minute window. So it wasn't just one surge of 62. We did it for a while, and that was likely more of a downburst type of scenario that could have produced some strong wind gusts in the area that may have caused at least some power outages as that took place. And again, we had that tornado warning that came out not long after that, but nothing confirmed on that end. Otherwise, it's just the blinding rainfall that we've got with tropical rain moving in. Some of this is because of the front that's in the area. Some of it is also because of the tropical storm that we have to the south, which is, of course, Arthur, that is helping to feed in some of that tropical moisture. All right, there you go, the live look, and you can see the crews there lined up on the tarmac. But very heavy rainfall. The Waterston is in the foreground, moving at least. That's good, but just be careful. Watch out for that ponding of water, especially in those construction sites there, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Skytrack camera out of Corridon, and likewise, I see the ponding of water out in front of the library. With that, we see some intense lightning showing up all across southern Indiana, northern Kentucky as well. So this is going to be a morning. As these cars come through, you're going to notice even behind that, and you know they have to be a little weary of this high water because they just saw a lot of these businesses flood not too long ago when we had the intense rainfall. Notice the puddles in the center of the road there. That's an area that has flooded just a bit, but earlier, what was that, just a week and a half ago, where we had just intense rain that really caused some massive flooding. We do see some crews just down the road as you look at 337, where we are seeing some what appears to be road crews or emergency crews. You see their lights flashing. Could be a garbage truck for all I know, but it looks
Kevin, just a heads up, getting some more reports in from the Corden area of some of this flooding. And this is from Jared Sears, who says that the utility pole yard in Corden is starting to get a little bit more flooded in that area. So they're starting to see more of that water starting to pile up in the Corden area. It's definitely not something they want to see again, but it's certainly something that they are dealing with. Also is getting reports of more power being out across portions of the metro, including on Hikes Point off Taylorsville Road. That is where apparently there may have been a tree that fell on a house in that area. Working to get that confirmed, but there is still power on, which is good, but some trees starting to go down across parts of Louisville as well. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. Also seeing a lot more of apparently all the construction equipment being blown around as well by the wind that we are dealing with. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few floating barrels either, Kevin, with the amount of rain that we are dealing with too.
All right, rain is the story. We see this rain continuing to press across Jefferson County. Likely another half hour to an hour of rain as we continue seeing this slowly sink to the south. It's more of a east to west movement, and that's bad news when you've got rain stacked up back to the west. That just means that too will be moving through, and it's fairly heavy rain at that. Some areas of Jefferson County have already picked up on the order of 3 inches of rainfall. So when we look at some of those rain reports, I'll just put some of those on the area. These are across the state. To our south, no rain yet, but you'll notice here in Louisville, we've had sort of the bullseye of this. This dates back for the past 24 hours, 2.5 over near LaGrange and Carrollton. Let me zoom in. We'll go to the reports for the metro area. And as we check those reports, you're going to notice our MSD rain gauges show here in Jefferson County anywhere between over 3 inches of rain, not far from the Linden area. You see some of these updating in real time. Out toward Audubon Park, not far from 3.5 inches of rain. Certainly a common total would be between 2 to 3 inches. That's causing some problems as we continue with heavy rain moving across a good chunk of Jefferson County. So flood warnings are in place. These are flash flood warnings that we have with that rain continuing to fall across Jefferson County. We're coming up on 6 o'clock. Rain continues across Jefferson County. Checking information, I should be hearing from the Louisville Emergency Management Agency in any minute. Please let me know when they are calling into the booth. We're going to get them on the air live so you know exactly what's happening across Jefferson County. We want you to know before you head out, there's nothing worse than us saying, well, the rain is gradually going to come to an end and goodbye for now, and we get back to news, but there are still major things happening. So that's why we're going to make connection with Louisville Metro Emergency Services, and we'll talk to them on the phone live here, and we'll be able to give you a real-time update of what's actually happening across Jefferson County before you head out this morning. We appreciate the work that they do, the partnership that we have. It's a two-way street when we're going through severe weather, and this is part of it. We want to make sure you're safe before you head outside. We've been here to keep you safe throughout the overnight hours as the weather moved through, and now it's the emergency and the emergency managers who are keeping you safe to make sure you don't travel into harm's way as this weather gradually comes to a close. As we wait for that call, let's go back over to our team. We'll go to Brian Good.
All right, let me show you, well, I guess this is sort of a promising sign here. Let's go to the SkyTruck camera. I'm going to punch it up. Hold on one second. This will be on the main channel. Hello. As we get into downtown Louisville, as these heavy rain bands are moving through, look at that sunrise. Kind of an eerie look, isn't it? But yeah, that's a sign that we're going to get a break in Indiana and eventually right into Louisville. We're on the other side of the coin here on this entire mess of a night that we've had. We're almost there, but at least a glimmer of hope that we're going to have a little bit of a better looking setup in Indiana here for later on today. But Kentucky, unfortunately, it's a tall tale sign. You can almost see the Ohio River splitting up the image. On the right-hand side, stormy weather and clearing on the left-hand side for Indiana. That'll be the game plan today. Kentucky will stay on the stormy side for a while with heavy rain and storms, and in some cases maybe